Masato looked at the crowded city crosswalk and reflected on being suddenly transported to a world where the male-to-female ratio was 1:5. He noted that aside from that demographic shift, things were not much different from his original world. Someone reached out and touched his back while he thought about how he had managed to adapt to the new world without facing any particular inconvenience. A girl tightly embraced him from behind, wrapping her arms around his chest. He admitted that he still did not fully understand the reality of this distorted world. Masato thought about how everyone had probably wished to be popular with the opposite sex at some point, just as a voice called out to him. A woman cornered him against a wall and insisted he join her for tea. When he tried to excuse himself by saying he was in a hurry, she demanded his contact info instead. Masato realized that no matter how many times he refused women here, just would not give up, and he told her to forget it while wishing he had never ended up in this situation. A girl with short hair grabbed his arm and began pulling him away from the assertive woman, prompting him to call out to Kumi. Kumi smiled and reminded him that class was about to start, urging him to go with her. As they hurried down the street, the woman they left behind yelled for them to wait. Masato asked Kumi if escaping like that was a bit too rude. The woman glared after them in frustration. Masato looked frightened by her reaction, thinking she was scary and reminding himself that he had already given her his answer. Kumi told him that he should just completely ignore those kinds of situations. Masato chuckled nervously and admitted that ignoring people was harder than it seemed. Kumi replied that it was only because he was too nice. Kumi stated that his niceness was exactly what made him so worrisome. Masato thought her advice sounded like something meant for an older guy, but he acknowledged that in this world she was probably right. He recounted that he had been transported to this world last month. He explained that he did not notice the change at first because everything looked too similar to his previous life, but he eventually realized this world had an extremely skewed gender ratio. He had no idea why there was such a demographic difference, but he theorized that the imbalance made women here overly assertive. He noted that there were even public protests demanding the introduction of polygamy. He remembered waking up and realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, admitting he was honestly terrified when he first understood he had been brought to another world. Tears formed in his eyes as he remembered his old friends and how they used to go to school and laugh over silly things. He confessed that it was not until he lost his normal life that he realized how precious it had been, firmly believing he had to give up on being ordinary. Despite being transported without understanding why, he was grateful to have met kind people. He noted that he made friends who helped him out of trouble and met someone who supported him as a legal guardian. He started to think there was more to his situation when someone suddenly called out to him. Kumi asked Masato what was wrong. Masato thought to himself that thanks to the skewed gender ratio, even a beautiful girl like Kumi was paying attention to him. He realized that in his previous world, such a thing would have been impossible, making him feel lucky in a way. Thinking like that, he was able to stay positive thanks to the people in this world, knowing that, although the world had changed, he could still manage. He happily resolved that he would just live a normal life in this new world. Masato smiled confidently as Kumi walked closely beside him. The narrative shifted to 1 week earlier as Kumi walked through the campus, reflecting on how she had never realized just how simple-minded she really was. She yawned, thinking about how she overdid it in her game yesterday and complaining about male players who only logged in to get pampered by girls. As she checked the location for her first period class, she overheard voices nearby evaluating someone. 2 guys sitting nearby were openly rating her, deciding she was pretty cute, and giving her about 85 points, questioning if she barely made their cut. One of them laughed and casually stated that he might consider dating her if she asked, leaving Kumi to silently walk past them. She clenched her fists in intense frustration, internally demanding to know why men were so incredibly arrogant. She noted that it had always been that way, with men making no special effort and having nothing exceptional about them, yet still acting like they held the right to choose. She recalled how they constantly repeated arrogant phrases, acting as if doing her a huge favor by dating or even just talking to her. A guy walking with another girl suddenly bumped into Kumi in the hallway. He apologized, and when she said it was fine, he reached out and patted her on the head, a gesture she found completely unacceptable. The guy smirked and asked if she had fallen in love with him at first sight, offering to make her his third girlfriend if she wanted. Kumi visibly shuddered in extreme disgust at his arrogant proposition. Later, she slumped over her desk in the classroom, exhausted and utterly frustrated by how awful men could be. She muttered that she didn't think she could make it, prompting her dark-haired friend to ask what was wrong and warn her that she wouldn't survive until 5th period. Her friend urged her to push through so they could achieve the campus life they had dreamed of and become popular. Her friend enthusiastically pumped her fist, declaring that they had to catch a handsome guy. Kumi remained unenthused, firmly believing that the arrogant behavior of men was just unacceptable. She thought about how men were in the position to choose because they were rare and valuable, acknowledging their sharp, scrutinizing gazes. She concluded that in this society, it was her own mindset that wasn't considered normal, just as her friend asked her who she was aiming for in their club. Kumi reacted with confusion, and her friend pressed her to reveal if there was someone in their badminton club she was interested in. Kumi admitted she didn't have anyone in mind right now, which shocked her friend, who then suggested that Kato was pretty handsome. Kumi agreed half-heartedly about Kato, but clarified that it wasn't about finding a handsome guy because she genuinely did not want a boyfriend at all. Kumi explained that she was just a bit tired of always being in the position to be chosen. She imagined that if there were a guy who was kind to women, treated them as equals, and had a clean appearance, she wondered what it would be like. Her friend called her desire a luxury and likened it to a fairy tale, playfully noting that while Kumi was cute, she was surprisingly not very aggressive. Her friend warned that if she did not go after guys more, she would end up single. Kumi internally agreed that it was probably true, contemplating the thought of ending up single. The bell rang and her friend said goodbye. As Kumi looked at her phone and saw a guy walking with 2 girls, she reflected that a girl like her who made no effort to be chosen would definitely end up single. Kumi received a notification on her phone that her class was cancelled. She sighed, realizing she had nothing to do and no one around with free time, and admitted she really had no idea which class to take instead. As Kumi walked by, she noticed Masato sitting on a bench with a laptop, looking extremely stressed and groaning that it was over. She noted that he looked like he was in trouble, but observed that there was no one else around to help him. Kumi figured someone else would help him out anyway, imagining scenarios where helping a guy would just lead to arrogant assumptions and ingratitude, which she found subtly stressful. Despite her reservations, she felt that leaving him alone was wrong, especially when she saw his deeply furrowed brows. She wondered why she felt this way, noting that there was something about him that seemed distinctly different from the arrogant guys she usually encountered. She acknowledged that he was handsome, though not on a celebrity level, but she felt his appeal was not just his appearance. She thought it was as if he were shining from within. She approached him, telling herself she was not expecting anything out of it and was just a little curious to see what was going on. Kumi stood in front of him and asked if he was trying to register for courses, to which he distractedly confirmed that he was. Masato looked up at her with a gentle smile and explained that his enrollment process had been delayed for certain reasons, which took her completely by surprise. Kumi stared at him, internally shocked and wondering if men ever actually smiled as naturally as he just did. Flustered, she stuttered while offering to help him out. She immediately panicked, internally worrying that she sounded like she was hitting on him and that he would find her offer creepy and be put off by it. Instead of being put off, Masato's eyes lit up with genuine gratitude, and he eagerly asked if she was sure, stating that it would really help him out. Masato moved over on the bench to make room, showing her his department and faculty details. Kumi remained stunned that he was not put off at all, bewildered by his incredibly pure smile. As he made space for her, Kumi froze, overanalyzing why he moved. She frantically wondered if it meant he was inviting her to sit next to him, terrified that she might be misunderstanding, and that he would freak out if she actually sat down. Masato noticed her hesitation and asked what was wrong, prompting Kumi to nervously dismiss it, while internally panicking that she was about to start crying in public out of sheer embarrassment. Kumi smiled as Masato happily noted they were in the same department and faculty, expressing that it was a huge help to be assisted by a direct senior. Kumi nervously corrected him, explaining that she was actually a freshman too. Masato looked surprised and simply uttered a small sound of realization. Kumi spiraled into a panic, internally declaring that it was over and worrying he would think she had ulterior motives or was being too bold for offering help as a freshman. She mentally scrambled to justify that she was just curious and thought his smile was cute, fearing he would think she was full of herself, just as Masato cheerfully acknowledged that she was a freshman too. Masato smiled brightly and admitted that he didn't have any friends in his year, telling her that she was really helping him out. He introduced himself as Katasato Masato and asked for her name. Kumi observed him, noting that he was kind and friendly, and firmly concluded that he really was different. She told herself to calm down and just put on a smile. Resolving to stop embarrassing herself, she put on a bright smile and introduced herself as Igarashi Kumi. She beamed warmly and told him it was nice to meet him. Masato happily repeated her name while Kumi internally hoped she had smiled properly. Masato then looked at his completely blank schedule and admitted that he seriously had no idea which classes to take. As Masato mentioned, he had sort of figured out the required classes. Kumi suddenly realized this was a perfect opportunity. She imagined that since they were in the same department and faculty, it would be fine to take all the same classes, envisioning them working together and sharing moments in the same classes every day. Masato interrupted her daydream by calling her name. Kumi nervously suggested that they could just have the exact same schedule, offering it as an option if he would like. She rapidly explained that since some classes already had 2 sessions and she was in them, she could handouts and explain things to make it beneficial. She instantly panicked internally about fast talking and being creepy, worrying that meeting her every day would be torture for him, just as Masato began to ask her a question. Masato leaned in closely and amazed, asking her if she was a genius. Masato exclaimed that it would really help, but asked if she was sure since there was almost no benefit for her. Kumi quickly insisted there was a ton of benefit for her, so he agreed and asked to see her schedule. As they worked on it, Kumi internally marveled that he didn't suspect anything or arrogantly assume she was trying to get close to him, wondering if this was all just a dream. Masato smiled brightly, waving as he thanked her for helping him out. Kumi downplayed her help, and Masato explained he was heading home for now because attending class without his student ID was pointless. Kumi cheerfully told him she would see him in class when he could start attending, reflecting internally that this was the first time she ever had so much fun talking to a guy and that she would get to see him every day. Masato suddenly paused and turned back, catching her attention. Masato stepped back toward her and nervously stated that he had a favor to ask her. Gripping his shirt nervously, he asked if she would be his friend if it was all right with her. Kumi stared back at him with wide eyes, completely stunned and blushing deeply at his earnest request. Kumi remembered how the choice had always been with men who arrogantly acted like they were doing her a favor by offering to date or be friends with her, expecting her to be grateful just to be chosen. She stared in sheer awe, deeply moved by the sincerity of his request. She eagerly agreed, tightly clutching her shirt. Masato let out a sigh of relief and thanked her, admitting he didn't have a single friend. He told her that thanks to her, he was finally starting to look forward to university, and then bade her farewell. Masato smiled brightly and waved as he walked away. Kumi watched him leave before clutching her chest and crouching down, muttering that she couldn't handle it. Blushing furiously and breathing heavily, she realized he was exactly like a prince and perfectly matched everything she had ever imagined, from his personality to his appearance and vibe. As his name echoed repeatedly in her mind, she intensely declared that she wanted him. She rested her face in her hands and smiled dreamily while whispering his name. Suddenly snapping out of her daze, she put on a look of fierce determination. Back in the present, as they walked together, Kumi glared intensely, thinking that if she did not keep a close eye on him, other girls would immediately flock to him. She noted in frustration that he was way too oblivious. She conceded that his obliviousness was also one of his good points. When Masato noticed her staring and asked what was wrong, she quickly denied anything was up, just as he suddenly remembered something. Masato rummaged through his bag and asked Kumi to hold out her hand for a second. She confusingly complied, holding her palm open. He dropped a few wrapped candies into her palm, explaining it was a little thank you gift for her help earlier, apologizing that it was just a simple snack. He flashed her a warm, genuine smile and sincerely thanked her again for helping him. Blushing deeply, Kumi clutched the candies to her chest and whispered that he was being unfair. When Masato asked what she meant, she quickly dismissed it and urged him to keep walking. Kumi reflected on how he naturally did the things she always wished someone would do for her, constantly surprising her with small acts of kindness that made her incredibly happy. She admitted that his kindness truly saved her, and even though things were still difficult right now, she resolved that one day things would change. staring determinedly at his back as they walked. Kumi firmly vowed to herself that she would definitely become his girlfriend. Masato realized that it had already been a month since he arrived in this parallel world. While he was checking his phone to see his class schedule, a voice called out to him warning that it was almost noon, prompting Masato to reply that he knew and was on his way. He explained that in this world, an alternate version of Kanasato Masato had already existed, who had just graduated from high school and was preparing to head to college. Although he was initially uneasy after being reincarnated, Masato had managed to settle into a fairly normal life, which he credited entirely to a certain person. That person was Tsukuta Eika, who had helped him immediately after he arrived and had since become his guardian. Eika greeted him in the morning and reminded him that he had a shift at the shop starting at 6 that evening. Masato noted that Eika was married but no longer lived with her husband. As she locked the door, she pointed out that he had recently been showering before going to work and told him he did not have to go that far, though Masato explained he simply exercised beforehand and got sweaty. Eika asked him if he had made any friends in college yet. When Masato hesitated and said he guessed, so she remarked that his answer sounded highly suspicious. She strictly warned him not to let any strange girls trick him, insisted that he let her know if he ever planned on staying out overnight, and demanded that he finally drop the formal honorifics when speaking to her. As he hurried off, Masato called back that he was leaving while Eika grumbled that he still had not dropped the honorifics. He thought to himself that to the people of this world, his actions probably made him look like a reckless girl from his original world, given how protective they were of men. When Masato arrived in the lecture hall, he looked around for a place to sit. Kumi spotted him and waved, calling his name to draw his attention to the seat she had saved. Masato sat down and thanked Kumi for saving him a seat, to which she replied that she would always do that for him. He thought to himself how grateful he was to have her as a friend, just as she lightly tugged his sleeve to get his attention. Leaning in close and blushing slightly, Kumi suggested they have a meal together as a thank you for her saving him a seat. Masato was caught off guard by her sudden invitation, while Kumi beamed with a cheerful smile. Flustered by how close she was, Masato wondered if she actually liked him and realized he was almost reverting to his defensive habits. He explained that he had a part-time shift that night, which left Kumi feeling disappointed. Masato offered next Monday as an alternative, which she eagerly accepted. She then asked if his shifts were always on Fridays, noting he had won the previous week as well, and Masato confirmed that they usually were. Kumi cheered happily and pumped her fists in excitement over their upcoming plans. As Kumi mentioned how much she was looking forward to it, Masato frantically tried to keep his composure, thinking to himself that she was being entirely too cute, but deciding to let it slide anyway. Masato rested his head on his hand and reflected on how cute and helpful Kumi was, especially after she had assisted him with his course registration. He realized that in his original world, she would be popular with everyone, and he would not have even been able to get close to her. Although he did not know much about Kumi's other friendships, he assumed that her other friends surely wanted to take classes with her as well. Feeling slightly guilty about keeping her all to himself, Masato turned to Kumi and asked her if she was truly okay with their arrangement. He then asked if she would actually prefer to take classes with her other friends instead of spending her time with him. Kumi was momentarily silent, looking thoughtfully at her pen, before letting out a soft sound of confusion in response to his question. She quickly dismissed his concern, explaining that she could easily see her other friends at her club or elsewhere. She told him to make sure he took classes with his own friends as well, but Masato sheepishly confessed that he had already caught up with the material and was fine on his own anyway. Kumi crossed her arms, tilted her head, and asked him why he felt that way with a pleasant but intensely direct smile. Masato's sweat dropped in confusion, wondering if he had said something strange. He looked at Kumi, who was still smiling peacefully beside him, but he could not help but wonder why her expression felt so incredibly intimidating. The narrative shifted back to earlier that morning before Masato had arrived. Kumi opened the classroom door and looked around the lecture hall, noting to herself that Masato had not arrived yet. Deciding she would just have to take the initiative, she set her bag down on the desk next to her to save a seat for him. She typed out a message letting him know she had saved a seat for him, but as she hovered her finger over the heart emojis, she blushed and worried whether adding a heart would make him cringe. She frantically shook her head, reassuring herself that he definitely would not mind. Holding the phone close to her face, she reflected on how it had already been a month since she started spending time with Masato. She knew that under normal circumstances getting this close to a guy would have been impossible, but she had managed it thanks to his gentle nature. At the same time, she worried because Masato was simply too nice, showing so much kindness that he did not even put up his guard around other girls. A terrifying vision of a manipulative woman taking advantage of his defenseless nature flashed through her mind, causing her to clench her hand in determination and resolve that she absolutely had to protect him. She vowed to stay by his side as much as possible throughout college, promising herself that one day her feelings would finally reach him. She daydreamed about him turning around to embrace her and warmly thank her for everything. She then squealed and squirmed in embarrassment at her own wild thoughts of wanting to protect him even outside of college, quickly telling herself she was just kidding. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a reply showing a cute cat sticker thanking her for the seat. Kumi stared at her screen with a deep blush, thinking to herself how adorable his message was. Clutching her phone tightly, she felt completely reassured and pumped her fist with a soft smile, declaring that she would absolutely protect him. Still, she could not help but ponder her next move. Recognizing that they had spent so much time together, she wondered if it was finally time for things to progress between them. As the classroom door opened and Masato walked in, her resolve solidified, knowing she absolutely wanted him to be her boyfriend. Because she could not afford to mess things up, Kumi knew she could not confess until she was absolutely certain he would not reject her. She resolved to take it step by step, carefully planning her next move. Her face turned bright red, and she covered her mouth in sheer excitement at the thought of a date, which would be a one-on-one outing outside of school. It would be a perfect chance to see him in a different setting and learn more about his likes, his favorite foods, and his hobbies. Eager to learn everything she could about Masato, she realized that this current situation was the perfect opportunity to make her move. She reached out, lightly tugged his sleeve, and called out to him. Leaning in, she whispered her invitation to have a meal together as a thank you for the seat. She immediately began to worry if she was being too bold, but she knew that if she did not take the initiative, he would never notice her. Although he was busy with a work shift that night, he offered to go next Monday instead, an alternative she instantly and ecstatically accepted with a joyful cheer. Kumi excitedly thought about how happy she was and planned to make a dinner reservation. She wondered where they should go, considering shopping or karaoke, and thought about what Masato might like. Deciding to just ask him directly, she called out to him. Masato interrupted her thoughts, asking if she was really okay with this setup. He questioned if she wouldn't rather take classes with her friends instead of him. Kumi told him that wasn't true at all, demanding to know what he meant by that. She grabbed his shirt and firmly stated that she wanted to be with him, adding that even now it felt like they didn't have enough time together. She reminded him that she could see her friends at her club or elsewhere, but he needed to make sure he took classes with his friends too. Masato replied that he had already caught up with the class and was fine on his own, which prompted Kumi to ask if he simply did not want to be with her. She leaned in close, intensely asking him why he felt that way. Flustered, Masato stammered as he tried to come up with an answer. Masato explained that he just thought she might want to take classes with other girls too. Kumi flatly asked him if he hated taking classes with her. He quickly denied it, and Kumi continued, saying she didn't want to say something like this. She intensely asked if it could be that he would rather take classes with some other girl, suggesting that someone like her, who wasn't cute at all, would just be disliked. She insisted that wasn't it, and everything was wrong, fiercely declaring that she just wanted to be with him and pleading with him not to go somewhere out of her reach. She begged him not to push her away, leaning heavily against him. Masato panicked, rapidly denying that it was anything like that. He frantically reassured her that he was truly grateful a beautiful girl like her let him take classes with him, insisting there was nothing better than that. He added that he had no other friends apart from her. Kumi was taken aback, stuttering as she repeated the phrase beautiful girl. Kumi internally wondered if he really just called her a beautiful girl and if he was talking about her. She shyly asked if she really looked cute to him. Masato smiled warmly and told her that of course she was cute, suggesting that she should have more confidence in herself. Kumi let out a soft sound as she repeated the word cute in her mind, realizing that Masato had actually called her cute. Masato casually acknowledged her reaction. Kumi thought about being called cute and how incredibly happy it made her to hear it from the person she liked. She giggled happily to herself, leaving Masato looking slightly confused by her sudden change in mood. Later, as she walked away after saying goodbye to Masato, she kept thinking about their interaction. She reflected that Masato hadn't actually said anything about wanting to take classes with another girl. She recalled her own intense questions about whether he hated taking classes with her or preferred someone else, realizing she had never meant to say such things. Suddenly, her friend, Mizuho, jumped onto her back, startling her. Kumi greeted Mizuho, who immediately teased her about having a love-struck look on her face. Kumi quickly and nervously denied it. Kumi then quietly admitted to herself that maybe she was making that kind of face. Mizuho poked her cheek, teasing that she was making a maiden's face, while Kumi weakly told her to stop. Mizuho directly asked when Kumi was going to introduce him, specifically referring to the hottie she was always in class with. Kumi responded with surprise. Kumi hesitated as Mizuho reminded her of their promise to information about guys. Mizuho pointed out that Kumi had said they couldn't be in class together, but now she was always sitting next to that hottie, acting all sweet around him. Mizuho dramatically sighed, stating that as someone who had a thing for hot guys, she was feeling very sad about being left out. Kumi nervously trailed off, unsure of how to respond. Kumi clapped her hands together and bowed deeply, frantically apologizing and stating that she absolutely could not introduce him to her friend. Mizuho demanded to know why, clearly taken aback. Kumi stared back with intense seriousness, stating that she was completely serious about Masato. She fiercely declared that she would not give him to anyone else. Mizuho exasperatedly replied that she could not believe Kumi would say something like that while bowing to her best friend. Mizuho suddenly grabbed Kumi, enthusiastically insisting that if she could not meet Masato, Kumi would have to tell her about other guys instead. Kumi nervously apologized and thanked her, promising to do her best, while Mizuho pouted beside her. Mizuho stated confidently that she would be the one to get a boyfriend first, playfully grabbing Kumi, who frantically told her to wait and stop touching her in weird places. Mizuho grinned and encouraged Kumi to give her romantic pursuit her all. Kumi reflected that ever since falling in love with Masato, every day had been fun and everything around her seemed to sparkle. However, she admitted that whenever other girls got close to him, or if he mentioned wanting to hang out with other girls, a dark feeling would consume her, making her wonder if she was not enough for him. She thought about how she could do anything and give anything for Masato. Snapping back to reality, she muttered to herself that she finally understood and had not realized her true nature until now. She concluded with intense realization that she was actually someone who got jealous very easily. Elsewhere, Masato practiced basketball alone, wondering what had just happened with Kumi, but figuring that since she looked happy it was perfectly fine. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. A new girl with short black hair nervously called out to him from the fence, while Kumi's earlier warning about not liking him hanging out with other girls ominously echoed in the background. A basketball arched high through the air over an outdoor court. Masato caught the ball and cheered, noting that this was his standard Friday routine between classes and his part-time job. He explained that he liked this particular spot because it was never crowded on weekdays. He noted that while he liked sports, he could not casually play them in this world because the clubs were entirely full of assertive women. Remembering how Kumi had warned him against joining her club too, he resigned himself to just exercising alone. As he bent down to retrieve the ball, an unfamiliar girl walked up to the outside of the court fence. Masato thought to himself that he was not alone anymore as the girl nervously called out to him, addressing him as Oniai-san. The girl excitedly declared that she was definitely going to win today, and when she did she would have him give her that spot on the court. Masato playfully teased her, greeting the little girl. She quickly retorted that she was not a little girl. She proudly announced that she was now a middle schooler. Masato reflected that this girl was Mida Yuka, whom he had met shortly after being transported to this world. He recalled that he had finally found this court because he wanted to play basketball, but it turned out Yuka had been practicing there long before he showed up. He noted that the first time they met he gave her the spot, telling her he was heading back anyway and she could use it. He remembered that the next time they ran into each other he tried to give her the spot again, but she stopped him. She had intensely requested that he have a match with her. Masato thought about how they had gotten a lot closer since then. He recalled that before he knew it, their interaction had turned from just a simple match into a continuous competition where the winner gained ownership of the court. As he dribbled the ball, Masato admitted to himself that right now he only had the advantage over her because of their height difference. He acknowledged that Yuka was seriously skilled, predicting that once she grew and her body developed he would definitely lose. Meanwhile, Yuka confidently announced that she had a secret strategy for today's match. Yuka executed a rapid crossover maneuver. Masato recognized the move, preparing to counter it. Masato moved in to block, playfully apologizing and stating that he had seen that move before. Yuka smirked and replied that was exactly what she expected from him. Yuka suddenly spun around him, executing a swift roll maneuver to bypass his defense. Masato realized she was doing a roll and quickly moved to respond. Yuka confidently declared that she had it. Suddenly, Yuka let out a small gasp as she lost her balance and began to fall forward toward the ground. Yuka muttered in pain. Masato, having caught her fall, lay underneath her and expressed his relief that he made it in time, asking her if she was okay. Masato suddenly panicked, realizing their compromising position was not good. He internally envisioned getting arrested while Yuka let out a confused sound. Frantically, deciding he needed to make her move off him immediately, Masato nervously called her name. Both of them let out confused sounds as they froze in place with Yuka's hands pressed against his chest. Yuka's face turned bright red as she loudly shrieked in extreme panic upon realizing she was straddling him on the ground. Masato awkwardly remembered that this was exactly how the first time he was able to have a proper conversation with her had gone. Meanwhile, Yuka groaned in a completely flustered daze, sputtering in utter shock. The narrative flashed back to 1 month ago. One of Yuka's friends gasped in surprise upon hearing that Rika was dating Shoya. Rika happily cheered and explained that she had confessed at their graduation ceremony and he had accepted, prompting their other friend to call her incredibly lucky. Her friend then turned to Yuka and asked what about her. When Yuka reacted with confusion, her friend pressed her and asked if she had not confessed to anyone either. Yuka looked away and quietly admitted that she did not have anyone she liked. Yuka believed that all the boys in their class were still just kids anyway. Suddenly, while they were changing, her friends noticed her back and loudly pointed out to everyone that she was already wearing a bra. Yuka was startled and irritated when she overheard people nearby whispering about her. They openly gossiped about her wearing a kid's bra and being unnecessarily tall, while some boys sitting on the floor argued that playing basketball made people grow taller, and claimed that nobody actually liked tall girls anyway. As the boys bickered with another girl about their ideal sizes, Yuka's friends told her that she really stood out and remarked that it must be nice. Yuka walked away in frustration, internally muttering that it was not nice at all and was actually just mean. Yuka felt frustrated that she was constantly teased just because she was a bit taller than everyone else. She hated how people arrogantly decided her worth without ever asking her, treating it like it was totally normal, and she wondered if she was the weird one for thinking that their behavior was wrong. Yuka could not find the boys in her class attractive at all, believing she would rather not pay attention to them. Instead, she decided that playing basketball was way more fun, which prompted her friend to tease her for being such a basketball fanatic. When her friends happily admitted they only joined the basketball team to get close to the boys, Yuka quietly thought to herself that she had genuinely just wanted to play the sport and wished she had won more games. Suddenly, her friend jokingly chimed in that Yuka was secretly a perv anyway. Yuka reacted in utter shock, blushing furiously and shouting in protest at her friend's sudden accusation. Her friend teasingly claimed that everyone knew Yuka would grin while reading dirty books in class, showing a memory of her blushing over a book. Yuka frantically stammered that it was not true. Her friend continued by bringing up how she had found something suspicious under Yuka's bed during a recent visit. In an absolute panic, Yuka grabbed her friend's mouth from behind to silence her, desperately begging her to stop. Yuka internally defended herself, thinking that since she was a girl she could not help but have some natural interest in men. She imagined handsome guys as she tried to justify her normal feelings. As her friends ran ahead giggling and calling her secretly pervy, Yuka yelled at them to stop. She thought to herself that she was just normal, but she was simply not good with the arrogant boys in her class, wishing there were someone she actually thought was cool. As Yuka walked toward the outdoor court, she suddenly stopped when she heard the sound of a basketball bouncing inside. Yuka noted that it was rare to see anyone on the court at this hour. She figured that if it was just the two of them, they could probably just take turns using the spot. When Yuka looked through the fence, she was surprised to see a guy practicing alone, spinning the ball in his hand. She thought to herself that a guy practicing sports entirely on his own was highly unusual in this world. Suddenly, she gasped in shock as he made a rapid, explosive move on the court. Yuka watched in utter awe as he sprinted past with incredible speed, leaving her completely stunned. She realized she had only ever seen such high-level moves in professional videos. It was the first time she had ever witnessed a guy play basketball so phenomenally in person. Yuka gripped the fence tightly, unable to take her eyes off him as he drove towards the hoop. She watched with a pounding heart as he effortlessly leaped into the air and tossed the ball toward the hoop. Yuka thought he looked incredibly cool as he pulled at his collar to catch his breath. Masato suddenly noticed her presence and let out a sound of curiosity, making Yuka panic as their eyes directly met. Yuka's heart began to pound uncontrollably, thinking about how remarkably handsome he was and wondering if he smelled nice. Masato then flashed her a warm smile and kindly told her that he was heading back, inviting her to feel free to use the court. Yuka panicked, wondering if he was leaving just because she had shown up. She felt deeply touched by how kind he was to give up the spot for her, but she suddenly realized that if they parted ways now, she might never see him again. Telling herself to be brave, Yuka nervously called out to him as he was about to walk away. Masato paused and turned back, looking at her with a quiet, curious expression. Yuka frantically scrambled to think of what to say, but she rejected all of her own ideas. She worried that telling him he was cool would creep him out, asking for his contact information would sound too desperate, and asking him to play basketball would be impossible since they had only just met. Ultimately, Yuka lost her nerve and muttered that it was nothing. Masato accepted her response and said he was heading home, leaving Yuka to sigh dejectedly as she watched him walk away. Yuka initially called herself an idiot for letting him go, but she immediately shook off her regret. She fiercely resolved that she was Yuka, a girl who never gave up. She confidently vowed to herself that she would definitely meet him again. During school, her friend tried to stop her by reminding her that today was the club orientation, but Yuka kept running. She called back that it did not matter because she was just going to join the basketball team anyway. Her friends watched her leave in confusion, wondering what was going on with Yuka. Her blonde friend guessed that maybe Yuka had started following an idol or something. Yuka ran all the way back to the court and leaned forward to catch her breath, stopping when she heard the familiar sound of a basketball bouncing inside. She gasped happily upon realizing he was actually there. She reflected on how he had not been at the court every day after their first encounter, which had made her worry that she might never see him again. She watched him shoot, admiring how his shooting form was just as beautiful as the first time she saw him. Clinging to the fence, she thought to herself that he was just as cool as ever. Taking a deep breath, Yuka stepped onto the court, prompting a sound of realization from him as she clenched her fist in determination. Masato smiled warmly and recognized her, noting that she was the girl from before. Yuka's heart began to beat furiously, overwhelmed with joy that he actually remembered her. Yuka could barely contain her excitement, amazed that he remembered her from such a brief moment, and feeling like her face was on fire. Resolving not to let her fear of never seeing him again win, she knew she had to say something right now. Raising her arm and pointing directly at him, she loudly requested that he have a match with her. Masato stared back at her in complete surprise, letting out a sound of confusion at her sudden challenge. Yuka instantly spiraled into a panic, internally screaming about how weird she must sound and worrying she would scare him away. However, Masato casually agreed and explained that he had actually been looking for someone to play against anyway. He flashed her a playful smile and warned her that he was not going to go easy on her. When Masato kindly offered to let her go first, Yuka was deeply touched by his gentleness. As they got ready to play, she could hardly believe she was actually playing basketball with him. As they played, they both had an absolute blast, with Yuka repeatedly thinking about how incredibly fun the match was. Yuka silently wished that the moment could last forever. Masato warmly praised her skills, expressing his genuine impression at how good she was. And although she thanked him, she internally lamented that she had not been able to beat him at all. As Masato checked on her to see if she was okay, Yuka thought about how she had never lost to any boys her age before concluding that he was truly amazing at basketball. Masato kindly noted that she was completely out of breath. He encouraged her to make sure she stayed hydrated, which Yuka internally felt made him even better. Masato asked if she did not have a drink, to which Yuka sheepishly replied that she must have forgotten to bring one. Looking into her bag, she confirmed her mistake, prompting Masato to kindly offer his own drink to her instead. Yuka frantically tried to decline, insisting she would just use her allowance to buy one from the nearby vending machine. Masato told her not to worry about it and handed the bottle directly to her, leaving her to quietly thank him as she accepted it. As Yuka held the bottle, she suddenly realized that it was already opened. She stared at Masato, who simply smiled back at her. Yuka gasped in sheer embarrassment as she realized his lips had already touched the bottle, meaning this would be an indirect kiss. She panicked internally, worrying that if she let her reaction show, he would be totally creeped out and might never want to see her again. Despite her panic, she intensely admitted to herself that she absolutely wanted to drink it anyway. Telling herself to just act completely natural, Yuka raised the bottle to her lips. She could not help but think about how this felt like a real kiss with him. Overwhelmed by how seductive she found him, Yuka's legs gave out and she fell backward in a daze. Masato panicked and shouted her name in concern as she collapsed. As she drifted, she recalled every detail of him, from their matches, from his sweat-dripping neck to his flushed cheeks and his skilled fingers controlling the ball. She thought about how absolutely alluring his exposed stomach and smooth legs were. She consoled herself about failing to go through with the indirect kiss back, then realizing it was fine since she had ended up sitting right on top of him today. Yuka suddenly snapped awake and shrieked in shock as she remembered their current position with her lying directly on top of him. Masato smiled gently and asked if she was feeling okay now that she was awake. Yuka quickly insisted she was fine, though she was internally mortified that she had passed out again and worried he would think she was a weirdo. As she apologized for causing him trouble, Masato reassured her and pointed out that it was getting late, suggesting they head home for the day. Yuka clenched her shorts in deep frustration, thinking about how she had finally gotten to spend time with him only to blow it. Masato gently told her not to worry. Masato then added that he would be back at the court next week anyway, which caught her completely off guard. Smiling warmly, he encouraged her to try and win the court back from him during their next match. Yuka's heart raced as she realized just how close he was standing to her. Masato offered to lend her his towel so she could wipe off her sweat, quickly reassuring her that it was freshly washed and that he had a separate one for himself. Yuka stared at his towel in a complete daze, her heart pounding. Although things had not gone exactly as planned today, she felt a surge of excitement. Masato warmly praised her roll maneuver, telling her that no single defender would have been able to stop such a fast move and encouraging her to have confidence. He added that she was getting better every day, making the games very fun for him as well. As Masato walked away and waved goodbye, he called back that he would see her next week, leaving Yuka sitting on the bench as she happily watched him leave. Yuka sat alone on the bench, thinking about how he always said exactly what she wanted to hear. She held the towel to her face and thought about how she had realized how wonderful it was to like someone ever since she met him, admitting her heart was completely captivated. While holding the towel close, she began to sniff it, feeling both overwhelmed and unworthy of having such strong feelings for someone so kind and amazing. Blushing deeply and breathing heavily, she squatted on the bench while tightly clutching the towel over her mouth, her heart pounding with excitement. She buried her face in her knees with a small whimper, sniffing the towel once more and quietly whispering an apology to him for her secret behavior. Yuka internally scolded herself as a bad girl. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the boys' bar, where a coworker called out to Masato in his suit, letting him know he had a request from a customer, to which Masato quickly replied that he was on it. Masato slid onto the sofa next to the customer and greeted her with a polite good evening. He smiled and noted that she had returned, addressing her as Sarah-san. She looked away nervously as the narrative noted he was off to yet another woman. The scene focused on the bustling street outside the boys' bar called Festa. Inside the bar, the hosts showered the female customers with heavy praise, calling them amazing and cool. Masato watched the lively, flirty atmosphere of the bar from a distance, quietly agreeing as customers were welcomed and served. He internally admitted that he could not get used to the flirty environment at all. He felt it was painful to see his senior coworker act so cutesy with customers, reflecting on how working at Festa was the exact condition Eika had set to support his living expenses. While carrying a tray of drinks, he noted that although everyone was nice and the job was not too difficult, he simply could not adapt to the flirty atmosphere and the blatant flattery. He reminded himself that since he was underage, he was not allowed to drink with the customers anyway. Suddenly, a female customer grabbed his jacket from behind and invited him to sit and have a drink with her. Masato politely apologized and explained that he could not drink, which disappointed the customer. Before she could complain, Masato's co-worker, Kazuto, quickly stepped in, teasingly asking her if she preferred younger guys and offering himself as her companion instead. Masato let out a sigh of relief and internally thanked his co-worker as the customer happily embraced Kazuto. Masato walked back to the counter, reflecting on how he barely received any customer requests because his only skills were faking a smile and listening to people talk. As he stood at the counter, another co-worker called him over and informed him that he actually had a request waiting at table 3. Masato was surprised to hear that he had a request, but his co-worker clarified that it was his usual customer. As his co-worker encouraged him to go take care of his regular, Masato immediately realized there was only one person who fit that description. Masato walked toward the designated booth where his customer was waiting, navigating through the lively boys' bar. He entered the partitioned booth and greeted the customer with a pleasant expression. Sliding next to her on the sofa, Masato politely offered a good evening to her. He addressed her as Sarah-san while she sat beside him, looking slightly flustered and tense in her plaid suit. Masato warmly noted that she had come to see him again. Sarah-san defensively claimed that she simply happened to have some free time, though Masato playfully pointed out that she had used the exact same excuse the previous week. Sarah-san took a sip of her drink and noted that it must be tough for him to deal with the rowdy customers at the other tables. Masato sheepishly asked if she had witnessed the chaotic scene, internally reflecting that Mochizuki Sarah was a rather unique older woman for consistently requesting someone as boring as him. Sarah-san agreed with his sentiment, while Masato confessed that working at a boys' bar without being allowed to drink alcohol was ironic. He blamed himself for being a wet blanket, arguing that everyone came to the bar to have a good time and drink, while he was unable to join in or even get drunk. Sarah-san frantically stammered that she did not care about that at all, insisting she did not visit the bar just to find a drinking partner. She proudly declared that she was actually the perfect match for him and jokingly told him he should be grateful. Masato laughed gently and agreed that her claim might be true. He warmly thanked her and stated that she really was the perfect companion for him, leaving Sarah-san wide-eyed and flustered. He internally reflected that although Sarah-san was difficult to read, she was a kind person. Meanwhile, Sarah-san trembled in embarrassment and squealed his name. Sarah-san's co-worker, Miki-san, suddenly leaned in and teased them loudly, declaring that Sarah-san was head over heels for Masato and urging him to give her some extra attention, which prompted Sarah-san to shout at her coworker in embarrassment. Sarah-san quickly turned away and warned Masato not to get the wrong idea. She insisted that she had only come along today because her coworker had dragged her there, leaving her with no choice. She pointed directly at him and claimed that she had only requested him because talking to him was the least terrible option available. Masato simply smiled and replied that even if that was the case, it still made him happy. Masato poured a drink for her and admitted that, while listening was really all he was capable of doing, he enjoyed hearing her stories. Sarah-san skeptically asked if he said sweet things like that to all of his customers, but he quickly denied it. He handed the glass to her and explained that she was the only unique customer who would ever bother to request someone like him. Sarah-san stammered before taking a sip of her drink and accepting his response. She jokingly agreed that she was likely the only customer weird enough to request a host who did not even drink alcohol. Watching her drink happily, Masato smiled and thought about how nice it was to see her enjoying herself. He recalled that she had looked unwell and troubled during her very first visit, which had made him worry about her. He realized that remembering her sad state back then made him feel even more strongly about wanting her to be happy, deciding that as long as she enjoyed herself, even slightly now, he was content. Masato smiled, believing that anyone would want to see a beautiful woman full of life. Sarah-san suddenly remembered something she wanted to show him from a few days ago, catching his attention as they sat under the glowing chandelier of the quiet booth. Masato pulled out his phone and showed her a photo, explaining that he had found an adorable cat behind the shop and could not resist taking a picture. Sarah-san leaned in close to look at the screen, calling the cat cute, but she internally gazed at his bright smile and thought about how he was her true angel who made her so happy just by being there. 1 month ago, Sarah-san was desperately pushing herself at her office job, telling herself that she could keep going when a colleague suddenly called out her name. In her flashback to her office job, Sarah-san's supervisor confronted her with a document demanding to know why she had not included the company name as instructed. Sarah-san explained that she had asked earlier, and the manager had stated it was unnecessary, which only irritated the supervisor. The supervisor dismissed her explanation, claiming she had never said that, and accusing Sarah-san of mishearing. Nearby co-workers whispered in annoyance, expressing their frustration with her. The supervisor snickered and maliciously remarked that it was no wonder men always ran away from her. Sarah-san clenched her teeth and trembled in intense humiliation at the cruel insult. Her co-workers openly gossiped about her getting dumped a month after starting her job, whispering that the guy had never even believed they were dating in the first place. Overhearing them, Sarah-san stared blankly at her desk and internally wished she could just die. She recalled her first college boyfriend who had left her completely shattered after only 2 months. When she had taken their relationship seriously, he had casually laughed it off, explaining that he already had 2 other girlfriends anyway. Lying face down on her bed and sobbing, Sarah-san had cursed her own stupidity rather than directing her anger at him. She had wondered why she was so desperate to be with someone like that, questioning if she had simply been jealous of everyone else having boyfriends. Calling herself an idiot, she had wondered if she had foolishly believed any guy would do. She had slammed her fists into her pillow in complete frustration, screaming at her own foolishness. Ever since that devastating heartbreak, she had remained completely alone, spending her nights drinking and crying herself to sleep. Her life had devolved into a mundane cycle of sleeping, waking up, and working late at her computer. She looked at happy couples posting on social media and realized she had become so numb that she did not even feel jealous anymore. Sarah-san had resigned herself to a lifeless existence, fully believing she would remain entirely alone in the past, present, and far into the future. She had walked home in the dark, hollowly questioning if she even had a single reason to keep living. Her coworker Miki-san had suddenly invited her to join a group outing to a boys' bar she always visited. When Sarah-san reacted with confusion, her coworker enthusiastically insisted that being around handsome guys was great for her health, leaving Sarah-san to let out a tired sigh. Although Sarah-san honestly just wanted to go home and sleep, she felt indebted because her coworker had been so helpful to her. Her coworker gently pointed out that she had not been looking well lately, showing genuine concern. Her coworker explained that she had only suggested the outing in hopes of making Sarah-san feel a little better. Touched by her coworker's sweet intentions, Sarah-san relented and agreed to go along, which left her coworker absolutely thrilled. Her coworker joyfully embraced her and declared that she was certain Sarah-san would love the bar. Sarah-san quietly hoped to herself that she would actually be able to enjoy it. Standing outside the boys' bar, Sarah-san admitted to herself that she had never been to such a place and knew she was a boring person, but she did not want to ruin her coworker's thoughtful gesture. As they entered, she resolved to just make some casual small talk and head home early when a handsome host named Kazuto warmly welcomed them. Sarah-san froze in sheer shock when her coworker instantly transformed into a cutesy love-struck fan, clasping her hands and squealing that she had come back to see Yusei. Sarah-san could hardly believe her ears, completely horrified that her respected coworker could make such cutesy sounds. When the host asked who they were requesting tonight, her coworker flirtatiously played coy before declaring her absolute devotion to Yusei. Shivering in second-hand embarrassment, Sarah-san thought to herself that she would have preferred to never witness the cutesy side of the senior colleague she respected. She watched her coworker walk off with the host, wishing she could have avoided the entire situation. A group of handsome hosts suddenly entered the booth and politely greeted them as miladies. Sarah-san stared at them with wide eyes, feeling completely taken aback and flustered by their arrival. Looking at the hosts, she acknowledged that they were all truly handsome and wondered if the experience might actually lift her mood. Her cynical thoughts quickly returned, and she worried that these hosts were secretly laughing at them on the inside for being pathetic women who had to pay money just to talk to men. She immediately felt guilty and scolded herself for being a terrible person, recognizing that even if her assumptions were true, the hosts were still smiling and talking to them without showing any annoyance or doing anything wrong. She sighed, feeling hopeless about her constant negative thinking, and wished she could just go home. Although she knew Miki-san had selected a host for her, she doubted she would actually enjoy herself regardless of who showed up. Sipping her drink, she decided she would just make a bit of small talk and leave, reminding herself that she needed to catch up on housework the following day. While she was daydreaming about sleeping in until noon, a gentle voice suddenly called out to address her. Masato bowed politely and introduced himself, expressing his genuine pleasure at meeting her. Sarah-san stared at him in utter shock, internally wondering if she was looking at a real angel. Masato smiled warmly and gently asked for her name. After a moment of surprise, she introduced herself as Sarah, prompting Masato to happily repeat her name and reiterate his pleasure at meeting her. Looking at his innocent face, Sarah-san realized there were actually guys like him in the world, feeling a sudden protective instinct toward him. Masato then broke the silence by kindly asking if she had come to the bar straight after work. She confirmed that she did and added that she had the following day off, which Masato enthusiastically called great, agreeing that having a day off to look forward to was always wonderful. Masato excitedly noted that Friday nights always felt incredibly exciting for that exact reason. Sarah-san listened closely as they settled into a comfortable conversation. Sarah-san let out a soft laugh and agreed, which surprised Masato. She realized with surprise that she had actually smiled, admitting that her mood was completely caught off guard because he was so different from what she had expected. Just as Masato asked about her plans for her day off, she casually admitted that she had recently gotten into gaming, but she immediately panicked, internally worrying that discussing video games right away made her seem too nerdy and that he would find her boring. To her relief, Masato's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly asked what kinds of games she played. When she mentioned role-playing and city-building games, Masato enthusiastically pumped his fist and declared that he loved role-playing games too. Masato eagerly asked for her recommendations, looking genuinely happy to talk to her. Although Sarah-san briefly wondered if he was just acting or secretly making fun of her, she noted that his eyes were sparkling with genuine enjoyment. Resolving to stop overthinking and just enjoy the moment, she grabbed her glass and took a deep drink, while Masato watched her with a look of surprise. Sarah-san slammed her glass on the table in frustration, venting about how her boss had humiliated her by announcing her breakup to the entire office. Masato agreed that her boss's actions were awful, while Sarah-san suddenly wondered why she was even bringing this up, unable to remember how many drinks she had consumed, and internally calling herself the real idiot. She tearfully confessed that she had believed her former boyfriend wanted a genuine relationship and blamed herself for getting carried away. Masato gently pointed out that her ex-boyfriend had been the one to ask her out in the first place. Sarah-san quietly insisted that she still should have recognized the red flags sooner, remembering the moment the guy had first asked her to go out with him. She recalled how happy and innocent she had been back, then lamenting what a fool she had been. She admitted that she had been too overjoyed by her first confession to see anything clearly, while Masato frowned in anger, declaring the guy's behavior to be terrible. When Sarah-san collapsed face down on the sofa in despair, Masato leaned in closely and firmly reassured her that she had done nothing wrong. Sarah-san looked up at him in a daze, quietly muttering that this was simply how things always went for women in their society. Masato looked at her with a serious expression and stated that women did not even get to have a choice, firmly declaring that he simply could not accept such an unfair reality. He questioned if having fewer men in the world truly made them superior, expressing his deep hatred for guys who acted arrogant because of the demographic imbalance. Sarah-san stared at him, internally wondering why he was getting so angry on her behalf. He noted that men in this world could easily just sit back and receive effortless attention from women without ever having to work for it. Sarah-san stared at him in awe, recognizing that none of the men she had ever known would ever say something so thoughtful. Masato looked directly at her with a sweet, blushing smile and gently stated that if it were him, he would want to date someone like her. Sarah-san's eyes went wide as her face flushed bright red in sheer shock at his unexpected words. He sheepishly added that she was beautiful and kind, arguing that any guy would naturally fall for her and that her ex-boyfriend simply had not known what he had. Sarah-san felt a sudden shift in her heart, realizing that something inside her had snapped. Ever since meeting him, Sarah-san's entire world had become bright to the point where her office job no longer felt like a burden. She dedicated all her free time to self-improvement and earning money solely to spend it on Masato, wanting to become someone worthy of her beloved angel. She stared dreamily at a photograph of Masato, quietly repeating his name over and over in her mind. Lying comfortably in her bed at home, she clutched her phone close to her cheek and smiled warmly as she thought of him. Pressing her phone against her face, she silently confessed to herself that she could no longer even imagine her life without him. Back in the present at the bar, Miki-san suddenly called out to Sarah-san to announce they were leaving, teasingly asking how long she planned on flirting. Sarah-san frantically denied that they were flirting, though she internally admitted that she wished they were, before glaring at Masato and mentally calling him a lanky little guy. She trembled as Masato looked back at her with an innocent and gentle expression. She internally scolded herself for trying to find a flaw by calling him lanky, acknowledging that he was actually well-proportioned and cool from every single angle. Sarah-san covered her face in deep embarrassment, frantically clarifying to Masato that she had not meant to make fun of him and had simply gotten embarrassed. Looking up tearfully, she apologized for being a pathetic adult, but Masato gently reassured her that he understood. He jokingly conceded that he was lanky and offered his hand to help her stand. As she got up, Masato flashed her a warm smile and kindly invited her to visit the bar again. Sarah-san gripped his hand tightly, internally confessing that she liked him. As they walked hand in hand behind Miki-san, Sarah-san thought about how much she liked him. She internally acknowledged her own selfishness, knowing that as a host he had to entertain anyone who requested him, but she admitted she hated the thought of him sitting next to other women, suddenly whispering to him that he was not allowed to. Clinging tightly to his suit jacket, she pleaded with him not to smile at anyone else or accept requests from any other customers. Masato gently held her hand back and quietly told her that it was okay. He pointed out that he only worked on Fridays, noting that she requested him every single Friday anyway. He smiled warmly and teased her, calling her rules slightly unfair. Sarah-san blushed and thought to herself that if he said things like that, she would have no choice but to visit every week. As they prepared to leave, and the bar staff thanked them for coming, she admitted that Fridays alone were no longer enough, and that she wanted to spend more time with him. Suddenly, Miki-san lunged forward and grabbed Sarah-san from behind, teasingly demanding to know what they had been flirting about. Sarah-san blushed furiously and asked if she had been watching, as Miki-san smugly accused her of taking advantage of the moment while she was busy paying the bill. Sarah-san screamed in horror as her coworker began mimicking her cutesy plea with puppy eyes. She frantically demanded that her coworker forget everything she had just witnessed, while Miki-san simply laughed. Miki-san joyfully cheered about witnessing such an amusing scene and suggested they hit another spot. Walking behind her, Sarah-san sulked and thought to herself that she could no longer even laugh at her coworker's earlier dramatics. She smiled softly, admitting that her life had actually started to feel a bit fun lately. She acknowledged that while a massive part of her happiness was due to Masato, she was grateful for other reasons too. She looked at Miki-san and realized her newfound happiness was also thanks to her thoughtful and caring coworker. Later at the train station, her coworker bid her farewell and said she would see her on Monday, to which Sarah-san politely replied for her to take care. As she waved goodbye, she reflected on how they had gotten so carried away that they had stayed out past midnight. She suddenly checked her phone in a panic, realizing the last train had already left. She froze in shock as her eyes went wide at the realization. Walking down the street in his casual clothes, Masato suddenly stopped and turned around when he heard someone softly calling his name. A few paces behind him, Sarah-san stopped in her tracks, standing still in her high heels. She stared at his back as he walked, repeatedly telling herself that she should not follow him. Although she recognized that her behavior was crossing a line and was a crime, she could not bring herself to walk away, standing under the streetlight as Masato stared back at her in silence. Masato continued walking home, but he suddenly turned around with a puzzled expression, sensing that someone might be trailing behind him. Sarah-san quickly hid behind a nearby wall, clutching her bag and breathing heavily as her heart pounded in panic, frantically wondering if he had just spotted her. Seeing no one, Masato quietly shrugged it off and kept walking. Sarah-san let out a long sigh of relief, adjusting her collar as she tried to calm her nerves. She slowly slid down the wall to sit on the ground, sighing in deep self-loathing. She admitted to herself that she had always known she was a flawed person, but she was truly disgusted with herself for going this far. She stood in front of his apartment door and looked at the nameplate, noting that his surname was Katasato. She pulled out her phone and began typing his name and address into her notes, stubbornly telling herself that she would not actually use the information for anything. Staring intensely at her glowing screen, she admitted she did not understand her own actions or why she was writing his details down, insisting that she would never actually send him anything. Standing right outside his door, she heard the rush of his shower running inside. Even in this compromising situation, she could not help but let out a quiet, nervous laugh. She recalled his warm words from earlier when he had smiled and told her that she was the perfect match for him. She remembered how gently he had looked at her, recalling his sweet comment about how she was a kind person despite being hard to read. With tears in her eyes and a flushed face, she internally confessed to Masato that she had completely broken. She slumped against the wall in the corridor, listening to the shower and contemplating her overwhelming feelings. Holding up her phone to record the sound of his shower, she acknowledged that her obsession could no longer be stopped. Elsewhere, a short-haired girl in a school uniform turned around and politely replied to someone as they walked past. Resting her chin in her hands, she put on a determined expression and resolved to take action. Back at Masato's apartment, Eika called out to him to announce that a package from the foster care facility had arrived. Masato thanked her warmly as he opened the box to find his old clothes and personal belongings inside. As he looked through the items, Eika watched him from behind. Masato noted that while many things were exactly the same as what he had owned in his original world, there were also several completely unfamiliar items reflecting on how he had lived in a foster care facility in his previous life as well. He realized that the alternate version of Katasato Masato in this world had also grown up in a foster care facility, leading him to wonder if the two of them had somehow switched places entirely. Eika stood with her arms crossed calmly, stating that she had already decided to take care of him no matter what kind of past he carried. She added that if he ever wanted to return to the facility, he should make sure to tell her. Looking down at his belongings, Masato quickly replied that there was no way he would want to leave, expressing his sincere gratitude to her. Masato smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up, promising that he would make sure to repay her once he graduated, telling her to look forward to it. Eika smiled back warmly at his enthusiastic declaration. She gently patted his head, telling him to just enjoy his campus life for now and think about the rest when the time came. Feeling her warm touch, Masato wondered if having parents would have felt like this. As Eika bid him farewell and left, Masato internally hoped that his alternate self in his previous world had also met someone as kind as her. He suddenly checked the wall clock and panicked, realizing how late it had already become. The scene shifted to a busy city street on a bright afternoon. Kumi performed a final check of her appearance, feeling confident after spending the entire week being thorough with her skincare and massages. She looked down at her stylish outfit, proudly believing she had created the cutest version of herself in her entire history. Suddenly, someone called her name, causing her to gasp in surprise as she stood on the stairs, reminding herself of the importance of today. Masato walked up to her and asked if he had startled her, which marked the beginning of their movie date. Kumi nervously insisted she was fine, internally dazzled by his bright smile as always, and blushed deeply when he complimented her on having so many cute clothes. Masato casually added that he always thought she looked cute, admitting that he barely had any nice clothes himself. Kumi walked alongside him in a daze, her mind completely stuck on his sweet compliment. Overwhelmed that he always found her cute, she eagerly suggested that they go look at some clothes, since they had time before the movie. When she worriedly asked if that would be a bother to him, Masato quickly reassured her that it was not at all. Masato smiled and happily accepted her offer, playfully asking her to pick out some cool clothes for him as his teacher. Kumi gasped in excitement at his request. Kumi confidently told him to leave it to her, internally vowing that she would definitely make him look even cooler. Later, they arrived at the movie theater and headed toward their designated auditorium. Masato laughed and noted that they had certainly bought a lot of clothes, while Kumi bowed in apology for getting too carried away. She recalled how wonderful he had looked in everything she picked out, while Masato warmly thanked her and insisted she had been a huge help. Masato remarked that he probably would not need to buy clothes again for a long time, while Kumi secretly rejoiced, admitting to herself that she simply could not resist the chance to dress him up just how she liked. As they took their seats, they noticed the theater was surprisingly empty, which Masato guessed was probably because it was a weekday. Masato admitted that he had not watched many romance movies before and expressed his excitement for the film. As the previews began to roll, Kumi stared at him with a deep blush, realizing with a racing heart that they were practically all alone together in the dark. As Masato watched the screen, she silently asked him if he knew the real reason why she had chosen to watch a romance movie with him. In the movie, a woman kissed a man confessing that she had been hoping he would start to notice her even just a little. Masato watched the scene intently while Kumi looked at him sideways with a gentle smile. Kumi stared down at the armrest, separating their seats, feeling highly nervous as she blushed deeply. Staring at Masato's hand resting on the armrest, she wondered what kind of face he would make if she simply reached out and held it right now. She clenched her skirt in hesitation, wondering if he would ever forgive her for crossing such a line. She looked down, her face flushed red with anxiety as she struggled to make a decision. She slowly hovered her hand directly over his on the armrest, wondering if she could just blame it on the heat of the moment. Suddenly, Kumi pulled her hand back and clasped her hands tightly against her chest, internally admitting that she was simply too scared. She worried that if he pulled away, she would be too devastated to even get up from her seat, but she kept staring at his hand. Watching the romantic movie embrace, she decided she wanted to feel his warmth, even if it was just for a fleeting moment, slowly sliding her hand onto his. Her hand finally made contact with his, resting gently against his skin. Overwhelmed by his warmth, she felt her heart thump loudly, unable to hear anything over the sound of her own racing heartbeat as Masato looked back at her. Sitting side by side in the empty theater, they remained holding hands while Kumi silently hoped he would forgive her for this small indulgence. After the movie, Masato happily exclaimed that the film had been really good. Walking beside him, Kumi nervously agreed, though she internally confessed that she had barely been able to focus on the movie at all. Masato remarked that it was nice to watch a genre he did not usually view, while Kumi glanced at him and doubted that he was actually aware of her feelings. Masato leaned in with a bright smile and asked her to let him know if another good movie came out. Kumi let out a genuine, happy smile, her face flushing with joy. She enthusiastically agreed, suggesting they watch all kinds of movies together in the future. As they walked side by side, she silently wished that she could walk hand in hand with him someday soon. The next day at school, Kumi hugged herself with a dreamy smile, thinking about how blissful yesterday had been when her friend suddenly called out to her. Spotting her friend, Mizuho, waving from a cafeteria table, Kumi walked over and thanked her for saving a seat. Mizuho casually brushed off the thanks, but Kumi suddenly froze in surprise. Mizuho proudly announced that today was an extremely important day and that she was eating katsudon to ensure her victory, leaving Kumi to wonder what she was trying to win. When Kumi questioned if katsudon was a bit too heavy for lunch given the cafeteria's massive portions, Mizuho turned to her with a spark in her eye and prepared to declare her true intention. Mizuho joyfully made a heart shape with her hands and announced that she was going to win in love, causing Kumi to gasp in surprise. Kumi asked in shock if she was actually planning to confess, to which Mizuho confidently replied that she had a great chance this time because they talked so much. When Kumi asked if it was Kato from their badminton club, Mizuho happily confirmed it, pointing out that their eyes met all the time. Kumi reacted skeptically to her reasoning, which prompted Mizuho to defensively accuse her of mocking her just because Kumi was currently on a romantic roll. When Kumi sheepishly denied being on a roll, Mizuho pointed out her blushing grin, calling it completely unfair. Mizuho enthusiastically told her to just wait, suggesting they go on a double date once she succeeded. Kumi sweated nervously and warned her that making such plans before even dating was a massive death flag. Determined to take action, Mizuho suddenly stood up from the table and announced she was going to confess right now. When Kumi asked in panic if she was serious, Mizuho smugly declared that destiny does not wait. Kumi watched her go and worriedly wondered if she would actually be okay. She recalled how Mizuho had been confessed to and rejected countless times since high school, always immediately bouncing back with high spirits. Despite Mizuho's optimism, Kumi felt an uneasy premonition about Kato, finding him friendly but off-putting. She decided she would go take a quick look to check on them. She walked down the school corridor and peeked through a classroom door window, but they were not inside. Checking her phone, she decided to move on and check the next classroom. Suddenly, Kumi stopped in her tracks and looked back when she overheard a harsh voice nearby. Peeking around a corner, she listened as a male voice coldly explained that he was only reluctantly talking to her because someone named Satsuki had instructed him to socialize with the first years. Kato looked down at Mizuho and harshly asked if she had mistaken his basic goodwill. Mizuho stood trembling with her head bowed, quietly apologizing through her tears. Overhearing his cruel words, Kumi froze in utter disbelief and anger. Kato coldly warned Mizuho not to speak of this to anyone else, and told her never to bother him again, calling the confession a waste of time. Listening from her hiding spot, Kumi clawed her fingers against the wall in intense fury, vowing that she would never forgive him. Kumi's mind was consumed with rage, calling Kato a disgusting and lowly human being for daring to hurt her best friend, repeatedly declaring to herself that she would never forgive him. She breathed heavily in frustration, deeply regretting that she had not recorded his abusive words. She lamented that she could have used a recording to expose his true nature when a voice suddenly called out to warn her that eavesdropping was not nice. Kumi looked up in surprise to see Mizuho peeking around the wall at her, prompting Kumi to softly call her name. Mizuho dramatically sighed with her arms behind her head, lamenting that she had truly believed she had a chance this time. She dramatically faked crying, joking that it was a splendid one-hit knockout that left her at 0 health points, before wrapping her arm around Kumi's shoulder as they continued walking down the hallway. Mizuho forced a laugh and remarked that things simply never went smoothly while Kumi watched her in silent, heavy-hearted concern. Mizuho lightly patted Kumi and teasingly asked her to hold off on planning their double date a little longer. Kumi nodded weakly before holding Mizuho close, reassuring her that she would absolutely find someone much better than Kato. Mizuho smiled softly and gently pushed Kumi along, reminding her that third period was about to start and urging her to get going. Kumi hesitated, reluctant to leave her side. Mizuho cheerfully waved and announced that she was going to cool off outside, teasing Kumi not to keep her guy waiting. Kumi looked back and realized that Mizuho was obviously just forcing herself to act happy to keep from ruining Kumi's day. Watching Mizuho wave cheerfully from a distance, Kumi felt a deep ache in her heart, desperately wanting her friend to be happy. She admired how Mizuho was always so positive and observant, putting others first and thinking of Kumi's feelings even when she herself was completely devastated. The scene shifted to the interior of the lecture hall as the next class began. Kumi stood at the classroom entrance feeling completely downcast and exhausted. She stopped when she spotted Masato waving her over to the seat he had saved, and her heart warmed as she thought about how much she liked him. As she sat down next to him, Kumi thanked him for saving the seat while Masato handed her today's lecture handout. Masato smiled warmly and insisted it was no problem, explaining that he wanted to return the favor since she was normally the one saving seats for him. Gaze fixed on him, she thought of Masato as a pure angel containing all the goodness of the world, believing that he was completely flawless. In stark contrast, her mind flashed back to Kato, whom she mentally labeled as a piece of trash from the absolute filthiest corners. Her thoughts spiraled back into dark fury as she clenched her hands, demanding to know how garbage like Kato could ever believe he had the right to hurt Mizuho, repeatedly vowing that she would never forgive him. Masato suddenly called her name, snapping her out of her dark thoughts. He looked at her with genuine concern and asked if something had happened, noting that she looked a little down. After a brief hesitation, she prepared to confide in him. Hearing what had happened, Masato reacted with genuine anger, calling Kato's behavior completely unacceptable. Kumi explained that, because Mizuho was so kind, she probably would not do anything to expose him, admitting that, while she personally desperately wanted to speak up, she did not know what to do. She lamented that everyone at school was completely deceived by Kato's friendly and charming facade. She acknowledged that even if they tried to expose the truth, people would naturally choose to believe the popular upperclassmen over them. She clenched her fist in deep frustration, admitting she felt completely helpless and unable to do anything to support her best friend. Looking down dejectedly, she muttered that, although they could never forgive him, they seemed to have no options at this point. Masato smiled gently and crossed his arms, suggesting that the best revenge they could take was simply to ensure they ended up happier than him. He determinedly added that they should eventually show him that they had found someone far better than a nobody like him. Kumi's clenched fist slowly relaxed as his encouraging words sank in, and she quietly agreed with his perspective. Kumi sat up straight with a peaceful smile, feeling deeply comforted by his presence and silently reiterating her desire for Mizuho to be happy. Sitting beside her, Masato watched her with a gentle, reassuring smile. Masato gently noted that Mizuho was clearly very important to Kumi, prompting a soft, thoughtful smile from her. She remembered how they had always walked together, sharing laughter and relying on each other. In her memory, Mizuho flashed her a bright, carefree smile and happily agreed. Back in the corridor, Kumi watched Mizuho walk away with a slight wobble, silently thinking that she was her most important best friend. Suddenly, as Mizuho rounded the corner, she was bumped into by someone walking in the opposite direction. Mizuho stumbled and fell to the ground while the other woman coldly yelled at her to watch where she was walking. Sitting on the floor, Mizuho let out quiet tears, devastated by the hostile encounter. As Mizuho wept on the floor, a man's shoes suddenly stepped into view next to her. The footsteps stopped directly in front of her. The man kindly bent down and asked if she was okay. Mizuho looked up in a daze while Kumi internally hoped with all her heart that her friend would find someone she could love, unaware of how fate was playing with them. Mizuho believed that love was something wonderful and fun. She wanted to fall in love, wanting to know what that sparkling feeling felt like. Because music, books, and everything around her claimed that love was beautiful, she had always held onto that dream, though she had recently begun to question it. She wondered what love even was in the first place, questioning what it actually meant to like someone. She reflected that finding someone cool or handsome like a television idol was different from actually liking them. She noted that she had never once desired to be girlfriends with any of the handsome guys she encountered, admitting that she had never experienced the heart-racing long-term romance she had always dreamed of. After hearing others claim that remaining single for too long was embarrassing, and that everyone eventually made compromises to find a partner, she had assumed she needed to do the same. Believing that she would never get a chance unless she took the initiative, and that she should just be grateful to anyone who agreed to date her, she had resolved to keep pushing forward and pursuing a relationship. Mizuho recalled the harsh confrontation, remembering the moment Kato had coldly asked if she was being serious. She remembered him asking why he had to go through something so annoying. She stood alone in the school hallway and let out a tired sigh, trying to collect herself before walking away while Kumi quietly watched her from around the corner. Watching Mizuho walk away, Kumi realized that she was not even angry because a part of her understood her friend's true feelings. She knew that Mizuho had simply wanted a boyfriend and did not actually have deep feelings for Kato in the first place. Mizuho walked down the street, admitting to herself that she was partly to blame for how things turned out. She tried to lift her spirits by thinking about how jealous she was of Kumi, playfully imagining dropping by next time to stir things up between Kumi and her guy. She stretched her arms and determinedly told herself it was time to switch gears and find a new guy, but Kato's cruel words suddenly echoed in her mind. Her smile vanished, and she froze, finding herself unable to make a sound as she remembered him telling her to know her place. Her body suddenly went weak, and she leaned heavily against the wall as she gasped in distress, wondering why she was reacting so strongly. Her knees buckled completely, and she slid all the way down to sit on the floor, letting out low groans of pain. Curled up in the corner of the empty corridor, she buried her face in her knees and cried uncontrollably. Later, she leaned her head against a glass window, forcing a self-deprecating laugh as she tried to blame her pale face and nausea on motion sickness from the train. She looked down in distress, calling herself pathetic and wondering if she had always been this weak. She worried about what would happen if anyone she knew saw her in such a miserable state. She stumbled unsteadily down the street, wondering if a nearby store sold any motion sickness medicine to help her. As crowds of people walked past her without a second glance, she reassured herself that no one was paying attention to someone like her. She internally questioned what she was doing, feeling foolish for getting so deeply hurt over a simple rejection. She forced a self-deprecating smile, muttering that her mental strength was seriously lacking if a few harsh words could tear her down like this, while the memory of Kato's mocking face lingered in her mind. Distracted by her thoughts, she suddenly bumped into someone and gasped in surprise. The person walked away in a huff, leaving Mizuho to stumble back and rub her teary eyes as she tried to regain her balance. She tumbled to the ground with a cry of pain as the other person harshly yelled at her to watch where she was walking. Mizuho looked down in confusion, muttering that it hurt. Her vision suddenly became completely blurry, making it difficult to see ahead. Covering her eye in a panic, she realized with horror that her contact lenses must have fallen out during the fall. Completely unable to see without them, Mizuho dropped to her hands and knees in the middle of the busy sidewalk, frantically searching the ground and apologizing to the passing pedestrians as she explained her contacts had fallen out. She continued to crawl along the pavement, repeatedly bowing her head and sobbing apologies as she searched. Passers-by looked down at her with cold indifference and silently walked past, leaving her entirely alone on the ground. She felt very pathetic crawling on the ground like this, thinking that her miserable state reflected her true self accurately, and she internally wished she could just disappear. Believing it was the worst day of her life, she began to cry when a gentle voice suddenly asked if she was okay. Mizuho looked up with tear-filled eyes to see Masato looking down at her in his neat suit. Masato crouched down with a concerned expression to help her. Masato offered to help her find her contact lenses, prompting a confused sound from her. Mizuho thanked him softly and apologized for the trouble, unable to see his face clearly, but wondering who this kind person was. Watching him use his phone light to search the pavement, she felt as if a hero had come to rescue her. She suddenly turned her face away, desperately wanting to hide her tear-stained, messy face from him. She covered her mouth as her heart began to beat wildly, deeply moved that someone would show such kindness to a pathetic girl like her, completely drowning out the surrounding city noise with her own loud heartbeat. She found it very strange that, although her surroundings had felt unbearable just a moment ago, everything now seemed different. Their hands hovered close to each other as they continued to search the ground. She felt as if the world had faded away, leaving only the two of them alone on the street. Standing a short distance away, Saracen watched the scene in silence. Suddenly, Masato happily announced that he had found the missing contact lens. He let out a sigh of relief and gently placed the lens onto a clean handkerchief, handing it over to her. He smiled and handed her the handkerchief, gently advising her to be more careful in the future. She accepted the item with a soft gasp and warmly thanked him, deeply touched by how polite and gentle he was. She stared at the lens on the fabric, thinking it felt like he had gifted her a piece of jewelry, before laughing at her own silly thoughts. When Masato offered to keep searching for the other one, she quickly clarified that only one of her lenses had actually fallen out. Mizuho instantly froze in horror as she realized that since only one lens had fallen out, she easily could have managed on her own. She covered her face in intense mortification, internally screaming about how she had caused an unnecessary scene over nothing, while Masato let out a sound of understanding. Instead of being annoyed, Masato laughed happily and expressed his genuine relief that everything was all right. When he kindly offered to escort her to a place with a mirror to put her lens back in, Mizuho frantically insisted she was fine, determined not to trouble him any further. She stared at him, overwhelmed by how kind he was, as he bid her to be careful. Masato waved goodbye and told her not to worry about returning the handkerchief, leaving Mizuho standing alone with her heart pounding quickly. She internally begged him not to leave, realizing she had not even been able to ask for his name yet. Mizuho watched him walk away, feeling deeply ashamed of her messy appearance. She thought to herself that crawling on the ground looking miserable represented her true state, wishing she could just disappear. Passers-by continued to walk past her, generating a quiet rustling of footsteps. She clutched his handkerchief tightly to her chest, whispering to herself that she was very stupid. Kneeling on the pavement, she scolded herself, repeatedly regretting that she had not at least asked for his name. She stared down, thinking that she could have used returning the handkerchief as an excuse to see him again. With her heart still pounding loudly, she felt an overwhelming thumping in her chest. Recalling his sparkling smile, she wondered if this was actually what it felt like to fall in love. She buried her face in his handkerchief, her heart thumping loudly as tears welled in her eyes. While sitting curled up on the sidewalk, she suddenly noticed a pen lying on the ground in front of her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the boys' bar festa, where lively chatter and laughter echoed from inside. Masato rushed into the bar carrying boxes of toilet paper, apologizing for being late. His coworker welcomed him back and thanked him for fetching the supplies, while another host expressed surprise at his presence, prompting Masato to explain that he had come to help out because they were short-staffed. Kazuto suddenly noticed Masato's hair and asked what was wrong with it, to which Masato reacted with surprise. Another coworker, Yusuke, proudly jumped onto Masato's back and declared that he was the one who had styled Masato's hair, which the others immediately recognized as his typical doing. Yusuke grinned and explained that he had simply thought the hairstyle would look good on him. Masato internally reflected that Yusuke was the senior colleague who had helped him out a lot when he first started working at the bar. When a coworker noticed a small cut on Yusuke's face and asked if he had gotten hurt, Yusuke casually joked that his girlfriend had stabbed him. As the others laughed, Masato thought to himself that although Yusuke was flashy, his mindset was actually the closest to the people in his original world. Masato respected Yusuke because he was never arrogant toward women. When Masato asked if he was not supposed to be busy, Yusuke suddenly remembered his duties and ordered the others to get back to work while Masato headed off to restock the toilet paper. While restocking the restroom supplies, Masato wondered if the girl he had helped earlier was doing okay. He mopped the floor, internally regretting that he had been forced to leave her in such a hurry. He recalled her tearful face, wondering if she had really been crying solely because she had lost her contact lenses. Once he finished cleaning the restroom, Masato ticked off the items on the cleaning checklist chart hanging on the wall. As he searched his pockets, he realized that his pen had gone missing. Before he could search for it, Yusuke popped his head through the door and urgently ordered him to get changed because he had received a customer request, taking Masato by surprise. Yusuke informed him that his regular customer had arrived, prompting Masato to ask if it was Sarah-san. As he adjusted his tie, Masato noted that it was rare for her to visit on a day other than Friday, wondering if she would have requested another host if he had not been working today. He worriedly realized he did not have enough time to fix his styled hair, anxiously wondering what Sarah-san would say. He imagined her looking unimpressed and calling it a failure, thinking that her rejection might actually hurt his feelings a bit. Checking the table numbers, Masato walked over to her booth. He smiled warmly as he greeted her by name, prompting Sarah-san to look up in surprise. Sarah-san sat silently with her head bowed and hands clasped together, looking deeply troubled. Masato noticed her somber mood and asked if something was wrong. When he happily commented on her coming to visit again, she quietly agreed. He wondered if she had experienced a bad day at work, resolving to do his best to cheer her up since it was his job. He smiled and admitted he was surprised to see her, reminding her that she had previously mentioned only coming on Fridays. Sarah-san explained that she had spotted him entering the shop from outside, prompting Masato to clarify that he had been out doing an errand. He apologized for his appearance, explaining that he was not scheduled to serve customers today and was wearing his backroom uniform. Masato awkwardly brought up his hair, explaining that his senior coworker had styled it for him and sheepishly asking if it looked bad. Sarah-san remained completely silent, her hand gripping her skirt as she stared down. Masato told her that while he did not know what had happened, she was welcome to vent and say whatever was on her mind. He smiled and told her that he really liked listening to her talk, while Sarah-san stared at him with teary eyes, thinking about how he was acting just as kind as always. She suddenly choked up and repeatedly apologized, taking Masato by surprise. Sobbing into her hands, she admitted to him that she had seen everything. She asked him if he had been with another girl earlier, recalling her observation of them. She described their encounter as a scene straight out of a novel, likening it to a prince and a princess meeting for the first time. She questioned her own identity, wondering who she was supposed to be in this story. Watching their fateful encounter from the sidelines, she wondered if she was just a background extra or a useless side character who hopelessly admired the prince and whom everyone simply wanted out of the way. She gripped her clothes in intense frustration, refusing to accept that reality. Her mind was consumed with denial, repeatedly screaming that she would not allow it to happen. Her face darkened with intense jealousy, declaring that she was the one who deserved to be by his side. She sobbed and covered her mouth in distress. Gaping at the memory of Mizuho's disheveled state, she desperately reasoned that since her rival was such a messy, dirty girl, she might still have a chance to win him back. She immediately felt disgusted with herself for harboring such thoughts, calling herself truly pathetic. She recognized that her jealousy of the heroine only proved she was a background character who belonged in the shadows. She looked up and tearfully apologized to Masato, confessing that she had ended up stalking him. Staring at her phone screen, she admitted she knew her behavior was criminal and had thought about deleting the recorded sound of his voice multiple times, but she simply could not bring herself to let it go. Her mind raced with obsessive questions, demanding to know who that girl was, what he had been doing with her, and why he would not tell her. She clutched her head in a fit of absolute despair, completely overwhelmed by her own obsessive thoughts. Sarah-san stuttered in emotional distress, but Masato gently touched her and reassured her that it was okay. Sitting next to her, he smiled warmly and insisted she was not in the wrong because he knew she was a very good person. He gently patted her head to comfort her. She bowed her head, tearfully smiling as she apologized to him once again. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed, repeatedly apologizing for stalking him, for seeing what happened earlier, and for harboring such ugly jealousy. She tearfully apologized for being unable to say anything to him earlier. She confessed that if he ended up hating her, she would truly want to die. Declaring herself to be the worst woman ever, she suddenly lunged forward and hugged him tightly around his waist. She clung to him on the sofa, burying her face in his chest, while Masato sat frozen in surprise, unsure of what to do with his hands. After a moment of hesitation, Masato slowly lowered his hand to comfort her. He gently wrapped his arms around her and held her close, reassuring her that everything was all right because he knew she was a kind person. She mentally blamed him for her state, thinking it was entirely his fault. She blamed him for making her fall so deeply and losing control of her emotions, even though she hated herself for shifting her own guilt onto him. She admitted that all she had left was a deep desire to claim him and ruin him, thinking she should apologize in advance as her hand gripped his shoulder. She smiled and silently apologized to him in her mind. She resolved that she would never let him go. Later at home, Mizuho looked at the gray handkerchief and the pen she had found, realizing that the pen likely belonged to him as well. Sitting on her bedroom floor and twirling the pen, she felt as if she had seen it somewhere before. She stopped to look closer at the engraved university name on the side, gasping in sudden shock. She realized with a racing heart that the pen was from her own university, causing her to wonder if they actually attended the same school. Overjoyed, she buried her face in her pillow and giggled happily to herself. Clutching the pen, she felt her heart pound with a sparkling feeling she had never experienced before, whispering to herself that she sincerely wanted to see him again. Sarah-san lay her head against his chest, thinking that her threads of destiny had finally begun to intertwine. Staring ahead through her glasses, Mizuho resolved that her own threads of destiny had finally started to move, heading in an unexpected direction. A few days had passed since Mizuho's harsh rejection. She suddenly turned to Kumi and happily declared that her recent meeting must have been a destined encounter of fate. Mizuho squealed that destiny truly existed, leaving Kumi to look on with a deadpan expression and internally beg to get all of her wasted worry back. Kumi recalled how crushed and miserable Mizuho had been immediately after the rejection. However, because a kind stranger had helped her find her contact lens on that very same day, Mizuho had spent every moment since then gushing about how he was her destined prince. Although Kumi found hearing the same story repeatedly to be exhausting, she smiled gently and felt glad for her friend. She realized that this was actually the first time Mizuho had found someone she might truly fall for. Mizuho admitted that, although she had claimed to have been in love many times since childhood, she was confident that this was the first time she had experienced genuine love. Mizuho leaned in and whispered something suggestive in her ear, only to immediately pull back, laughing, and claim she was just kidding, leaving Kumi highly flustered. Mizuho pointed the found pen at Kumi and excitedly asked for her help to track down her mystery savior, playfully addressing her as her sidekick. Kumi pointed out that while the pen was identical to the ones given to incoming freshmen, there were far too many male students at their university to narrow it down, especially since Mizuho could not even remember his face. Mizuho simply wagged her finger in disagreement. Mizuho patted Kumi's shoulder and proudly declared that giving up would mean the end of the game, leaving Kumi to wonder why she was the one getting scolded. Mizuho confidently insisted she would recognize him instantly upon seeing him, remembering that he had unique slicked-back hair. Clutching the handkerchief, Mizuho planned to return it to him, while Kumi flatly remarked that she was basically living in a fairy tale when Mizuho compared herself to a grateful crane returning to repay her savior. Suddenly, Kumi's phone buzzed with a message from Masato asking if she could join him for third period today, bringing a happy smile to her face. She sat quietly with her phone in her lap, glazing sideways as she blushed. She reflected on how she used to actively keep her friends away from Masato to prevent them from falling for him, but realized that with Mizuho currently obsessed with her own savior, she no longer had to worry about that. She admitted she had felt guilty that Masato had no other friends besides her, acknowledging that it was partly her own fault for being so overprotective. Snapping back to the present, she decided to speak up. She looked at Mizuho and gently asked if she would like to attend the next lecture together with her and Masato, which took Mizuho completely by surprise. Mizuho questioned her sudden change of heart, pointing out that Kumi had never allowed her to meet him before. Kumi smiled and reasoned that, since Mizuho had already found her own destined match, she no longer felt any need to be protective or worry about her getting too close to Masato. Kumi admitted that if Mizuho talked to Masato for even 30 seconds, she would totally fall for him. Mizuho teased that love could totally ruin a person, prompting Kumi to accuse her of making fun of her, though Mizuho cheerfully added that she was happy for her. Mizuho expressed her excitement to finally talk to Kumi's supposed boyfriend. Kumi poked her cheek and defensively reminded her that they were not dating, warning her not to say anything weird when they met. Mizuho playfully promised to act as Kumi's official promotional ambassador. Mizuho poked Kumi's chest and urged her to just go ahead and confess her feelings already. Kumi laughed and playfully told Mizuho to mind her own business. Masato received a message from Kumi asking if the three of them could go to class together, since her friend was also in that class, to which he agreed. Masato noted that Kumi was introducing him to her friend today. He felt happy about expanding his own circle of friends, but was even more relieved to see that Kumi had not been neglecting her own friendships. He reflected that since she was always looking after him, he had been worried she might have grown distant from her other friends just as he heard his name being called. Kumi waved and wished him a good morning. Masato approached, wondering if the girl sitting in front of her was her friend, which Kumi cheerfully confirmed. Kumi proudly introduced the girl as her best friend Tanasaki Mizuho. Masato stared at Mizuho and internally remarked that she was a different kind of cute compared to Kumi, jokingly wondering if there were only beautiful girls in this world before Kumi began to introduce him. Kumi presented Masato as her friend. Masato smiled brightly and greeted Mizuho, mentioning that he had heard a bit about her from Kumi. Mizuho simply stared at him in complete silence, prompting a confused reaction from Masato. Masato nervously wondered if he had messed up or acted too familiar. Suddenly, Mizuho snapped out of it and enthusiastically noted that he was Masato, apologizing for her pause and claiming she was just surprised because she had heard so much about him. Mizuho leaned in close to inspect his face and declared that he was definitely quite handsome, earning a warning call of her name from Kumi. Kumi grabbed Mizuho and reminded her of her earlier warning to behave, causing Mizuho to jokingly complain that she was being scary. Masato laughed nervously, noting that she was quite lively, before offering to introduce himself properly. Mizuho extended her hand with a bright smile and formally introduced herself again. Masato accepted the handshake and gave his own name, bowing slightly. As they shook hands, Masato quietly observed that her hands were very small. He internally noted that while Kumi was petite, Mizuho was even smaller, making him worry that she might break somehow. Later, as the three of them walked down the hall together, Masato admitted he would have been in trouble without Kumi's notes due to an unexpected pop quiz. Mizuho playfully praised Kumi for saving the day. Kumi suddenly realized she had left something in the classroom and told them to go on ahead. Masato offered to hold her bag and wait for her. Kumi thanked him and hurried back up the stairs. Masato asked Mizuho what she wanted to do, and Mizuho cheerfully confirmed she had no problem waiting. Mizuho enthusiastically praised Masato for being so kind, and they agreed to wait on a nearby bench. As they sat, Masato modestly stated that waiting for someone was just normal, but Mizuho insisted she had witnessed the deep kindness within his heart, calling him a true gentleman. Mizuho then called out to Masato to get his attention, and he hummed in response. Sliding closer to him, she dramatically announced that there was something she needed to tell him. She clasped her hands together and asked Masato to help her find her destined partner, taking him completely by surprise. Masato agreed to help but asked for the person's name. Mizuho playfully explained she could not go into detail, but believed her destined person was probably a first-year student at their university. Masato looked confused by her vague explanation. Mizuho then admitted with a playful wink that she did not actually know if he was a first year, nor did she know his department. Masato pointed out that her information was way too vague. Mizuho added that, as for characteristics, the person had slicked back hair and was about the same height as Masato. Masato pondered this, noting that slicked back hair was definitely rare. Mizuho bowed, dramatically begging him to use the boys' network, or whatever means necessary, to find him, playfully adding that Masato was Kumi's bee after all. Masato quickly denied the title while Mizuho suddenly realized she felt like she had heard his voice somewhere before when she saw him earlier. Masato hesitantly admitted that he would like to help if he could, but wondered if using the boys' network was too much to ask. Mizuho realized something was up. Masato awkwardly confessed that he did not actually have any friends, leaving Mizuho completely speechless. Mizuho internally noted how surprising that was, recalling she had heard he started late and had few friends. Masato stammered that if he happened to find someone matching her description he would let her know. Mizuho quickly thanked him for his help, hoping she had not made him feel bad. Just then, Kumi arrived, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Kumi told Mizuho that Masato was going to help her look for her destined one. Masato admitted he had no clue since he did not know anyone, but Kumi cheerfully declared that it was great anyway, asking if he had thought of anyone. Mizuho smiled softly, finding the whole situation fun. As the three of them walked together, Mizuho thought that just like Kumi had said, Masato was funny and a good person. She wondered if they could keep spending time together like this. At the station, Kumi announced she was taking her train and bid them farewell, looking forward to seeing them tomorrow. Mizuho watched her go, feeling that her university life was going to be even more fun from now on. Left alone with Masato, Mizuho noted they were taking the same line. Masato commented that it was just the two of them again, and Mizuho admitted she felt kind of bad for Kumi. Mizuho leaned in and playfully asked what exactly his relationship with Kumi was, deciding she might as well do a bit of digging. She pointed out that they were always together and asked if there was anything going on. Masato smiled and clarified that there was nothing suspicious and that they were just friends, quietly adding that Kumi was really kind. Masato explained that since he was late enrolling and had no friends, he felt incredibly grateful for how kind Kumi was to him when he did not know what to do. Mizuho listened intently as he trailed off. Scratching the back of his neck with a gentle smile, Masato added that it was more about not wanting to betray her kindness. Mizuho stared at him with a deadpan expression, internally shocked by his complete genuineness, and realizing that he had not even noticed Kumi's romantic feelings yet. Mizuho playfully called Masato quite the heartbreaker, which only confused him further. Shrugging helplessly, she internally wished Kumi good luck and brushed off his question with a laugh, unaware that they were being watched from behind. The unseen observer stared at Masato with wide, intensely shocked and trembling eyes. As they continued walking, Mizuho suddenly flinched and ducked her head, desperately wishing that the couple approaching them would not notice her. Masato turned to her in confusion and called her name. Satsuki loudly brought up the first year named Tanasaki, who had confessed to Kato. Kato casually replied that Satsuki's instruction to talk to the first years had created a delusional girl, jokingly calling the situation the worst. Recognizing Kato and his close friend Satsuki, Mizuho trembled and quietly urged Masato to leave quickly, but Kato suddenly noticed her and mocked her for moving on to a new guy so fast. Kato leaned in with a malicious, mocking grin, sneering that she was incredibly quick to switch targets. He cruelly asked if an ugly girl like her could not survive without constantly clinging to guys, leaving Mizuho completely terrified. Mizuho's legs shook uncontrollably, and she found herself completely unable to speak. She internally agonized that she did not want Masato to see her in such a pathetic state, fearing he would be disappointed in her just as they were starting to get along, while Satsuki lightly told Kato that he was taking it far enough. Tears welled up in Mizuho's eyes as she shrank back, desperately wishing not to cry miserably or feel so pathetic ever again, silently resigning herself to being just an outsider. Masato suddenly stepped squarely between Mizuho and Kato. He calmly stated that while he did not really know what had happened between them, there was one thing he wanted Kato to take back. Kato glared at him and rudely demanded to know who he was. After Masato introduced himself as Mizuho's friend, Kato smirked dismissively and scoffed that there was no way he was her boyfriend. He cruelly declared that nobody would ever date an ugly girl like her. Masato's expression hardened into intense anger as he stepped forward and loudly shouted that Mizuho was not ugly, firmly declaring that she was actually cute. Mizuho looked up in utter shock, her face flushing deeply as she stared at Masato's back with tear-filled eyes. Kato looked completely baffled and asked if that was seriously what Masato was mad about. Masato stood his ground, insisting that while he did not know the details of their history, he knew Kato was definitely wrong because Mizuho was cute in both her looks and her personality. Masato continued to sincerely praise Mizuho as kind-hearted and wonderful, leaving her deeply moved. Annoyed, Kato pointed out that she had confessed to him just a few days ago, arguing that this automatically put him in a higher position than her. Masato immediately questioned the logic, asking why receiving a confession would place someone above the person confessing. Kato arrogantly insisted that the person who is loved is naturally always superior, but Masato firmly interrupted, calling that a huge misunderstanding. He condemned Kato's disrespectful attitude towards someone who had shown him genuine feelings, causing Kato to grit his teeth in anger, while Mizuho realized she needed to step in and stop the confrontation. As Kato aggressively pointed his finger at Masato in irritation, Mizuho internally reasoned that there was no reason for Masato to get so angry on behalf of someone like her. She admitted to herself that she was indeed the type of girl to move on quickly, just like Kato claimed, and she desperately wanted to intervene. Despite her logical reasoning, Mizuho found herself unable to step forward, her heart pounding loudly against her chest, as she wondered why her face felt so incredibly hot. Kato angrily challenged Masato, asking if he was implying he would actually date an ugly girl like Mizuho, mockingly adding that he certainly would not. Masato coldly replied that he would never compare her to someone like Kato, who only used others to validate his own worth without caring about their feelings. Scowling in frustration, Kato clicked his tongue and called Masato an idiot. Announcing that he was done, Kato told Satsuki to come along as they turned and walked away down the hall. Mizuho let out a soft sound as she watched them leave, standing slightly behind Masato. Looking back at her, Masato apologetically admitted that he should not have acted without thinking, worrying that he had made it hard for her to attend her club now. However, Mizuho internally noted that she did not care about the club at all. Masato apologized again, explaining that while he knew an outsider should not butt in, he simply could not help himself. Clutching her chest, Mizuho silently reasoned that it was already hard for her to go to the club anyway, and she actually felt worse for getting him involved. Yet beneath that guilt, another feeling was stirring. Masato cheerfully offered to buy her a drink as an apology, pointing out a new place nearby that he had been wanting to try. Mizuho smiled back weakly while internally begging him to stop being so incredibly kind. She reminded herself that he was Kumi's crush, and that she already had a destined person in mind, but she still felt a deep pang of jealousy. She imagined Kumi smiling brightly beside Masato, reflecting on how her best friend was able to openly express her feelings for him. Putting her hands behind her head, Mizuho forced a bright laugh and thanked him. She casually lamented that he had to see her in such an embarrassing moment, admitting that she had confessed to Kato and gotten completely crushed. Masato watched her with a serious expression. She maintained her forced smile and joked that if she had known his true nature, she never would have confessed. Masato gently interrupted, telling her that she did not have to force herself and advising her to simply admit when things were tough. Placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, Masato explained that even though they had just met, he could easily tell she was trying really hard to act cheerful. He reassured her that anyone would be hurt after hearing such cruel words, taking her completely by surprise. Before she could respond, he brightly announced he was going to buy drinks and told her to wait right there. Left alone in the busy hallway, Mizuho felt her strength leave her, and she slowly slid down the wall to sit on the floor while passing students murmured around her. Sitting huddled on the floor with her face downturned, she internally questioned if she had always been this easily swayed by someone's kindness, admitting to herself that her chest physically hurt. Clutching her clothes tightly over her pounding heart, she realized she already knew the name of this feeling but absolutely refused to put it into words. She repeatedly told herself that she had to endure and hold her feelings back because Masato was Kumi's crush, and because she supposedly already had her own destined savior to find. Imagining the three of them walking happily together as friends, she desperately apologized to Kumi in her mind. Tears streamed down her flushed face as she cried, silently agonizing over the painful reality of love and what it meant to truly like someone. She looked up with teary eyes as Masato returned with their drinks, realizing with an overflowing heart that falling for someone was incredibly difficult. The scene shifted to the exterior of the school gym. A quiet thought noted that Friday had recently become the most anticipated day of the entire week. Inside the gym, a girl slumped on the floor and loudly complained about being tired, questioning why only the first years were stuck doing the cleaning chores as she wiped down a basketball. Sitting next to her and also cleaning a ball, Yuka smiled fondly to herself, hoping she would get to play a lot of basketball with Masato later today. Yuka continued to diligently wipe the ball, deciding she did not really mind the chores because it meant she would get to see him after school. Just as she concluded that everything was perfectly fine, her friend suddenly called her name, snapping her out of her happy thoughts. Yuka's friend suddenly asked her where she had been going on Fridays lately, causing Yuka to gasp and blush in extreme panic. As Yuka stammered nervously, her friends leaned in with knowing smiles and guessed that she was seeing a guy. Yuka frantically denied it, but her friends immediately assumed she had got a boyfriend, playfully teasing her over her obvious panic, while she repeatedly insisted she did not have one. Yuka internally insisted that her relationship with Masato was completely innocent, and that he was just teaching her basketball. However, the mere thought of having him as her boyfriend brought a goofy smile to her face, prompting her friends to point out her blushing grin and declare that they could not just let this slide. Her friends excitedly decided to follow her today, curious to see what kind of guy she was meeting. Yuka panicked and adamantly yelled at them to stop, refusing to let them tag along. She imagined her friends meeting Masato and fawning all over him. She realized that if they saw how great he was, they would definitely keep coming back, and since he was so kind, he would probably agree to teach them as well. As she scrubbed the basketballs, Yuka frowned, selfishly wanting to keep their basketball sessions as a special time meant solely for the two of them. Two second-year upperclassmen suddenly approached them, causing Yuka to flinch. She nervously greeted her assigned mentor Meru, who sarcastically noted they looked like they were having fun. Yuka internally admitted that she found Meru intimidating and genuinely disliked her, just as Meru bluntly asked if Yuka had gotten a boyfriend. Yuka's friend quickly tried to defuse the situation by explaining it was just a misunderstanding. Meru dismissively agreed, rudely assuming that the guy was probably ugly anyway. Yuka's eyes widened as she froze in shock and quiet anger. As Meru walked away arm in arm with her boyfriend, Kenji, Yuka's friends checked if she was okay, complaining about the upperclassman's nasty personality. Yuka glared angrily at the couple's backs, internally deciding that, while she could tolerate being teased herself, she found it absolutely disgusting that Meru paraded her boyfriend around just to show off. Arriving back at her house, Yuka announced her return while clenching her fist tightly. She was furious that Meru had insulted Masato, vowing that she would never forgive the upperclassman for that slight. Yuka quickly pulled off her uniform top, incredibly eager to see Masato. She cheerfully reasoned that no matter what bad things happened during the day, simply seeing him made all her frustrations melt away. She spotted the folded towel she had borrowed from Masato on her desk, realizing she needed to return it. Blushing slightly, she noticed it still carried a faint trace of his scent and hesitantly brought her hands up, deciding to take just a little sniff. Yuka buried her face deeply into the towel, her legs trembling as she let out a euphoric sigh, completely overwhelmed by his lingering scent. Feeling herself melting from the sensation, she marveled at the towel's destructive power even after it had been washed. She firmly justified to herself that her past actions with the unwashed towel were completely understandable, and that she had done nothing wrong before deciding to indulge and sniff it just one more time. Her mother suddenly opened the bedroom door holding a prepared water bottle and asked what she was doing. Caught in the act, Yuka jumped back with a horrified scream and yelled at her mother for entering without knocking, while her mother calmly pointed out that Yuka had explicitly asked her to prepare the drink. Yuka swiftly snatched the bottle, thanked her mother, and bolted out the door with her bag. Her mother called out after her retreating form, sighing as she wondered if her daughter had even bothered to check the weather forecast. Masato greeted her warmly as he stood on the court holding a basketball. Yuka immediately pointed at him and loudly declared that she was finally going to claim the spot from him today, all while internally swooning over how incredibly cool he looked. Masato smiled brightly and simply called her by her first name. As she set her bag down on the pavement, Yuka internally noted that she much preferred it when he dropped the honorifics and addressed her so casually, before suddenly remembering something she needed to do. Yuka nervously called out to him and stepped forward, tightly gripping the fabric of his shirt to get his attention, causing Masato to look back at her in surprise. Yuka leaned against the fence and boldly declared that since they were rivals, he did not need to hold back, instructing him to feel free to simply call her Yuka. Masato looked back at her in slight surprise. Yuka immediately blushed and looked down, nervously begging him to oblige, while internally cringing that her bold declaration ended up making her sound like some kind of samurai. Masato let out a soft chuckle as he turned to face her ball in hand, leaving Yuka staring up at him in flustered anticipation. Masato burst into a bright, genuine laugh, cheerfully agreeing to her request without hesitation. He leaned down with a confident smile and addressed her as Yuka, warning her that he planned to take the court spot from her again today. Yuka celebrated internally with a quiet cheer. Overjoyed by the casual name drop, Yuka eagerly pulled her basketball from her bag and suggested they start right away. However, Masato firmly instructed her to do her warm-up exercises, first warning that he would not compete with her if she skipped them, and reminding her that she had tripped just last week. Yuka eagerly agreed and began bouncing her basketball. As she warmed up, she internally swooned, thinking that he was incredibly cute, even when he was being a bit cheeky. As they started playing, Yuka swiftly dribbled the ball and faked left before darting right, catching Masato off guard as she smoothly bypassed his defense. Masato scrambled to catch up, reaching his hand out as Yuka leaped up towards the hoop to take her shot. Her aim was true, and the basketball sank cleanly through the net for a perfect score. Yuka pumped her fists in triumph while Masato smiled and praised her, admitting he had genuinely tried to stop her that time. He noted that she was seriously improving, joking that at this rate she might actually claim the court spot back from him. Her face lit up with a massive grin, and she enthusiastically declared that she would absolutely take the spot back for sure. Masato was just about to suggest switching to offense when a sudden heavy downpour of rain instantly soaked them, catching them both completely by surprise. They quickly ran off the court to seek shelter under a nearby park gazebo, with Masato commenting that he had not expected it to suddenly start pouring like that. Masato urgently asked Yuka if she had a towel to dry off. Yuka started to confirm that she did, but suddenly froze wide-eyed as she noticed something. She stared in pure panic at Masato's soaked white t-shirt clinging to his back, internally screaming in extreme fluster that the wet fabric was completely see-through and finding the sight way too erotic. Yuka frantically turned away and covered her face with her towel to hide her blushing. Masato looked back at her in confusion, calling her name, before noting that there was no way they could keep playing in this weather. Hiding her face in the borrowed towel, Yuka began aggressively sniffing his lingering scent again to cope, internally panicking that she could not think straight and that her breathing was getting completely messed up. She imagined a horrifying scenario where Masato realized she was looking at him with such perverted thoughts, picturing him staring down at her with utter disgust and telling her to never come near him again. Gripping her hair in absolute terror, she internally shrieked that she would seriously die on the spot if he ever actually said those words to her. Yuka frantically told herself not to look and to resist the intense temptation, just as Masato apologized for a moment and reached out to touch the back of her neck. Checking her temperature, Masato noted that she did not have a fever, but asked if she was feeling all right, while Yuka completely panicked internally over the sudden sensation of his bare hand on her skin. Yuka internally shrieked that her heart was going to explode because he was standing so incredibly close while completely soaked, just as Masato observed that she was getting cold and suddenly realized something. He quickly pulled off his shirt and draped it over her shoulders, gently instructing her to put it on. Masato apologized that a short-sleeved shirt was all he had to offer, noting that it was at least better than nothing. He suggested they wait together until the rain eased up, and Yuka softly agreed. Sitting on the bench, Yuka's heart pounded as she noted that he was right next to her and her body was tightly wrapped in his shirt. She felt as if her whole being was being dyed with his presence. Masato apologized and asked Yuka to turn the other way for a second, prompting her to ask what was going on. She complied and turned around, voicing her confusion as she heard the sudden sound of splashing and rustling behind her. She cried out in shock as he forcefully wrung the heavy rainwater out of his soaked clothes. Her heart hammered wildly as she desperately pleaded with him to wait, completely overwhelmed by his sudden mention of having a spare t-shirt with him. She quickly covered her mouth in sheer panic upon realizing he was stripping down right behind her, terrified that she would end up seeing him completely naked if she dared to turn around. She struggled to contain her racing thoughts, frantically telling herself that it was not her fault and that any normal girl would look in a situation like this. Masato quietly bent forward with his shirt off to retrieve his clean clothes, completely focused on changing out of his wet attire. Her breathing grew heavy as she stood frozen, internally questioning if she should just go ahead and look at him now that the opportunity was right in front of her. She panted as she noted that no one was watching anyway, wondering if anyone would blame her if she hugged him from behind, rubbed her cheek against his, or even gave him a little lick. Assuring herself that it was okay to go all the way, she lunged forward just as Masato relievedly announced he had found his shirt, causing a loud thud as she crashed. Masato spun around in surprise, only to find Yuka sprawled out on the bench with her eyes spinning in a complete daze. Masato called out her name in concern as she lay there groaning and calling out for her mother in her semi-conscious state. Yuka internally concluded that she was ultimately just a coward after all. Sometime later, inside the girls' basketball club room, her teammate excitedly called out that Yuka was absolutely amazing. Her friends warmly congratulated her on making the starting lineup for the official match, and Yuka happily thanked them, noting that it would be her very first time starting in a game. As the team sat together during practice, Yuka looked up attentively along with the other first years. As they were heading out, an upperclassman suddenly called out to the first years, causing them to flinch in surprise. The senior harshly accused them of not cleaning the floor properly, ordering them to do it again and demanding if they would take responsibility if a volleyball player got hurt later. Although they had cleaned it thoroughly, they quietly agreed to do it again as the senior kept pressuring them to get back to work. Yuka gripped her bag strap tightly in frustration, internally noting that this treatment was clearly a form of harassment. Telling herself to just endure the situation, Yuka kept her head down, but the senior suddenly called her out by her last name, Mita, prompting Yuka to look back. The upperclassman aggressively leaned in close and warned Yuka not to let making the starting lineup go to her head. The senior condescendingly claimed that Yuka was only playing because she was in the coach's favor, telling her not to get the wrong idea, to which Yuka quietly complied. Yuka reflected on how the senior had not even been a bench player originally, yet seemed completely obsessed with tearing her down. The senior clicked her tongue in annoyance and walked away just as another student called out to excuse herself. As practice continued, Yuka wondered why it bothered the senior so much to see a younger player in the lineup, concluding that while she would have just trained harder to win her spot back, those seniors did not even practice at all. She walked away with her sports bag slung over her shoulder, sighing to herself that club relationships were truly complicated. Arriving at the outdoor court on Sunday, she opened the gate and saw it was empty, realizing that Masato was not there, but noting that it made sense since it was the weekend. She admitted to herself that she still could not shake off the gross feeling from earlier, deciding she would just practice a little bit before heading home. As she dribbled the ball, she reflected on how much she had improved ever since she started training with Masato, acknowledging that it was entirely thanks to him that she made the starting lineup. She resolved to try copying his playstyle, closing her eyes as she silently admitted to herself that she did this because she liked him. She knew she had memorized his every move because she liked him so much that she could easily picture him in her mind over and over. She smoothly executed a series of maneuvers, starting with a drive, followed by a leg through a crossover, and a roll turn to bypass imaginary defenders. She leaped back into the air and released a fadeaway shot, watching the basketball sink cleanly into the net. Panting heavily from exhaustion, she wiped her sweat and realized how difficult the technique was, admitting she simply could not land the final fadeaway shot. Imagining Masato executing the move perfectly, she silently marveled at how amazing he truly was. Smiling to herself, she bent down to pick up the ball and resolved to get it right this time, only to suddenly stop in confusion as she heard someone approaching. She turned her head in shock as her senior Meru entered the court with her friends, loudly commenting on what a nice spot they had found. The group swaggered onto the court, loudly complaining that they were not done practicing yet, and pointing out that someone else wearing their school jersey was already occupying the space. Recognizing Yuka, the senior called out her name in mock surprise, while Yuka panicked internally, desperately wondering why they had to show up here of all places. As Yuka nervously greeted them, she realized with a sinking feeling that they must have followed her, while the seniors mockingly praised the star first year for being so diligent with her extra practice. The senior mockingly asked if they would get good too if they practiced there, while Yuka tightly gripped the basketball and told herself to calm down and quietly walk away to avoid any conflict. Yuka politely told them to go ahead because she was already leaving and thanked them for their hard work, but as she tried to walk past, the senior suddenly grabbed her arm firmly. Smiling maliciously, The upperclassmen asked Yuka if she was not being a bit too cold to them. The senior forcefully insisted that they should practice together, leaving Yuka with no choice but to quietly agree. The training quickly turned brutal as they forced Yuka to run continuously, leaving her gasping heavily for air. While Yuka slumped forward, completely exhausted, the senior easily dribbled the ball and mockingly asked if she was already worn out, questioning if she would even survive an official match like that. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Yuka could only wonder how much time had passed since this nightmare began. She had completely lost track of time, unable to tell if she had been running for 30 minutes or a whole hour. While the upperclassmen took turns resting, she was forced to run non-stop, and the senior smugly asked if she was ready for some 2-on-2 match practice. Desperately craving just a sip of water, her thoughts were violently interrupted as the senior slapped the ball out of her hands, demanding her attention. She was ordered to start on offense and hurry up, even though the promised 2-on-2 game felt like a total farce. She realized they never actually intended to play a fair match, noting that her own teammate was completely ignoring her and not even trying. When she tried to move past them, the two opposing seniors instantly closed in and swiped the basketball away. The senior taunted her, suggesting she should just withdraw if that was all she had, while Yuka agonized over her unresponsive legs, knowing she could normally pass both of them with ease. The senior angrily demanded that she think about how Ayako felt, since she could no longer play, causing Yuka to look at the silent boy leaning against the fence and realize he was actually Ayako's boyfriend. She recalled how the meeting had concluded with the announcement of the starting lineup and bench members when Ayako-senpai had suddenly called out her name. Ayako had warmly hugged her and congratulated her on securing the starting spot, which Yuka deeply appreciated. Even though Yuka had taken her place as a starter, Ayako had still encouraged her to do her best, which had inspired Yuka to work twice as hard to play on her behalf. Back in the present, her legs wobbled unsteadily as she struggled to stand, prompting the senior to roughly demand to know what was wrong with her. The senior forcefully drove into her, aggressively shouting for her to keep going. Yuka collapsed hard onto the pavement with a painful groan, completely unable to break her fall. As tears welled up in her eyes, she gasped in pain and struggled to breathe, while mocking laughter echoed around her, leaving her to agonize over why she had to go through such cruelty. She lamented that her only offense was simply loving the sport of basketball. The seniors stood around her collapsed form, mockingly ordering her to get up, because the game was not over, while rudely questioning if she even knew the rules and suggesting she should go back to the basics. Her fingers twitched limply against the ground as she realized she had absolutely no strength left to get up, unable to endure any longer. Despite her body failing her, her inner resolve flared, desperately refusing to lose to people like them. She gritted her teeth in sheer frustration, knowing that even though she absolutely refused to lose, her body simply would not cooperate. She let out a silent tear as she lay helpless on the ground, completely overwhelmed by her exhaustion and despair. A cold voice suddenly spoke up from behind, commenting that they all looked like they were having a lot of fun out there, causing the seniors to turn around in surprise. Yuka looked up with tear-filled eyes, completely stunned to see Masato standing there with a dark, furious expression on his face. Earlier that morning, his phone buzzed repeatedly, prompting Masato to pick it up and check the time. He saw a message from Kumi and recalled their previous conversation about her participation in the softball club, reading her invitation to visit the batting center sometime. He noticed he had also received messages from Sarah-san and Yuka, learning that Yuka was already practicing early in the morning, and thinking that watching her diligence lately made him feel incredibly protective of her, like a little sister. Standing by his door, he jokingly worried that he might actually lose to her at this rate, deciding that he should go out and get some exercise as well. As he walked near the court, he stopped in surprise when he noticed someone practicing alone in the distance. He quickly recognized Yuka struggling with a basketball as she ran across the outdoor court. He initially wondered if she was practicing with her friends today, but as he looked closer, he quickly realized that was not the case. Watching her play, he felt a deep sense of unease, realizing that something about the situation felt completely off. He hesitated behind the fence, worrying that it would be bad if he intervened, only to find out he had completely misunderstood her situation, but his hesitation quickly vanished. Seeing her get violently shoved to the ground, he bitterly realized that his hesitation had been a massive mistake. He stepped firmly between Yuka and the upperclassmen, prompting a shocked whisper from the fallen girl. The seniors defensively demanded to know who he was claiming they were in the middle of practice, but Masato coldly scoffed, demanding if ganging up on one person until they were in pieces and laughing about it was what counted as club practice these days. Yuka stared up at his face in complete astonishment, realizing that this was the very first time she had ever seen him look so angry. Turning away from the seniors, Masato walked over to her and handed her a fresh bottle of water, gently telling her to drink it. He gently patted her head and apologized for being late, telling her to just rest for a bit while he handled the rest. As she drank the water, Yuka noted that even in a situation like this, her body reacted with joy on its own. Masato sternly asked what they were trying to accomplish by bullying Yuka, prompting the seniors to defensively claim they were simply checking if she was fit to be a starter. When Masato asked if they would back off if Yuka proved her skills, the senior claimed that this only happened because Yuka was not good, causing Yuka to angrily shout that it was not true. Yuka internally pointed out that they resorted to this because they could not beat her in a fair match, trying to break her spirit to force her to give up her starting position. Masato asked Yuka if she thought she could move after resting a bit more, catching her completely off guard. He leaned down close to her and suggested that they show them. Gently patting her head, he encouraged her to show them exactly how strong she was. Masato proposed that if Yuka beat all of them, the matter would be settled, and Yuka enthusiastically agreed. He declared that he and Yuka would team up against the four of them, leaving the seniors shocked by the 4-on-2 matchup, though Masato seriously insisted he was not joking and would not even jump. Masato demanded that if they won, the seniors must unconditionally acknowledge Yuka as a starter, to which the senior agreed, while sneering that they were seriously underestimating them. The senior counter-proposed that if they lost, Yuka must withdraw from the starting lineup, making Yuka gasp in shock. Yuka panicked internally, desperately refusing to step down, but feeling completely torn. Sitting on the court, she looked up at Masato, who offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Gaining confidence from his smile, she firmly declared her agreement. She loudly accepted the challenge, confidently declaring that they had no intention of losing. The senior announced that they would start on offense, while Yuka stood ready silently, noting that she had anticipated this. She watched as two of the seniors immediately moved to block Masato. She acknowledged that those seniors were among the best players there, but Masato remained completely calm. With incredible speed, Masato suddenly dashed forward and easily drove past the seniors' defense. The seniors cried out in shock and frustration at his sudden speed, desperately yelling at each other not to let a guy get past them. Yuka watched in absolute awe, realizing that Masato was playing on a completely different level. Masato quietly glanced back over his shoulder to check on Yuka's position. Yuka gasped in sudden realization as she saw him running forward, prompting her to immediately spring into action and run along with him. The senior clicked her tongue in frustration as Masato suddenly lobbed a perfect pass over their heads right to Yuka. Yuka caught the ball cleanly and executed a smooth layup, watching as it swished perfectly through the hoop. Smiling brightly, Masato flashed a peace sign and announced that the play successfully earned them their first 2 points to start the game. The seniors stood in stunned silence, their faces contorted in frustration, while the senior group leader desperately tried to figure out what to do. Although Yuka knew she shouldn't be thinking about it, and that her physical fatigue hadn't magically vanished, she still found herself completely swept up in the match. She did a high five with Masato, smiling warmly as she realized just how incredibly fun playing with him was. Masato called out to Yuka to score one more point on offense, to which she eagerly agreed, while the senior angrily muttered that she would definitely stop them this time. Yuka recognized from their last play that if Masato had been playing alone, he could have easily scored on his own without any trouble. Yet instead of taking the shot himself, he chose to pass the ball directly to her. She resolved not to simply rely on him to carry her through the match, determined to prove that all the effort she had put into her training had not been in vain. The senior gasped in disbelief and anger, demanding why the hell this was happening, as Yuka planted her foot and drove past her. Leaping high into the air toward the basket, Yuka aimed to prove that her hard work had not been for nothing. As Masato cheered her shot, the senior group began to argue among themselves, with the leader frantically yelling at her boyfriend to move properly to help Ayako, before deciding to ignore Masato entirely and focus solely on stopping Yuka. Yuka happily thanked Masato for his great pass and Masato admitted that while he had been extra cautious at first, it looked like everything was going to be completely fine, which left her slightly confused. He gently whispered to her that she was fully capable of getting past all of them on her own, instructing her to take the ball and break through next time while he positioned himself to receive a pass just in case. Overjoyed by his words, she happily agreed, internally noting that his trust alone gave her the strength to try 1,000,000 times harder. She looked up with determination as 3 of the opposing players suddenly closed in to guard her, recognizing that they were completely focused on stopping her. The senior glared with intense irritation, demanding to know who the hell that guy was, while Yuka simply smiled softly to herself. Holding the basketball close, Yuka declared with a warm smile that Masato was someone incredibly precious to her. The senior ground her teeth in pure rage, screaming that Yuka and her attitude really pissed her off. Yuka resolved that since Masato was her one and only precious person, she absolutely wanted to live up to his expectations. Charging forward with the basketball, she quickly dashed past her defender. As a senior tried to cut her off, Yuka gritted her teeth and prepared to execute her next move. She smoothly initiated a leg through dribble to throw her opponent off balance. With perfect execution, she followed it up with a rapid crossover. She utilized her specialty move to leave the defenders scrambling in her dust. The lead senior clicked her tongue in frustration as Yuka successfully bypassed their defense. As Yuka prepared to shoot, the senior lunged forward to block her, leaving Yuka to worry that her shot would be stopped. Masato suddenly leaped into the air behind the defender, drawing their attention. With the senior's focus split, Yuka leaped backward to execute a clean fadeaway shot. The senior gasped in utter shock as Yuka recalled that she had practiced and watched this very move over and over again. Confident because she had seen him make the shot countless times and had practiced it just as much, she released the ball, declaring to herself that she could do it too. She remembered him fondly telling her that he had only gotten the hang of that specific shot when he was in high school. The ball sailed cleanly through the air and swished perfectly into the basket. After the match, the senior from the boys' basketball team got into a heated argument with the 3 girls, seemingly telling them to stop bullying, which eventually led to the senior girls approaching Yuka to apologize, though Yuka did not fully understand what had happened. Masato praised her final shot as amazing, and though he claimed not to know anything when she asked if he had intervened, Yuka felt absolutely certain that he had secretly spoken to the boys' team senior on her behalf. Yuka passionately thanked him, declaring that she only succeeded because she had been closely watching his moves and that it was all thanks to him, before suddenly remembering something. Determined to thank him properly, she bowed deeply and expressed her gratitude for his help today, though Masato humbly apologized in return for not arriving sooner, catching her off guard. Masato explained that he had actually been watching them from halfway through under the assumption that they were just practicing, but rushed in the moment he saw her get pushed and realized something was wrong. Scratching his head, he expressed regret that she wouldn't have gotten hurt if he had only noticed the situation sooner, bringing Yuka to the verge of tears at his immense kindness. She silently noted how incredibly kind he was, while Masato happily declared that despite everything that happened, he was genuinely glad to have played basketball on a team with her. Masato playfully teased that she was seriously good and would probably surpass him in no time, which Yuka frantically denied, before softly adding that she was just really happy to play basketball with him. As she turned to leave, Masato suddenly called out her name and asked her to wait up for a second. He gently grabbed her by the wrist, sending Yuka into an absolute spiral of panic as her mind raced, wondering what was about to happen. Staring up at his focused expression, her heart pounded as she wildly wondered if he was about to kiss her. She nervously reasoned that while today's events certainly felt like fate and the situation seemed perfect, she was terrified of having her very first kiss outdoors. She panicked over the fact that the sun was still fully out, desperately trying to decide what to do and whether she should close her eyes. Apologizing to her parents in her mind, she closed her eyes to give her first time to someone special, just as she felt something being peeled. She opened her eyes in surprise, only to see a band-aid placed neatly over her scraped elbow, while Masato happily remarked that it was a relief he had brought one with him. He smiled and apologized once again for not noticing that she had been hurt sooner. Before he could say anything else, Yuka suddenly lunged forward, catching him completely off guard as he cried out in surprise. She buried her face tightly in his chest, her mind completely jumbled with emotions, while Masato nervously asked what was wrong. Realizing it wasn't a kiss, after all, she was still deeply touched by how much he cared for her, resolving to let out all of her bottled-up feelings even if he found her behavior weird. Masato slowly placed his hand on her head to comfort her. Gently stroking her hair, he softly praised her, telling her that she had done an amazing job today. Looking down at her with a gentle, sparkling smile, he warmly added that she had been incredibly cool. She silently confessed to herself that she liked him, liking him so much that it was overwhelming. As if confirming her deepest feelings, she stood there in the quiet court, knowing she could never look at anyone else but Masato. She held him tightly, wrapping her arms around him as they stood together. Later that night, Masato collapsed onto his futon with a long, exhausted sigh. He happily smiled and thought that his futon was truly the best before remembering that he should reply to some messages before going to sleep. Looking at his screen, he noted that Yuka had sent a thank you message for today, and Sarah-san was as thoughtful as ever while worrying about Mizuho, since she hadn't seemed very energetic lately. He noticed there was a message from Kumi too, reflecting on how most of the people he had gotten close to since coming to this world were women, including the bar senior he got along with despite not keeping in constant contact. He recalled Kumi asking about his plans for tomorrow, reading her messages questioning if his tutoring job involved a girl before happily confirming that he had sent all his replies, and it was time for sleep. As he drifted off to sleep, he reflected that it had already been 2 months since he arrived in this world, feeling surprised that things had somehow worked out so well. He recalled Eika warning him to watch out for women, but smiled as he thought that everyone he had met had been really good people, with nothing other than the occasional persistent flirt being a problem. He wondered if he would continue to live a normal life from now on, while elsewhere Kumi stared at her phone in the dark, anxious that there was still no reply. Lying restlessly on her bed, Kumi agonized over how loving Masato brought new worries due to all the girls around him, feeling especially anxious about his tutoring job, because he was far too unaware of his own attractiveness. Hugging her pillow tightly, Kumi resolved with determined eyes that she would not back down no matter who her rivals were. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with a ping at 1 in the morning. She gasped and bolted upright in bed frantically, lunging for her phone to see if it was Masato. She let out a breath of relief, but quickly grew extremely anxious, desperately praying to herself that his student was a boy, or at least a young elementary schooler. Her heart raced as she nervously anticipated the worst, dreading what would happen if his tutoring student turned out to be a high school girl. She froze in stunned disbelief as she read the message on her screen confirming the student was a second year in high school. Across town, under the starry night sky, a single window remained lit in one of the houses. The dark-haired girl closed her notebook at her desk and clutched it to her chest, softly whispering his name as she anticipated her tutoring session with Masato tomorrow. Yuka internally pointed out that they resorted to this because they could not beat her in a fair match, trying to break her spirit to force her to give up her starting position. Rinka carefully zipped up her gray dress, preparing herself for the day ahead. She placed her hand gently against her reflection, softly murmuring to herself about how things would be if it stayed like this. Blushing slightly, she pondered whether she would be accepted even if she managed to become the hero's partner. Looking at his phone screen, Masato frowned in confusion, realizing that the amount deposited was way too much for just part-time pay. He reflected on how he was currently working 2 part-time jobs introduced by Eika-san, concluding that she had likely been secretly covering some of his living expenses. While recalling how hard it had been to admit to Kumi that one of his jobs was at a boys' bar, his thoughts were suddenly cut short when her name flashed on his buzzing phone screen. He picked up the call while eating breakfast, wondering why she was calling so early in the morning, especially since he had only just told her yesterday about his private tutoring job on Saturdays. An icy shiver ran down his spine as Kumi called out his name from the other end of the line. Masato panicked as Kumi emotionlessly questioned if he was tutoring a girl and visiting her house again today, desperately wondering if he had done something wrong. Walking down the street, he scratched his head and sighed that he had absolutely no idea what triggered Kumi's sudden behavioral switches. He admitted to himself that while he used to believe he was good at talking to girls, Kumi's scary side made him realize how hard women were to understand, recalling how he had to frantically reassure her that he was strictly tutoring. He remembered that since his childhood friend in his former world was a girl, he had always spoken to girls normally during puberty, and even dated those who confessed to him, but recalled how things had gone downhill back then. He vividly recalled a past classmate tearfully apologizing for misunderstanding his feelings, bitterly concluding that he was simply kind to everyone. Having been raised in an orphanage where he was taught that kindness was the obvious standard, her words had hit him incredibly hard, forcing him to admit that he had handled relationships poorly in his previous world as well. He recognized that he had treated that girl exactly the same way as everyone else, acknowledging that he simply could not bring himself to act differently toward only one person. Masato resolved that he needed to continue being kind to everyone, acknowledging that he likely could not change his nature at this point. Standing outside Shiori's large fancy house, he pumped himself up and prepared to switch gears for his tutoring session. He pressed the intercom, thinking to himself that her house was as fancy as ever, and a voice warmly answered that she was coming. Shiori's mother greeted him warmly as he entered, explaining that Shiori was in her room and leaving her study session to his care, which Masato politely accepted. As he headed upstairs, Masato reflected on how it had been about a month since he started tutoring the daughter of Eika-san's acquaintance, who was aiming to enroll in his same university. Shiori stood nervously in her room as a sudden knock sounded on her door. Masato called out and asked if he could enter, and Shiori nervously gave him permission. Masato greeted Shiori as she opened the door, finding her clutching her dress nervously. After greeting the second-year high schooler Shinomiya Shiori, Masato noticed she was not wearing her school uniform today, causing her to stutter nervously in response. She explained that she felt wearing a uniform on a day off would be weird, prompting Masato to warmly compliment her, noting that the casual outfit felt fresh and really suited her. Shiori blushed deeply and thanked him shyly, adding that he looked very cool too, which prompted Masato to playfully joke that compliments wouldn't get her any less homework. Noting her demure, proper rich girl aura and how she had always seemed like a model student since they first met, Masato asked what she was reading today. Shiori held up her book and praised the author's work, and Masato commented that he found the book highly interesting, expressing awe at how anyone could write such a unique opening. A heavy, awkward silence suddenly fell between them, leaving Masato confused by her blank stare. He panicked, internally worrying if she had realized his comment was entirely superficial, while Shiori laughed awkwardly and forced herself to agree. He announced that it was time to get started with the tutoring, feeling slightly guilty that chatting with him might feel incredibly shallow to a literary girl like her. Sitting beside him, Shiori quietly stared at Masato, finding him wonderful once again, and barely able to believe that someone like him was actually in her room. She nervously wrung her hands and questioned if someone like her truly deserved to be around him, thinking about her real self. She recalled how people at school generally viewed her as plain and frumpy, admitting that she honestly hadn't minded the reputation back then. Despite the gossip, she had permitted herself to dream of finding a boyfriend in high school, though those innocent hopes were quickly shattered. She reasoned that since the few boys in class were monopolized by the popular girls, a leftover guy would never notice someone as frumpy as her, concluding that was just how reality worked. She honestly felt like she didn't even need a boyfriend, pointing out that while slightly cool guys were overrated, she automatically found those who lacked hygiene or were overweight unattractive, making her better off alone. She reasoned that she had another escape anyway. Giggling to herself as she held a book, she happily thought that she still had her stories after all. She had always loved fantasy novels written for women, comforting herself with the fact that all the characters in those stories possessed beautiful hearts. She admired how the heroes in those novels were cool and truly beautiful, making it completely logical for the heroines to fall for them. While her classmates laughed boisterously around her, she lamented that despite such a beautiful fictional world existing, her real-life surroundings were completely different. Letting out a heavy sigh, she watched her classmates socialize and bitterly concluded that reality was ultimately trash. After arriving home with the firm belief that reality was trash, she headed up the stairs intending to just play games all day, only for her mother to suddenly call out and tell her to wait. Her mother suddenly asked if she had made any friends or perhaps a boyfriend, prompting an annoyed and defensive denial from Shiori. As her mother lectured her about the importance of school romance, especially with the current shortage of boys, Shiori silently complained that she had already heard that a million times. Her mother then changed the subject and confirmed if Shiori was still aiming for the same college as before, to which Shiori hesitantly agreed. When her mother announced she had arranged for a college student to start tutoring her this Saturday, Shiori reacted in complete shock, loudly protesting that she didn't need a tutor, though her mother playfully insisted she should just meet him once. Walking back up to her room, she grumbled to herself about how incredibly pushy her mother was being. She reasoned that she could study perfectly fine on her own, especially since her lack of friends gave her plenty of free time, thinking that talking to strangers was just a massive pain in the neck. She resolved to simply make up an excuse to immediately send the tutor right back home, satisfied with her plan. On Saturday, she rolled around on her bed while reading, squealing to herself about how the fictional hero was a literal god because he was cool, smart, strong, and incredibly kind. She acknowledged that such perfect people only existed in fiction and could never be found in real life, just as her mother opened the door to announce that her tutor had arrived, prompting Shiori to casually call back that she was coming. Realizing she was still wearing her school uniform, she shrugged it off, reasoning that it didn't matter since the tutor would be leaving immediately anyway. She opened her door while internally complaining about how tutoring right after morning classes was a drag, but froze in absolute shock when she opened the door and heard Masato warmly greet her. Shiori stood frozen in complete shock, staring blankly at Masato's smiling face as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. Her mother cheerfully introduced Masato as her new tutor and complimented his good looks, enthusiastically prompting Shiori to say hello. Panicking completely, Shiori grabbed them and desperately begged Masato to wait outside for just a moment. She slammed her door shut and collapsed onto the floor in sheer disbelief, screaming to herself that nobody had warned her that her tutor would be a guy. She angrily concluded that her mother had deliberately hidden the truth from her, furiously resolving to retaliate by telling her father about her mother's frequent visits to boys' bars. Looking around her room, she panicked even more when she realized she had left her clothes and her gaming console lying out in the open. Realizing she had way too many lewd novels and extreme manga exposed, she frantically covered her bookshelves with a cloth to hide her secret collection. As she quickly adjusted her hair in the mirror, she couldn't help but recall his face, shyly admitting to herself that he was actually quite good-looking. Blushing deeply, and still holding onto her uniform collar, she slowly opened her door and apologized for keeping him waiting. Masato apologetically remarked that his message about being her tutor hadn't gone through properly, but Shiori insisted it was fine, and blamed her mother, offering him a seat while screaming inside about what to do next. She covered her face in complete distress, screaming to herself that a hot guy was actually inside her bedroom. Trying to calm her racing heart, she adjusted her glasses and told herself that something this perfect could never happen in real life, which left Masato somewhat confused. She confirmed that today was just an introductory chat to decide if she would hire him, but panicked internally over her quiet, nervous voice, worrying she wouldn't be able to speak normally. Masato gently suggested that since this was so sudden, she could just tell her mother her decision later if saying it to him directly was awkward, leaving Shiori completely stunned by his kindness. When Masato asked why she wanted to attend his university, she nervously mentioned the large library, prompting a bright smile from him as he noted her love for books, though Shiori suspiciously worried if he was just putting on a nice facade to secure the job. When he flashed another brilliant smile and asked what kind of books she usually reads, Shiori panicked, desperately warning herself that if she confessed her love for cheesy, fluffy romance stories, he would be completely creeped out. Looking for a safe answer, she claimed to read literary fiction, which deeply impressed Masato, who admitted that he personally struggled with formal writing. Overwhelmed by his perfection and her own lies, she suddenly blurted out an apology and confessed that she had lied about reading literary fiction, terrified that he was simply too perfect to be real. Deciding to force his true colors out, she told him that he was free to turn her down, rudely questioning why a popular guy like him would want to tutor a plain girl like her instead of someone cute. While her cynicism-fueled thoughts labeled herself a petty and unpleasant woman, Masato simply smiled and gently replied that none of that mattered, firmly stating that as long as she was working hard to get into his university, he would do everything in his power to help her. Masato continued speaking, catching Shiori completely off guard as she stared at him with wide, blushing eyes. Masato smiled warmly and told Shiori that she was a truly wonderful person, adding that, when he saw her earlier, he thought she was really beautiful. To Shiori, it felt as if a magnificent hero from one of her favorite fantasy stories had crossed dimensions just to come and meet her. Later that night, she rolled around on her bed in romantic ecstasy, squealing over the fact that he called her pretty and panicking about what might happen since he would be visiting her room every single week. She clutched her book, tightly smiling happily as she thought about having such a prince-like guy in her life. She looked at the cover of her favorite fantasy novel depicting a cool hero protecting his lovely heroine. She let out a soft sigh and fell backward onto her bed, completely lost in her daydreams. Looking at herself in the mirror, she realized that she didn't look the part of a heroine at all, acknowledging that a cool hero naturally deserved a lovely heroine by his side. She gritted her teeth against her own self-deprecating thoughts mocking her for being a lame glasses, wearing loner, resolving that she had no choice but to change herself into a proper heroine. Determined to become like the heroine of her stories, Shiori suddenly yelled out to her mother to teach her how to apply makeup. From that moment on, her entire lifestyle changed as she stopped braiding her hair and successfully switched from glasses to contact lenses. Standing outside her school, she pumped her fists with nervous determination and told herself that she was ready. As she entered the classroom, her classmates immediately stopped talking and began whispering to one another in surprise. Clutching her school bag strap, she stood near the doorway with a racing heart, feeling incredibly self-conscious. She nervously worried that she looked weird and that her classmates were mocking her for trying to change her frumpy appearance just as someone called out to her. Shiori squealed in fright as several of the popular girls in class surrounded her desk, looking at her intently. To her utter surprise, one of the girls smiled warmly and noted that she had a completely different vibe, excitedly asking if she had gone for a makeover. Shiori realized that the classmates she once dismissed as an entirely different species were actually very nice, easily making friends and getting along with them just fine. Her new friends had excitedly taken her shopping to pick out a casual, prim and proper dress, which was exactly why Shiori had wanted to show off her new look to Masato today. Looking at herself in the mirror, she hoped that by standing beside her hero with this new look, their love could finally be accepted by everyone. Standing outside her room, Masato knocked on the door and asked if he could come in, to which Shiori nervously agreed. As Masato greeted her upon entering, Shiori felt completely overwhelmed by how blindingly handsome he looked, struggling not to gasp aloud at his appearance. Shiori froze in confusion when Masato noticed the book on her desk and asked what she had been reading today. She panicked internally upon realizing she had left an erotic novel out, though she relievedly remembered she had disguised it with a fake cover of a popular book, smiling as Masato warmly agreed that the supposed book was a masterpiece with a highly creative opening line. She laughed nervously while secretly winking in her mind, celebrating the fact that she hadn't actually read a single millimeter of the actual book featured on the fake cover. While internally sweating over her complete ignorance of the book's contents, Shiori agreed to Masato's suggestion that they should get started resolving to actually read the book on the cover before their next session. As Masato guided her through a grammar lesson, Shiori smiled happily to herself, recognizing that, although she disliked studying, she absolutely loved this time with him. She struggled to follow the difficult material and apologized to herself, feeling incredibly foolish, because he was explaining everything so clearly, yet she still couldn't understand it. Gritting her teeth, Shiori stared intensely at her textbook and resolved to understand the material no matter what, so she wouldn't become a burden to him. Her concentration was suddenly shattered when Masato leaned in close and offered to trace the lines with his finger, leaving Shiori completely startled by his proximity. As Masato softly guided her through the reading order over her shoulder, Shiori blushed furiously, wildly wondering if she had just entered a private real-life audio roleplay session. She felt his hand lightly brush against her back as he pointed out the symbols, sending an electric shock through her body that left her completely unable to think straight. The physical closeness proved to be too overwhelming for her. Unable to take it anymore, Shiori suddenly stood up and blurted out that she needed to use the restroom, leaving Masato surprised as she bolted from the room and slammed the door behind her. Leaning against the wall outside, she covered her blushing face with both hands, her heart pounding frantically against her ribs. She slid down the door in the bathroom, her body trembling as she realized she could still feel the lingering warmth of his hand on her back and his voice in her ear. While Masato guiltily worried that he had stood too close and crossed her personal boundaries, Shiori stared at her reflection in the mirror, agonizing over how her prim and proper facade was cracking due to her overflowing desires. She struggled to contain her intense, overwhelming feelings. Overcome with desire, she slammed her hands on the counter and gasped for breath, desperately wishing to push him down and feel his body heat, directly wondering what kind of face he would make in that moment. Back in the room, Masato sweated nervously as he waited anxious that he had made her angry while Shiori's inner thoughts labeled him as a lewd private tutor. Standing alone, Shiori clutched her hand to her mouth in deep determination, fiercely resolving to conquer Masato no matter what it took. At the office, Sarah noticed that one of her coworkers had marked herself down for a Friday afternoon off. Staring at the schedule, she noted with curiosity that Miki-san was taking Friday afternoon off. Miki warmly greeted Sarah in the morning while Sarah quietly wondered if Miki would be skipping their usual Friday night banquet at the host bar this week. After exchanging morning greetings, Sarah asked if she was indeed taking Friday afternoon off, to which Miki confirmed she was, but reassured her that she would still be attending the banquet. Sarah let out a soft sound as Miki smugly leaned in, playfully asking if Sarah really wanted to know why. Miki wrapped an arm around her and teased her about the reason, prompting a hesitant admission of curiosity from Sarah. Miki whispered to ask if she knew what a companion shift was, and Sarah gasped in disbelief, as she recalled that it was a system where a customer goes on a pre-bar date with their favorite host. Miki excitedly boasted that she was going on a date with Masato, before heading to the bar together, bragging that she must have become his absolute favorite since the bar rarely permitted companion shifts, unless a customer was highly favored, leaving Sarah completely distraught. Consumed by envy, Sarah grabbed Miki by the shoulders and demanded to know if the host himself had initiated the date, though she secretly suspected that Miki was actually the one who had asked him. Sarah ground her teeth and thought that she would have literally broken them from sheer jealousy if the host had been the one to ask Miki out, breathing a mental sigh of relief that Masato would never do such a thing. When Sarah pondered if she should also try inviting him out, Miki enthusiastically agreed and encouraged her, pointing out that Masato clearly liked Sarah too, and reminding her of a special event they had coming up. Reading a notice that bonus payday was coming soon, Miki happily urged her to get her wallet ready to enjoy some companion outings, which reminded Sarah of her upcoming bonus. Walking down the hall, Sarah excitedly decided to use her bonus to buy him a present, imagining herself offering him a gift box and wondering if he would happily accept it. Sometime later, they sat together at a beautifully set table in a high-rise restaurant overlooking a stunning, glowing city skyline, leaving Masato completely speechless as he looked at her. Sarah embraced Masato from behind as he opened the box to reveal a beautiful ring. She held up the ring and wondered where she was supposed to put it, quickly warning herself that suddenly trying to slide it onto his finger would definitely scare him off. Sitting at her office desk, she composed a message to Masato, politely asking if he would like to go out together with her this Friday. She let out a breath and tapped the screen to send the message, determined to use this opportunity to take a new step forward in their relationship. She kept typing on her computer, reasoning that even just grabbing a quick bite to eat before heading to the bar would be a special time, because she didn't want them to remain as just customer and staff forever. Her phone suddenly lit up with a ping, drawing her attention amidst the busy office. She read Masato's positive reply and celebrated with a silent fist pump, overjoyed that he had agreed to meet. On Friday afternoon, Sarah ducked into the office restroom to freshen up, carefully wiping herself clean to prepare for the meeting. After slipping on her high heels, she nervously sniffed herself to ensure she didn't smell sweaty, finally checking her makeup bag and declaring herself ready. With her makeup and hair perfectly adjusted, she noted that the meeting time was quickly approaching, reassuring herself that she looked fine. Standing amidst the bustling crowd, she noted how strange it was that simply the thought of meeting him outside of the host bar made her heart race even faster than usual. She smiled warmly to herself, realizing she had never known that a simple date could make her so incredibly happy, just as Masato called out her name. Masato approached and apologized in case he had kept her waiting, while Sarah stared at him in complete awe, internally declaring him an absolute angel. She felt so overwhelmed by his incredible coolness that she joked to herself she would be happy even if he punched her, though she knew he would never do such a thing. She blushed intensely upon noticing his open collar, wildly wondering if he had intentionally dressed more maturely to match her, as she found the sight of his collarbones incredibly sexy. Masato asked if she had said something, but she quickly brushed it off and cheerfully urged him to lead the way, thanking him for making the restaurant reservation. He offered her a bright, warm smile, replying that he was genuinely looking forward to it. She frantically covered her face with both hands, screaming to herself that it was simply impossible for him to be this cute. Upon entering the stylish restaurant, she looked around in awe, anxiously hoping that they were both on the same page about this being a proper date. When Masato complimented the beautiful venue, Sarah giggled softly and teased him about being just a kid for getting so excited over a nice restaurant, causing him to pout slightly. Masato insisted he was definitely grown up, but Sarah simply smiled and teased that his stubbornness was exactly what made him cute, before turning her thoughts to another matter. She noticed the constant annoying stares from the other customers around them, though she internally admitted that she couldn't really blame them for looking. Looking at Masato's innocent face, she felt an indescribable sense of superiority, possessively declaring in her mind that this boy belonged to her. When she urged him to order whatever he liked because she was paying, Masato tried to protest and pay for his, but she firmly refused to let him spend a single cent since she was the one who invited him. She reflected that she had more than enough money to spare, concluding that the only thing truly worth spending her money on was Masato. She admitted to him that she had originally planned to take him somewhere even more high class, but decided against it to avoid making him nervous, wanting nothing more than for him to genuinely enjoy himself. When she asked him how he liked the food, Masato happily declared it was delicious, with sparkling eyes, making Sarah smile warmly at how he looked just like a kid. She admired how beautifully and elegantly he ate, finding his manners wonderful before quietly calling out his name. Watching him across the table, her heart swelled with love as she realized that even in little moments like this, the things she loved about him just kept growing. After finishing his meal, Masato happily patted his stomach and declared that the food was insanely delicious, wondering when the last time was that he had eaten something so good. Sarah smiled and expressed her gladness, silently admiring her pure and adorable Masato as if he were completely untouched by anything dirty in the world. Because of his pure nature, she felt compelled to speak up, suddenly asking him why he was working at a host bar. She acknowledged to herself that she probably shouldn't be asking such a personal question. Though she knew he might not want to answer because a hosting job essentially meant selling yourself, she had still wanted to know more about him, feeling certain he hadn't willingly chosen this line of work. Sarah quickly apologized for bringing up a difficult topic, but Masato brushed it off and gently explained that it was actually nothing major, quietly confessing that he did it because he simply didn't have any money. When Masato casually revealed that he grew up in a welfare institution and had no parents, Sarah gasped in utter shock, realizing with a heavy heart that by institution he meant an orphanage. Devastated by her own insensitivity, Sarah bowed deeply and tearfully apologized for putting her own curiosity above his feelings, though Masato frantically waved his hands and insisted that he wasn't bothered by the question at all. Looking at her with a bright, blushing smile, he warmly confessed that he was truly happy. Sarah stared at him in wide-eyed silence, her face flushing crimson as his sincere words resonated deeply within her. She clutched her hand to her chest, completely overwhelmed by the realization of his genuine warmth. As they walked together through the night, Masato thanked her again for taking him to such a wonderful place, though he felt guilty for not being able to give her anything in return, while Sarah gently reassured him that it was simply her way of saying thanks. She quietly observed him, deciding to think of a way to prolong their time together. Masato looked back at her with a curious smile as Sarah blushed and rested her hand against her cheek, enjoying the comfortable atmosphere between them. When she asked if he would go out with her like this again, Masato readily agreed, leaving Sarah internally celebrating that she had managed to naturally arrange their next date. She resolved to plan their next meeting after his work, rather than before, determined to prove that they were no longer just a customer and a staff member. She wanted to become someone he could fully rely on whenever he faced troubles, believing that she was finally becoming something more meaningful to him. Blushing deeply, she reached out her hand and softly asked if it would be all right for them to hold hands all the way to the bar. Masato froze in absolute shock, his face turning bright red as his mind raced in a fit of extreme fluster. Reassuring him that it was no problem, she smiled contentedly as he nervously reached out to take her hand, feeling her heart soar at the physical contact. She leaned her head gently against his shoulder as they walked, happy that getting closer to him had allowed her to understand his heart and that he was finally opening up to her. She felt an absolutely amazing sense of happiness wrapping around her. Looking at him, she thought that he was incredibly cool, cute, and endearing all at once. Holding his hand tightly in hers, she felt a surge of protective affection for her poor, pitiful Masato. A powerful desire was born within her in that moment, and she silently vowed to work incredibly hard so that he would never have to sell himself at a host bar again. She wrapped her arms around him from behind and gently covered his eyes, determined to protect him from the world. As they walked past the dimly lit backstreets, she decided that he didn't need to lay his eyes on any of the filthy realities of the world. Approaching the bright lights of the host bar, she silently promised that she would grant his every wish and never let him suffer again. That was exactly why she would never let go of his hand. Sarah smiled contentedly as she walked hand in hand with Masato, silently wishing that they could stay together forever. She wore a soft, knowing smile, resolving in her mind to never let go of his hand for all eternity. Masato wiped his brow as he walked down the street under the blazing sun, sighing over the intense heat and grumbling to himself that he had only come outside to avoid running up his expensive electric bill with the air conditioner. As he headed toward the outdoor court, he assumed there might be a crowd because it was Sunday stopping when he realized he was right. Peering through the chain-link fence, his attention was immediately drawn to the rhythmic sound of a basketball bouncing on the pavement. He stopped in surprise as he immediately recognized Yuka actively playing on the court. Watching her run around with several other girls, he quietly observed them, feeling a brief pang of worry as he wondered if she was facing trouble again. He watched from the fence as she ran across the court, cheerfully calling out to her teammate that she was completely open and ready to receive a pass to take the shot. Smiling happily, she did an enthusiastic high five with her friend, warmly praising her for the successful play. As she suggested taking a short break and handed out drinks, Masato watched with a fond smile, finding her confident leadership within her group of friends to be highly refreshing. Believing he should leave them to enjoy their game without interruption, Masato turned his feet to quietly slip away, only for Yuka to suddenly call out his name from behind. She jogged over to the fence with a massive grin, teasingly asking if he was surprised. She noticed him happily declaring that she could always sense his presence immediately. Masato called out her name in surprise as she apologetically stated she would head home to avoid bothering him, leaving him to wonder why she was leaving so suddenly. Her curious teammates immediately crowded around them at the fence, giggling in excitement as they eagerly asked who the handsome guy was. The girls immediately squealed and teased Yuka about meeting her secret boyfriend, sending Yuka into an absolute panic as she frantically waved her hands and insisted he was strictly her basketball mentor. Upon hearing that he was their basketball coach, Yuka's friends immediately beamed with excitement and begged Masato to teach them how to play too. Both Masato and Yuka stood frozen with wide, startled eyes, completely caught off guard by the unexpected request. Yuka stood to the side and sulked, bitterly regretting that she had ever told them about the court to escape the humid gym, and panicked as one of her friends eagerly introduced herself and shook his hand. As Masato began instructing the other girls, advising them to focus more on their fingertips rather than their palms, Yuka grumbled jealously to herself that he was her mentor, not theirs. She watched them with a heavy pout, growing increasingly envious as Masato warmly praised her friends for catching on so quickly. Watching her friends practice, she noted that they all genuinely seemed to love basketball too. When Masato mentioned to the group that he had given Yuka the exact same advice, a soft, happy blush spread across Yuka's face. She realized that even if he taught other people, it didn't change the special bond and the private hours she had exclusively with him. Remembering their private practice sessions, she hoped that he treasured those moments just as much as she did, though she quickly tried to shake off her sentimental thoughts. Suddenly, one of her friends cheerfully called out to Masato and threw the ball his way. The teammate clapped her hands in delight, enthusiastically declaring that he was absolutely amazing. Yuka's jealousy flared up again as she grumbled over her friends calling him by her special nickname, resolved to find a different way to address him to stand out. When Masato called her up next, she eagerly ran forward while considering whether she should start calling him Masato-san, though she remembered he liked when she called him her older brother, making her wonder if she should try a hybrid nickname instead. Settling on her choice, she thanked him enthusiastically as she prepared to play. At the end of the session, Masato lined up the girls and praised their hard work, encouraging them to keep doing their best in their club activities, while Yuka reminded him to stay hydrated. Yuka nearly spat out her drink and covered her face in extreme embarrassment when her teammates suddenly asked Masato what kind of person Yuka was to him. Screaming in panic, Yuka grabbed her friend in a playful headlock to silence her, but her friend merely teased that Yuka was surely curious to know the answer too. While Masato pondered the question seriously, Yuka nervously anticipated his response, secretly hoping he liked her but dreading that he might just view her as a little sister. She stood frozen in absolute suspense as she prepared to hear his final verdict. Her world completely crumbled around her as he gave his answer, leaving her staring blankly in sheer shock at the realization that he only viewed her as a little sister. Yuka stood quietly in front of Masato, mentally acknowledging that while they were indeed very close, and she knew he treasured her, she was far from satisfied. She tightly gripped her athletic shirt, silently declaring to herself that being treated like his little sister simply wasn't enough. Staring up at his face, she acknowledged that as long as he viewed her only as a sister, he would never fall in love with her or make her his girlfriend, mentally confessing that she was deeply in love with him. She turned away slightly to hide her blush, resolving that she needed to change his perception of her. Masato watched her with a gentle, questioning gaze, noticing her sudden change in mood. He offered her a warm, reassuring smile to ease her tension. Although she wanted to make him fall for her, Yuka nervously hesitated before finally blurting out a direct question, asking if he currently had a girlfriend. While her chibai self panicked over the incredibly sudden and bold question, Masato awkwardly replied that he didn't have a girlfriend, letting Yuka breathe a massive sigh of relief. Yuka quietly thought to herself that she would have literally cried on the spot if he had said yes, while her friend Miho beamed in excitement and commented on how unexpected that was. Miho suddenly raised her hand and enthusiastically volunteered to be his girlfriend, instead leaving Yuka screaming in shock, while Masato laughed awkwardly and pointed out that Miho reportedly already had a boyfriend. After Yuka's terrifyingly protective reaction scared her friends away, she nervously stood in front of Masato and politely thanked him for his help today. Masato assured her that it was no problem at all and apologized to the other girls for intruding on their practice, prompting a friendly dismissal from her teammates. Blushing intensely, Yuka mustered up her courage and addressed him as Masato Nii-san, shyly inviting him to come watch their next official match if he was free. When Masato readily agreed and warmly stated that he would absolutely love to see her play, Yuka's entire face lit up with radiant joy. Clenched her hand into a tight fist of determination, she silently admitted that while she didn't hate being treated like his little sister, she passionately desired to take their relationship a step further. She quickly brushed off her intense thoughts and muttered that it was nothing, bidding him goodbye as she prepared to head off. Calling herself a coward in her head, she gathered her courage once more to ask if they could still practice one-on-one, and Masato happily agreed to practice with her anytime she wanted. He offered her a bright, genuine smile and softly added that if he was going to teach her, he much preferred it to be just the two of us. Her heart skipped a beat as she wildly wondered if he also preferred their private one-on-one time, quickly agreeing to let him teach her again, before Masato suddenly looked down in surprise and pointed out her shoes. Masato crouched down to inspect her shoes, concernedly pointing out that her sneakers were incredibly worn out and weren't even proper basketball shoes, prompting Yuka to explain that she only used these old sneakers for outdoor practice, while keeping her actual basketball shoes for indoor games. Masato explained that she should be wearing proper basketball shoes even when playing outdoors to reduce her risk of injury, and Yuka, surprised, quickly agreed with him. She let out a loud gasp of shock when Masato casually suggested that they should go shopping together next time to buy her a new pair of basketball shoes. Masato suggested they go sometime next week, and Yuka eagerly stuttered her agreement while screaming inside that she had just landed a proper date with him. Masato waved goodbye and said he would see her, then leaving Yuka in absolute romantic bliss over what would be her very first date. While she was still giggling to herself with hearts floating around her, one of her teammates suddenly called out and told her to hold on, snapping her back to reality. Her friends aggressively crowded around her, demanding to know why she hadn't introduced them to such a handsome guy, accusing her of hoarding him and teasingly asking how far they had gone, which Yuka frantically tried to deny. Completely ignoring her friends' jealous complaints and accusations that she had already made moves on him, Yuka simply stood there with a silly smile, completely lost in the thoughts of her upcoming date. The following week, The day of their planned shopping date finally arrived. When Masato arrived and warmly greeted her, Yuka clutched her purse strap tightly, her heart pounding with nervous excitement. She greeted him as Masato Nii-san and noted that he was early, and Masato smiled, admitting that he had simply woken up a bit earlier than usual today. When Masato remarked that this was the first time he had ever seen her in casual clothes, Yuka blushed and acknowledged that she was indeed always in her basketball gear. Shyly twirling a strand of her hair, she softly asked him how she looked. She stammered out a nervous thank you, her heart racing over the compliment as she quietly savored being called cute. While Masato pointed out a nearby store with a good selection, Yuka followed him contentedly, thinking that while she was happy, she secretly wished he had called her pretty instead of cute. Entering the large store, she gripped her dress with determination, vowing to do her absolute best to make him notice her as a woman today. They marveled at how spacious the store was, noting that it sold gear for many different sports, and Masato suggested they head to the basketball section, admitting he had only been here once before. As they walked, Yuka looked up at him in admiration, recalling his mention that he had never received formal training, marveling at how he could be so incredibly good at basketball without any lessons. She guessed that he must have played many other sports in his past. She silently recognized that there was still so much she didn't know about him, just as Masato cheerfully announced he had found the correct aisle. Yuka gasped in awe at the massive selection, and Masato pulled out a specific pair to suggest that they might be a good option for outdoor practice. Standing before the shoe display, Yuka silently resolved that she wanted to learn so much more about him from now on. When Masato asked if any of the options caught her eye, she shyly admitted that she wanted him to choose for her, prompting Masato to point out a pair that was very similar to the ones he wore. Yuka's face lit up as Masato pointed out that the design had a cool stripe, adding that his own pair was simply the indoor use version. She instantly decided on that pair, taking Masato by surprise with her lightning-fast decision, as she cheerfully called over a clerk to try them on. After slipping the new basketball shoes onto her feet, she beamed in delight and immediately declared that she would take them. Feeling giddy over essentially having a matching pair with him, she happily agreed when Masato asked her to wait a bit, because there was something else he wanted to buy, leaving her curious. While waiting, she quietly wished they had browsed together if he was buying basketball gear, but perked up as Masato returned and apologized for keeping her waiting. Masato smiled and handed her a shopping bag containing the shoe box, catching her completely by surprise. She gasped in shock and frantically protested that she had brought her own money to pay, but Masato warmly insisted that she accept them as a celebration for making the starting lineup. He gently patted her head to reassure her, leaving Yuka blushing intensely and struggling to find the words to thank him. She bowed deeply to show her profound gratitude, and Masato waved his hand with a smile, telling her she was very welcome. When Masato suggested they keep practicing a lot from now on, she enthusiastically agreed, her heart swelling with happiness over receiving a gift from the person she loved. Clutching the shopping bag tightly to her chest, she beamed with joy, confirming that she had never experienced such a wonderful feeling of happiness when he asked if she was really that pleased. She accepted that, although she wanted him to see her as a woman, she was likely still just a little sister in his eyes. She decided that, for the time being, all she could do was simply savor this immense happiness. Back home that evening, she pondered how she could finally graduate from being treated as just his little sister. Rolling around in her pajamas while clutching her new shoes, she contemplated initiating more physical contact, but recalled how her last hug had only resulted in a head pat, leaving her wondering how to push for something more. She blushed furiously as she imagined a scenario where they leaned in close for a romantic kiss. Frantically thrashing her legs in embarrassment, she told herself that a kiss was far too bold, but secretly acknowledged that going that far would definitely force him to finally view her as a woman. Staring up at his face in her imagination, she blushed and focused intensely on his lips. Sighing restlessly, she held her bunny plushie close and wondered to herself just how sweet her very first kiss with her first love would actually be. Blushing deeply at the thought, she shyly pressed her lips against her plush toy, imagining a soft peck. She writhed around under her blankets, teasingly imagining herself going even further than a kiss, before quickly brushing the embarrassing thought off as a joke. With her mind completely consumed by thoughts of Masato, she realized she wouldn't be able to get a single wink of sleep tonight. Walking home from university, Masato complained that he was completely beat, expressing anxiety about an upcoming quiz next week, which Mizuho casually dismissed, while Kumi pointed out that Mizuho always barely scraped by. While Mizuho laughed and argued back, Kumi observed them silently, noting how natural it had become for the three of them to hang out together in what had become a comfortable and precious space. However, she privately admitted to herself that this comfortable status quo was precisely why she was too afraid of ruining their friendship by confessing her love to Masato. As Masato warmly brought up a new topic, Kumi listened intently while his friendly presence put her at ease. Warning herself that keeping her distance might result in someone else stealing him away, Kumi resolved to close the gap between them immediately and enthusiastically agreeing when Masato invited them to visit the batting center today. When Masato playfully teased that he couldn't wait to see her hit, Kumi puffed out her chest and proudly warned him not to underestimate a former softball club member promising to show him her true skills. When Kumi turned to Mizuho for backup, complaining that Masato didn't believe her athletic skills, Mizuho sided with Masato, teasingly suggesting that it was hard to imagine a cute girl like Kumi violently smashing a baseball and advising Masato to burn her performance into his memory. Kumi cheerfully turned to ask Mizuho if she was joining them, but Mizuho merely stared forward in brief, uncharacteristic silence. Breaking out of her silence, Mizuho quickly declined and claimed she already had plans, playfully teasing that her immense popularity would leave them lonely, but encouraging them to go have fun without her. Kumi watched in surprise as Mizuho waved goodbye and ran off, finding it highly unusual since Mizuho always tagged along whenever she invited her. As they stood together in a complete daze, Masato wondered if Mizuho was genuinely in that much of a hurry, while Kumi let out a quiet sigh. Kumi muttered to herself that she didn't really mind anyway, calling Mizuho an idiot, which prompted a concerned inquiry from Masato. She quickly brushed off his concern and cheerfully urged him to get going, while silently resolving that she needed to tell Mizuho everything properly tomorrow. She planned to reassure Mizuho that she never found her presence annoying and that she genuinely loved spending time as a trio. She fondly imagined Mizuho's bright, joyful laughter. She wanted to tell her best friend that she loved her deeply too. At the batting center, Masato looked at the batting cages and admitted it had been so long since he last played, feeling a surge of excitement. After Kumi teased him for acting like a little kid, Masato confidently declared that such things were best enjoyed by embracing one's inner child, leaving Kumi to wonder what kind of child he had been in his past. Assuming he had probably been cool ever since he was a little boy, she urged him to go first, because his excitement was written all over his face, to which Masato sheepishly admitted that she had caught him. Finding his excitement cute, she suddenly panicked when she noticed he had selected the 130-kilometer cage, but Masato confidently assured her that he was actually quite good at batting as he stepped inside. While Kumi privately doubted his batting claims, Masato politely asked if she could hold his bag for him, and she readily accepted. Holding his bag close, her heart fluttered with excitement as she romanticized the moment, thinking that carrying his belongings made her feel exactly like his actual girlfriend. Giddy with happiness, she desperately wished she could just become his real girlfriend, already watching eagerly as Masato assumed a solid batting stance and prepared to swing. With perfect form and timing, Masato swung his bat and struck the incoming baseball cleanly. The ball flew directly into the far net, leaving Kumi to gasp in absolute awe at his incredible skill, while Masato smugly teased that he had told her so. He continued to swing with consistent, fluid precision. Finding him incredibly cool, she blushed intensely and decided that she absolutely had to record his swings on her phone. She cheered him on enthusiastically as she filmed him hitting every single ball, while Masato casually called back that this level of speed was completely easy for him. Looking at the video on her phone, she wore a sly, blushing smile, thinking that if she posted this footage on social media, everyone would immediately assume he was her boyfriend. When Masato stepped out of the cage and happily declared how much fun he had hitting those home runs, she praised his skills while privately debating whether she should go ahead and confess to him soon. Masato offered her a cheerful, bright smile, leaving Kumi completely swooning with adoration. When Kumi cheerfully declared that she was up next, Masato looked surprised and advised her to choose a slower lane with the 90-kilometer speed instead. Ignoring his warnings, she pushed her backpack into his arms and slid a coin into the slot. She stood at the plate and confidently told him that she would prove she was just as amazing as him. She rested the bat over her shoulder and instructed him to watch her closely. Masato blushed slightly and gave a nervous nod of agreement. She swung with tremendous power, sending the first pitch flying. While Masato stared in genuine shock, Kumi smugly boasted that she had told him so, determined to continue showing off her best side. She hit ball after ball, resolving not to let a single pitch get past her. Later, at a fast food restaurant, Kumi clutched her head in utter embarrassment, realizing she had completely overdone her batting display. She deeply regretted letting her competitive spirit take over and feared that Masato had found her terrifying, so she slumped over the table in despair until Masato returned with their food and asked what was wrong. She quickly claimed nothing was wrong and suggested they eat, before nervously asking how he felt about athletic girls. When Masato asked what she meant, she clarified that she wanted to know if athletic girls were his type and whether he liked or disliked them. Masato explained that since he used to hang out with a very athletic girl in the past, he actually liked athletic girls quite a bit, which left Kumi feeling curious about his past acquaintance. He asked Kumi when she had first started playing softball, while Kumi stared at him and silently reasoned that there was simply no way someone as cool as him didn't have a romantic history. She replied that she started around upper elementary school, though she mostly played casual playground games when she was even younger, prompting a warm compliment from him. At the train station, they waved goodbye and promised to see each other tomorrow, leaving Kumi to happily reflect on his preference for athletic girls. As the train pulled away, Kumi rested her head against the window, her heart still fluttering from their date. While Masato walked home thinking about how much fun he had, Kumi sat on the train in quiet anxiety, deeply comfortable with their current relationship, but terrified that confessing her feelings might break their bond. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a ping from her phone showing that Masato had sent her an image. Opening the message, she saw that he had sent a candid photo of her batting accompanied by a warm message thanking her for a fun day. Kumi blushed deeply as she read his sweet text where he teased that he had taken a picture of her looking incredibly cool and was willing to let her win their match today. As the train rumbled along, she smiled warmly to herself, quietly acknowledging how much she liked and loved him. She clutched her phone tightly to her chest, her expression softening into a vulnerable look as she recognized that if she could never be with him, she would completely fall apart. Walking home alone under the gray sky, Mizuho quietly observed that she had been acting very strange lately. She admitted to herself that whenever she spent time with Masato, she felt as if she were turning into a completely different person. She recalled how Kumi had introduced her to Masato simply because she had found her fated partner and placed absolute trust in her. Walking past the high-rise buildings, she questioned with a heavy heart if her feelings had really been this fickle all along. While navigating the crowded streets, she reasoned that her desire to find her fated savior hadn't changed, but struggled to explain her growing feelings for Masato when she knew he was the one her best friend loved. Even though she knew she absolutely could not allow herself to fall for him, she felt guilty that Kumi went out of her way to invite her along all the time. Watching the happy couple in her mind, she called herself an idiot, feeling that if she intruded any further on the precious college time they deserved to spend alone together, she would be a terrible person. She tightly gripped her bag strap, silently acknowledging that Kumi was definitely inviting her out of genuine kindness rather than obligation. Staring up at the towering buildings, she let out a dejected sigh, calling herself a truly terrible person for harboring such selfish feelings. She held her necklace tightly and tried to convince herself that she wouldn't run into him anyway, since the time and the day of the week were entirely different from when they first met. She knew that running into her mystery savior by chance would require a literal miracle, yet she desperately wanted to see him again to confirm who it was that she truly loved. She believed that if she could only make that distinction, clear, things would be different. She hoped that solving her conflicted feelings would finally allow her to enjoy their three-way friendship without carrying any guilt. She turned on her heel and started running after him, her heart beating frantically as she tried to catch up. Recognizing his distinct vest uniform, she chased after him and called out to excuse her, desperately hoping it was indeed her savior. But as the host turned around with a puzzled look, Mizuho froze in deep disappointment, realizing that he was a completely different person. Hoping that the identical uniform meant she was on the right track, she awkwardly asked the host if a college student happened to work part-time at their establishment. The host thoughtfully confirmed that they did indeed employ a college student, prompting Mizuho to nervously press for the employee's name. When the host politely apologized and explained that sharing names was against their privacy policy, Mizuho frantically apologized while mentally calling herself a complete idiot for asking. The host tilted his head and quietly observed her flustered state. He kindly handed her his business card and warmly invited her to visit the bar sometime if she was that curious, leaving Mizuho surprised that he actually carried business cards. He flashed her a dramatic wink and said he would be waiting for his lady, leaving Mizuho slightly bewildered by his flashy customer service as she walked away. She walked down the street alone, staring quietly at the ground. She noted that despite his flirtatious charm, her heart hadn't beat fast at all, happily realizing that she couldn't just fall for any handsome guy. Her relief was suddenly cut short when she looked at the card and realized the establishment was actually a boys' bar, prompting her to shriek in complete shock. Staring at the card in a cold sweat, she realized that this completely changed her plans, since she had been about to head straight to the establishment. Quickly searching the bar's rules online, she breathed a sigh of relief upon reading that entry was allowed for anyone 18 and older. Thrashing around in bed, she worried that such places were likely far too expensive and nervously questioned if his kindness had merely been a calculated professional act. She recalled how genuine his smile had looked when he handed her his card. She refused to believe his warmth was fake, just as a sudden ping from her phone caught her attention. Reading a sweet message from Kumi thanking her for being considerate, Mizuho laughed softly and thought that her best friend had easily seen through her excuse. She smiled contentedly, deciding that as long as Kumi had a wonderful time on her date, that was all that truly mattered. But as she opened the next messages and saw the happy photos Kumi had sent of her date with Masato, Mizuho's smile vanished as a painful ache tightened in her chest. Tears welled up in her eyes as she silently sobbed, agonizing over why her heart was hurting so much. She buried her face in her bed, desperately wishing she could just act normal and happily congratulate her friend like she always did. Sitting huddled and miserable on her bed, she wept silently into the night, unable to stop asking herself why love had to be so incredibly painful. Mizuho stared at Yuta's business card, concluding that she had no choice but to visit the boys' bar. She gritted her teeth in distress, desperately telling herself that she had to do this to protect both her best friend and her own fragile feelings. Sprawled out on her bed with her arm draped over her eyes, she prepared herself to take the final plunge. She wept quietly into her pillow, determined to finally put an end to her forbidden feelings and say goodbye to the unbearable pain. The scene shifted to a bustling city street on a weekday afternoon. Having been suddenly instructed to take the afternoon off from work, Sarah found herself sitting alone at a quiet brick cafe. She sat by the window, sipping her tea, sighing that she had absolutely nothing to do, just as her phone buzzed with an incoming message from Masato. She had messaged him to ask if he would be working at the bar today, only to learn that he was off shift, leaving her dejectedly resting her head on the table since it wasn't Friday. Her eyes suddenly widened in utter shock as her phone lit up with another incoming ping from him. Masato innocently suggested that if she was free, she should still visit the bar because there were plenty of other nice hosts working, leaving Sarah internally agonizing over why he would say something so painful to her. She gritted her teeth in frustration over how easily he made such a suggestion, resolved that since she couldn't imagine being with anyone else, she absolutely needed to express her true feelings to him properly. Looking down at the reflection of his face in her tea, she acknowledged that she had eyes only for him, suddenly realizing that she had almost never been served by any other host since she first started visiting the bar. Staring out the window, she wondered if there could possibly be other nice hosts out there like him, though she reasoned the chances of finding someone similar were basically 1 in 100 million. Looking up at the city buildings, she decided that since she still had a little bit of free time left, she might as well pay the bar a visit. Entering the lively, dimly lit establishment, she was greeted by the familiar, energetic chatter of the hosts and customers. She sat tensely at her table, her face flushing with anxiety as a new host sat down beside her and commented that visiting the bar with someone else must feel incredibly uneasy. Tightly clutching her skirt in her lap, she politely returned his greeting while privately panicking, terrified of Masato finding out that she had requested another host, even though she knew he likely wouldn't mind. The host served her a highball, happily welcoming her and sweet-talking her by claiming she was so pretty it made him nervous. Sarah quietly nodded as the host politely asked to sit right next to her in the booth. Taking a sip of her drink, she observed the host and silently concluded that he was completely different from what she wanted. She dismissed the host's compliments as shallow surface-level words, fondly remembering how Masato's shy smile proved that he genuinely meant everything from the bottom of his heart, despite his nervousness making him superior in every possible way. As the host smoothly transitioned between work talk, hobby talk, and flattering compliments, Sarah remained entirely unmoved, recognizing that his nice words were likely just an insincere part of his job. After thanking the host and leaving the bar, she walked down the neon-lit street, admitting that the host hadn't done anything wrong, and that the fault lay within herself for still being a twisted, unappealing woman who hadn't changed since her student days. She checked her watch and noted that her visit hadn't even lasted an hour, yet felt incredibly long, contrasting it with how time always passed in an instant whenever she was with Masato. She reflected on how she had chatted with a few other hosts without her heart, fluttering, even once admitting to herself with a soft smile that she felt slightly relieved by this. She acknowledged that while the bar visit had been a waste of her money and time, it had successfully allowed her to reaffirm a highly important truth. He was the only host she wanted, and she was absolutely certain of her feelings. Deeply content with the realization that Masato was her special fated person, she smiled warmly until her phone suddenly buzzed with a new message notification. She pulled out her phone as she walked, her eyes widening slightly as she saw that the message was from Masato. In his text, Masato playfully begged her to request him, sometimes joking that if she stopped choosing him he would end up with absolutely no customers. She squatted down in her hallway and covered her blushing face, completely overwhelmed by how much he made her heart throb, desperately wishing she could run to him right now, hug him tightly, and make him understand that he was the only one for her. She wanted to claim his heart completely so that he had eyes only for her, drafting a direct message to reassure him that she only ever requested him before deleting it, because it sounded too bold. She struggled to draft a response that wouldn't sound too condescending or pushy, terrified that he might end up hating her if she got the tone wrong. Settling on a gentle response telling him not to worry because she genuinely enjoyed talking with him, she tapped the screen to send the text and carefully slid her phone back into her bag. She walked home with light, rhythmic steps, her heart feeling incredibly light and full. Humming a happy tune as she walked down the street, she smiled warmly to herself, silently promising that she would make absolutely sure he ended up happy. Sometime later at her office, she sipped her water while her coworker Megu walked in and asked how things had been going lately, to which Sarah casually replied that nothing had really changed. Sitting at her restaurant with her college friends, Sarah listened as one of them remarked that cohabitation was surprisingly difficult, prompting another friend to enthusiastically express how lucky she was and declare that she wanted to live with someone too. Sarah reflected that during this get-together, she felt deeply out of place because every single one of her friends except her had a boyfriend. She silently grumbled to herself about the conversation constantly revolving around boyfriends, wishing she hadn't come until a friend suddenly turned to her and asked how she had been doing lately. All of her friends stared at her with eager, smiling faces, waiting for her update, which left her temporarily at a loss for words. When she happily mentioned that things had been pretty fun lately, her friends instantly erupted into an excited frenzy, loudly demanding to know which guy she was seeing and begging to see a picture. After showing them a photo of Masato, her friends gushed over him, calling him handsome and praising his refreshing charm and kind appearance, making them intensely jealous. Drinking her water, Sarah proudly agreed with their praise, privately calling Masato an absolute angel, before casually revealing that they had met at a bar where he worked. She softly explained that she went to visit him specifically on the days he was scheduled to work. Her friends suddenly went quiet, and one of them turned to her with a tense expression, letting out a confused hum. When a friend hesitantly asked if the bar he worked at was actually a boys' bar, Sarah was caught off guard and simply confirmed it. Sensing the sudden heavy atmosphere, she wondered if she had said something strange, while another friend seriously questioned if she was actually dating him. After she clarified that they weren't dating yet, her friends worriedly asked how much money she spent on him every month, leaving Sarah annoyed as to why they would ask such a question when money wasn't an issue to her. When she calmly explained that she only spent about half of her monthly salary on him, her friend shrieked in absolute horror, prompting a calm request from Sarah to stop shouting. Ignoring their shock, she warmly noted that she was already planning to buy him a present next time in the hopes of making him happy, but her friend sternly interrupted by calling her name. Her friend seriously advised her to drop Masato, entirely offering to have her own boyfriend arrange a singles mixer for her to attend instead. Sarah's expression immediately hardened into a cold, sharp glare, letting out a quiet, dangerous response. After Sarah coldly stated that she had no interest in mixers and refused to spend money on any man besides Masato, her friend bluntly shot back that Masato was simply using her for her money. To her friend's immense concern, Sarah merely let out a dark, cynical laugh, quietly stating that she finally understood. She looked at them with pity, recognizing that they foolishly grouped Masato together with all of the other ordinary hosts. She reasoned that having visited other bars herself to verify she knew Masato was entirely special and worked only once a week, meaning she was his sole provider, which made her completely fine with carrying his financial burden. Angered by their pity, Sarah coldly demanded that they stop making that face. Her friend held her hand tightly, pleading with her that this situation wasn't healthy and begging her to attend the mixer so she could finally give up on Masato, insisting that they were only doing this for her own sake. Sarah's hands trembled with building rage as she bitterly questioned what they could possibly mean by claiming it was for her own sake. She silently fumed that they didn't know anything about him or his circumstances. Slamming her hands on the table, Sarah raised her voice, furiously demanding what they meant by doing it for her sake when they had no idea how much he meant to her. She stood up abruptly and yelled at them, demanding that, if they genuinely cared about her, they should be supporting her instead of tearing her down. While her friend desperately tried to calm her down, Sarah angrily reminded them of the painful past they knew. She had endured, passionately screaming that Masato was completely different from other men because he was the only one who had saved her when things were at their absolute worst. She demanded to know why they couldn't understand, pointing out that Masato always selflessly worried about whether she was spending too much money on him. Clenching her skirt, she argued that since he always treated her with such gentle kindness, despite working a job, he clearly disliked there was absolutely nothing wrong with her supporting him financially if it helped ease his burden even a little. She silently pleaded with them to stop, desperately wishing they wouldn't ruin the perfect relationship she currently had with him. Distressed by the silent, worried looks on her friends' faces, she begged them in her mind not to look at her with such pity as she walked out. Walking down the sidewalk, she held her stomach and frantically repeated the word no to drown out her friends' warnings that she was being deceived, used for her money, and that his kindness was strictly professional. Gritting her teeth, she frantically pulled out her phone to text him, screaming in her mind that she wasn't wrong and that Masato would never use her because she knew him better than anyone. Her phone suddenly pinged with a reply, and she anxiously hoped that he would reassure her by telling her that he was always there for her. However, her heart sank as she read Masato's text, which merely praised her hard work, asked if she had fun, and cheerfully added that she might even find a nice boyfriend at her get-together. She stood completely frozen on the sidewalk, staring blankly at the screen as his words cut deep. A heavy teardrop splashed onto her screen as she silently wept, despairingly questioning why he wouldn't do anything to stop her from seeing other men. Walking through the blurred crowd, she acknowledged that there was no such thing as another nice person for her because her heart belonged solely to him. She wept bitterly, devastated by the fact that she had only eyes for Masato, yet he seemed entirely unbothered by her seeing others. Multiple tears fell and pooled on her phone screen, mirroring her complete heartbreak. Sarah marched down the steps in a fit of frustration, furiously cursing her boss for dumping extra work on her right at the end of the day, especially since she had firmly resolved never to work overtime on Fridays. Ever since her heated argument with her friends, a heavy weight had remained painfully stuck in her chest, making her desperate to see Masato as quickly as possible. She resolved that she would simply wait to tell her friends until after she and Masato officially started dating, reasoning that their worry was only natural since he wasn't her boyfriend yet, and believing that everyone would celebrate with her once they made it official. Knowing she had to transition to the next stage of their relationship, she panted heavily in front of the bar entrance, deeply regretting that her overtime had made her arrive so late. She quickly adjusted her makeup and hair, wondering if he would be sitting at the reception desk at this late hour before declaring herself ready. She nervously opened the door and stepped inside with a racing heart, immediately greeted by a polite welcome from the staff. Her heart sank slightly as she realized the host greeting her at the door was not Masato, though she politely returned the greeting. She wondered if Masato was simply busy working in the back room, feeling a wave of embarrassment when the receptionist immediately guessed she was there for Masato, and she sheepishly confirmed it. While the host offered an apologetic look, Sarah felt a quiet surge of superiority, finding comfort in the fact that everyone at the bar already associated her as Masato's exclusive customer. But her satisfaction was instantly shattered when the host apologetically informed her that Masato was currently busy serving another customer. While the host offered to seat her with another staff member, Sarah froze in silent fury, her mind frantically demanding to know who on earth could possibly be requesting Masato other than her. As the host began listing the other available staff members, Sarah clutched her head in a mix of panic and frustration. Unable to bear the situation, she quietly stated that she would just come back later, turning on her heel to leave while the host bid her a polite farewell. She stood completely isolated on a pedestrian bridge, looking down at the ground in silent misery as busy pedestrians passed her by. Her heels clicked sharply against the pavement as she furiously blamed herself for staying late at work, realizing in a panic that her delay had given another woman the perfect opportunity to get close to Masato. Panting heavily to control her emotions, she checked her phone and reasoned that his current session should be ending soon. She tried to soothe her anxiety by reassuring herself that the other woman was probably just a one-time customer, and that she was still the one who spent the most money and received the most affection from him, confidently walking back to the bar. But as she stepped back into the bar's hallway, she froze as she saw Masato standing in the distance with another customer. She stared intently at the scene unfolding before her. Her eyes widened in absolute bloodshot rage as she witnessed something that completely shattered her composure. In the hallway, Masato stood chatting with Shiori, who smiled brightly and held her tote bag close as they talked. Sarah stood frozen around the corner, her face completely pale with shock as she witnessed their comfortable interaction. Watching the young girl, she immediately recognized Shiori, her legs trembling weakly as she turned to walk away from the agonizing sight. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled seeing Masato serve Shiori at the bar before, heartbroken by how warmly he was smiling at her now. As Shiori bid him goodbye and Masato warmly returned it, Sarah shook in silent fury, desperately screaming in her mind that Masato and that special place belonged exclusively to her, and that she would absolutely not allow anyone else to have them. Her legs wobbled unsteadily as she walked further away, left to wonder if she was destined to repeat her past heartbreak. She hid behind a corner and wept in deep anguish, completely overwhelmed by her despair. She covered her mouth to stifle her loud, painful sobs as tears spilled down her face. Gritting her teeth, Shiori stared intensely at her textbook and resolved to understand the material no matter what so she wouldn't become a burden to him. She felt his hand lightly brush against her back as he pointed out the symbols, sending an electric shock through her body that left her completely unable to think straight. Crouching on the cold ground of the alley, she opened her compact mirror and quietly lamented that she looked absolutely terrible. Staring at the ring she had intended to give him, she let out a tearful smile and acknowledged her helplessness, but firmly resolved that she had already decided never to give up on him. She watched them walk together, wringing her hands as she wondered what she could possibly say to him, but she stubbornly reaffirmed that regardless of how ugly or filthy her actions were, Masato was the only man for her. Obsessively repeating to herself that she would never let him go, she reasoned that she couldn't risk making a bad impression by outright criticizing Shiori, especially since Masato likely had his own reasons. She calculated that it would actually be wiser to subtly praise the girl instead to keep his favor. Settling on her plan, she reached out her hand to tap him on the shoulder. She gently patted his shoulder from behind to get his attention. She put on her most gentle, charming smile as he turned around. She warmly complimented him on finding such a cute girl. While shopping together, Shiori's friends encouraged her to try something different, pointing out that always wearing long, conservative outfits just to appear pure was far too boring. They insisted that showing a little more skin would look much better on her, warmly complimenting her fair, beautiful legs. Her friend raised a hand and confidently argued that boys would definitely appreciate her more if she showed off her skin. Shiori privately dismissed their advice, reasoning that Masato was a genuinely pure-hearted person who would never get excited over exposed skin, internally calling other girls who pretended to be pure while exposing themselves creepy. Sometime later at their restaurant date, Sarah kindly urged Masato to order whatever he liked, and Masato decided on a simple pasta dish. Upon hearing his choice, Sarah immediately decided to add a soup and a salad to his order, leaving Chibai Masato slightly bewildered. She continued to order more food, suggesting he try the steak and save room for dessert, piling up his table with numerous dishes. When she attempted to order even more, Masato frantically stopped her, reminding her that he had to go to work right after their meal. Elsewhere, Yuka pondered her relationship with Masato, wondering if she should stop acting like a little sister, if she wanted him to view her as a romantic partner. She turned to her classmate, who was a real little sister, and asked what she typically did with her older brother, only to receive a casual reply that they did nothing special. However, her friend went on to describe their cozy home life, explaining that they played games, went shopping, and lounged around together, mentioning that she often fell asleep comfortably right on top of him. Blushing intensely as she imagined herself lying on Masato's chest, Yuka began to wonder if being treated like a little sister was actually a pretty sweet deal after all. During their next meeting, Yuka worriedly mentioned to Masato that Mizuho hadn't seemed very energetic lately. She explained that when Mizuho was in a good mood, she usually devoured a massive bowl of cake udon loaded with tempura. But whenever she was feeling down, Mizuho's appetite plummeted, and she would only eat a tiny portion of plain udon. Yuka yelled in disbelief over the stark difference, while Masato silently wondered where Mizuho even managed to store all of that heavy food inside her tiny body. Mizuho researched online to understand exactly what kind of place a boys' bar was, finding explanations that customers could enjoy drinks and casual chats with the male staff. She scrolled further down the search results, reading that some people even managed to meet their fated partner at such venues. Although she was thrilled to have finally tracked down a concrete lead on her mystery savior, she whimpered in bed, realizing there was absolutely no way she could gather the courage to enter a boys' bar all by herself. Despite her fears, she eventually found herself standing directly beneath the glowing sign of the bar. She nervously clutched the business card in her hands, still hesitating to believe that her perfect savior could actually be working at a place like this. Crouching on the sidewalk in a fit of panic, she worried that even if she found him, his hosting job meant he was probably just slick and highly practiced at sweet-talking women, finding the prospect of going in alone terrifying. She sighed in disappointment, sadly assuming that his incredible kindness to her on that day had likely just been a professional habit. Telling herself there was no use overthinking, she resolved to head home since she had at least found the location, but shrieked in absolute terror when the door suddenly swung open and a friendly host greeted her. The host eagerly began his sales pitch, asking if she wanted to come inside and assuring her that their prices were very reasonable, while a sweating Mizuho desperately tried to decline. As the host stepped closer and offered to be her first companion, Mizuho cringed away in pure panic, feeling as if his friendly smile was actually that of a predator cornering its prey. Knowing her weak will would leave her completely broke if she entered, she prepared to run for her life, but stopped dead in her tracks when a familiar voice suddenly called out her name. She turned around in complete shock to find Masato standing right there in his casual clothes, looking at her in confusion. Masato quickly apologized and thanked his coworker for letting her go, gently asking Mizuho if she was all right, since the staff could sometimes be a bit too pushy, which left her completely stunned. When Masato clarified that Mizuho was his friend, the other host naturally assumed she had come to request him, which Masato quickly dismissed, before turning to Mizuho and directly asking what she was doing outside a boys' bar, sending her into a total panic. She frantically waved her hands and made up a wild excuse, claiming she had merely taken a wrong turn while looking for a hair salon, desperately trying to convince him that she didn't actually frequent such establishments. Seeing her extreme distress, Masato burst into a bright laugh and apologized, reassuring her that he was only teasing. Pouting at his teasing, she demanded to know what he was doing there in the first place, and Masato explained that it was simply the closest train station to his house, apologizing again for teasing her. As they walked together, Masato worriedly asked if she was really okay walking home alone in the dark, but Mizuho laughed it off, and playfully told him that was her line, pointing out that him living alone in such a busy city district was actually much more dangerous. Masato turned to Mizuho as they walked, gently asking her what was wrong, but she merely trailed off with a quiet sigh. He offered her a warm, genuine smile and admitted that he felt highly relieved to see her looking so well. While a sudden, painful pang tightened in her chest, she silently questioned why he would worry about her, only for Masato to clarify that he did so because Kumi had been deeply concerned about her. Hearing his explanation, she felt a wave of sadness wash over her, quietly realizing that his care was simply on behalf of her best friend. She forced a bright laugh and joked about how she was always the energetic Mizuho, but secretly felt guilty for making Kumi worry, deciding she should quickly explain to her best friend that their meeting tonight had been a complete coincidence. Reminding herself that Masato belonged to Kumi, she privately admitted to herself that she had actually been worried about him too. She gasped in surprise when Masato gently pointed out that she always forced herself to act cheerful even when she was deeply troubled, warmly advising her not to push herself too hard. As Masato sheepishly worried that his advice might sound too arrogant since they had only just met, Mizuho stared at him with a heavily blushing face, touched that her energy actually radiated to him all the time. Shaking off her emotional fluster, she immediately burst into a run and playfully declared that the super-popular Mizuho was always destined to shine bright. She spun around and jokingly told him to be grateful because her dazzling presence made even the dark streets feel completely safe, before turning to run down the station's stairs. Waving goodbye as she went, she cheerfully promised to deliver her bright energy again tomorrow, which Masato warmly accepted with a wave of his own. The next day at university, she walked down the hallway in a quiet daze, clutching her chest as she wondered why she felt this way. She bit her lip to hold back her tears, desperately asking her heart to give her a break because she didn't understand why his kindness made her feel so happy yet hurt so much. She leaned against the wall, silently begging him in her mind not to show her any more kindness, firmly deciding that she had to visit the boys' bar. Finding Kumi later, she clasped her hands together and desperately begged her best friend for a favor. Mizuho frantically pleaded with Kumi to accompany her because she was too scared to go to the bar alone, but Kumi's sweat dropped in sheer hesitation, muttering that even for her this was a bit too much to ask. Although Kumi admitted that she wanted to go with her, she nervously twiddled her fingers, explaining that the situation was somewhat difficult for her. Looking away in guilt, Kumi quietly confessed that she would feel incredibly bad toward Masato if she visited his bar with another customer. Defeated, Mizuho slumped face first onto the table and sighed in agreement with Kumi's logic, prompting a highly concerned inquiry from her best friend about her well-being. Sitting up with a somber look, Mizuho admitted to herself that Kumi's worries made complete sense, bitterly concluding that her savior had probably only been nice to her on that day because it was his job as a host. Mizuho internally struggled to believe that his kindness was all just an act while Masato began to speak. Kumi understood and apologized for doubting her, which Mizuho quickly brushed off, agreeing that Kumi's reasoning made perfect sense. Pumping her fist in determination, Mizuho declared she would go by herself if she had to, refusing to keep worrying like this, as she announced her march to the battlefield, prompting an amused Kumi to ask where she was planning to fight. Mizuho stood firmly in front of Masato with clenched fists, visibly fired up about her decision as she stared him down. Mizuho tried to call out to Kumi for help, but immediately panicked when she saw her friend blushing helplessly, realizing that Kumi's current love-struck state would be absolutely zero help in a fight. Realizing she had to handle this alone, Mizuho forcefully thrust her drink bottle forward and dramatically swore an oath that the three of them would die together, prompting a confused question about why she was suddenly reciting the oath of the peach garden. While Masato questioned her weird outburst, and Mizuho handed out the drinks, Kumi smiled warmly to herself and concluded that this dynamic was perfectly fine just the way it was. As Masato suggested they head to their next class, Mizuho reflected that shifting her focus to finding her fated person had finally allowed her to talk with him naturally again. Her peace was suddenly shattered when Masato casually mentioned there was no test today, leading Kumi to correct him that there actually was, which made Mizuho shriek in absolute panic because no one had told her. Walking slightly ahead of them, Mizuho reassured herself that their current relationship was completely fine. Later on the train ride home, Masato sighed that he was completely exhausted, while Mizuho sat quietly beside him letting out a tired breath. Mizuho internally felt guilty about always ending up alone with Masato after parting ways with Kumi right, as he asked if her place was close to the station, to which she confirmed it was an easy walk. She playfully suggested that if the trains ever stopped due to a typhoon, she would just have him let her stay over at his place, quickly brushing it off as a joke, while reassuring herself that keeping this light tone was for the best. Masato surprised her by genuinely telling her to let him know if that ever happened, leaving Mizuho completely stunned. She immediately leaned in and yelled at him for being okay with it, demanding that he was supposed to refuse her request outright. Masato reasoned that her being stranded would be a serious problem, but Mizuho sighed that was the point, pointedly reminding him that he was a guy, which he blankly confirmed. Slapping her forehead in frustration, Mizuho mentally warned Kumi that Masato's naive mindset seriously needed an overhaul before she turned back to lecture him. She scolded him that a guy couldn't just easily invite a girl to stay over, but Masato calmly countered that he already knew that and only agreed because it was her. Masato looked away and mumbled that he wouldn't just let anyone stay at his place, causing Mizuho's face to flush deeply, as she weakly agreed. Regaining her composure, she nudged him and suggested he should be saying those kinds of things to Kumi instead, since she would definitely come running. But Masato cluelessly asked why Kumi's name was even being brought up, leaving Mizuho to internally curse him as a dense idiot. Masato quietly admitted that he might end up lying to get her to stay over even if the train didn't break down, leaving Mizuho completely flustered by his bold statement. They sat together in a tense silence as the train continued its route, the doors eventually opening when they reached the next station. When Masato asked in confusion if she was changing trains here, Mizuho quickly explained that she actually had some plans for the day. She lied that she was heading to the hair salon she had mentioned, before prompting Masato to understand and bid her farewell as they waved goodbye to each other on the platform. Standing outside the station, Mizuho pumped herself up for battle, before realizing it was still too early, deciding she needed to find a place to kill sometime first. Later, she found herself standing directly in front of the entrance to the boys' bar Festa. Clenching her hands nervously, she wondered if she would really be okay despite checking the rules beforehand, worrying that it would look incredibly suspicious if she explicitly requested a college student from their roster. She agonized that simply visiting a boys' bar made her feel immensely guilty, before pausing to question who exactly she was feeling guilty toward, wondering if it was her destined person. As Masato's smiling face suddenly flashed in her mind, she quickly shook her head and scolded herself to stop thinking about unnecessary things. Stepping into the dimly lit establishment, she nervously reassured herself that this visit was only for today and mentally justified the large amount of cash she had withdrawn for the occasion. She quietly noted the mature atmosphere of the bar just as a host approached the doorway to welcome her. Her eyes widened in absolute shock when she looked up and realized the suited host standing before her was Masato, who stammered in equal surprise. She stared at him in complete disbelief, internally questioning why Masato was standing there. Panicking, Mizuho instantly turned and bolted for the door, but Masato desperately called out her name and reached out to grab her arm before she could escape. When she quietly complained that he was hurting her, Masato loosened his grip and pleaded with her to just talk with him for a moment. Mizuho's mind spun frantically as she realized he had caught her at a boys' bar, agonizing over how she should have just casually laughed it off or questioned why he was working there, while secretly admitting that seeing him employed at such a place deeply hurt her. Staring blankly at his hand holding hers, her thoughts spiraled into complete confusion, overwhelmed by the entire situation. Looking up at the ceiling, she concluded that everything had become a complete and utter mess. Sitting together in a private booth, Mizuho summarized his explanation, clarifying that his benefactor was the owner of the bar, and he was working there to repay that favor, which Masato quietly confirmed. Mizuho noted that this explained why he had been in the area the other day, and Masato gently clarified that he wasn't being forced to work there against his will, as she quietly nodded. Mizuho admitted she had absolutely no idea, concluding that this was the situation. Masato explained that even though he only worked there once a week, it allowed him to afford college, before turning the question back on her and asking why she was there. Sweating nervously, Mizuho stammered as she internally felt a wave of relief, knowing he had his own proper reasons for working there, resolving to desperately explain herself, so he would understand. She also had a valid reason for visiting. Masato calmly accepted her explanation while Mizuho couldn't help but feel a strong desire to ensure he didn't misunderstand her intentions. Masato pointed out that since he only worked there once a week, he didn't know every single employee, acknowledging that it made sense she wouldn't know either. Mizuho enthusiastically offered to help him figure it out since someone else at the bar might know, which took him by surprise. Mizuho nervously stated that she didn't know if her next request would be a fair exchange, while Masato casually agreed as he glanced around the room. Blushing deeply, she asked if he could keep her visit a secret from Kumi, internally noting that his suit made him look much more grown up than usual, and admitting that anyone would get flustered in this situation. Masato looked surprised and agreed, explaining that since Kumi worried a lot, she would probably get furious if she found out he was working this kind of job, reminding Mizuho of how scary their friend could be when angry. Mizuho quietly admitted that keeping secrets from Kumi made her feel incredibly guilty, prompting Masato to clasp his hands and desperately promise to help her properly search for her destined person in exchange for her silence. Mizuho stared at him in silence, her face flushing with conflicted emotions. Looking at Masato pleading with his hands clasped together, Mizuho recognized him as a truly cool, kind, and wonderful guy who was the person her best friend loved, feeling conflicted that she was now sharing a secret just between the two of them, despite Kumi trusting her enough to introduce them. She hesitantly agreed to the deal, bringing a massive wave of relief to Masato, who enthusiastically thanked her. As Masato thanked her for protecting his peaceful school life, Mizuho offered a small smile, even as she internally agonized that keeping this secret and having this kind of dynamic was absolutely wrong. Later outside, Masato waved goodbye as Mizuho headed home, letting out a sigh of relief as he joked that his life had somehow been spared. Watching her walk away, Masato quietly wondered to himself who Mizuho's destined person could possibly be, completely unaware of a hand reaching out toward him from behind. A hand suddenly landed firmly on his shoulder, catching him by surprise. Sarah stood closely beside him with a dark, intense look in her eyes, coldly commenting on what a cute girl Mizuho was. Masato turned his head and greeted Sarah with a bright, mild smile, completely oblivious to her dark mood. He warmly wished her a good evening and noted that she was a bit late today, which Sarah quietly confirmed as he turned to face her properly. Pointing down the street, Sarah demanded to know who the girl from earlier was, questioning if she had gone out of her way to visit him. Masato quickly clarified that she was just a friend from his university, prompting a skeptical hum from Sarah. Brushing it off as just a few coincidences, Sarah stared at him with a sharp, intimidating smile and bluntly asked if that kind of girl was his type. Masato looked down at her in complete confusion, caught off guard by her sudden, blunt question. He cheerfully confirmed that Mizuho was indeed very cute, asking if Sarah agreed with him, but Sarah quickly denied it, stating that she had never really thought about her in that way. Sarah quietly muttered that she understood, while Masato happily continued to praise his friend, adding that she was a genuinely nice girl as well. Sensing her sudden silence and dark mood, Masato looked down and concernedly called out Sarah's name. Sarah tightly gripped her jacket and brushed off his concern as nothing, quickly suggesting they head inside the bar, to which Masato readily agreed. The two of them walked through the front doors and entered the establishment together. As they walked in side by side, Sarah shot a sharp, terrifying glare back over her shoulder. She fiercely declared in her mind that she would absolutely not hand him over to anyone else. The scene shifted back to Shiori, who was desperately sprinting down the sunny street, panting heavily from the extreme exertion. She announced her return as she burst through her front door, explaining that she had dashed straight home after her Saturday morning classes to take a shower and change into cute clothes. Fully prepared for what she considered the day of their showdown, Shiori resolved to read until it was time to leave, but suddenly received a notification on her phone, eagerly hoping it was a message from Masato, before her expression dropped in immediate disappointment. Opening her high school group chat, she saw her friends teasing her about rushing home for a date with her so-called prince and demanding pictures, prompting Shiori to smugly text back that Masato was a real, actual prince while brushing off their chatter. Her phone immediately began blowing up with rapid notifications, as her friends quickly noticed, and mocked her sudden profile changes, teasing her for using her full real name and a highly sanitized status message just because she had exchanged contacts with her prince. Staring at the relentless wave of teasing messages on her screen, Shiori let out a heavy, tired sigh. Closing her eyes with a serene smile, she calmly decided that she would simply stop being friends with those girls from now on. She glanced at the clock and noticed in confusion that it was already past their meeting time, wondering what was going on since it was highly unusual for Masato to be late. Shiori opened her door with a growing sense of dread, muttering to herself that she had a bad feeling about the situation. She hurried down the street, reasoning that if he was coming from the station to her place, he should have been walking along this exact route. Upon reaching the station, she finally spotted Masato in the distance, but quickly noticed that he was being cornered by two women in business suits. As she watched from afar, Masato desperately tried to explain that he was in a hurry and couldn't do what they were asking, but one of the women aggressively pressed him to give their offer some serious consideration. Shiori hid behind a pillar and worriedly deduced that it was some kind of solicitation, internally complaining that Masato was way too nice and should have just ignored them and walked away. Hearing Masato plead with the women to stop, Shiori suddenly got an idea, realizing that if she stepped in right now to save him, her likability in his eyes would absolutely skyrocket. She vividly imagined a scenario where she heroically marched over and demanded they let go of him while pulling him away from their grasp. In her fantasy, she effortlessly sent the two women flying while pulling a startled Masato into a protective embrace. She pictured him looking at her with deep admiration and calling her name, to which she would gently ask if her prince was all right. Her fantasy concluded with him passionately embracing her and declaring his love, leaving Shiori internally celebrating her ultimate victory. Snapping back to reality, she wondered how she was actually supposed to get him out of the situation, before settling on a bold plan and stepping forward with determination. She quickly debated what persona to use, rejecting both a cute little sister act as being too over the top and a protective girlfriend act as being far too intimidating for her to successfully pull off. Seeing the women aggressively demand his phone number and contact information, Shiori panicked and realized she was completely out of time to formulate a solid plan. Deciding that any excuse would work as long as she did something to interrupt them, she boldly rushed up behind Masato and shouted loudly to get their attention. The two suited women immediately turned and glared at her with intense annoyance, leaving Shiori completely overwhelmed by their intimidating pressure, as she wondered if they saw her as a mere bug. She stared at the women nervously in dead silence as Masato looked back at her in complete confusion. Noticing the women staring at her impatiently, Shiori stubbornly fired herself up and stepped firmly forward to intervene. She threw her arm out protectively in front of Masato and boldly asked the women if they even realized who they were talking to, immediately regretting her dramatic words and realizing she had totally messed up the delivery. When the women bluntly asked who she was, Shiori bizarrely introduced herself as a 17-year-old ninja, prompting the women to call her a creep, while Shiori mentally agonized over her highly embarrassing historic novel-inspired outburst. Deciding to capitalize on their sheer confusion, she instantly grabbed Masato's hand and sprinted away as fast as she could, leaving the baffled women behind. Shiori mentally screamed that she didn't care anymore, declaring that if they managed to run away, it would be their win. Shiori eventually stopped and panted heavily, completely out of breath from their sudden sprint. Leaning against a tiled wall while still holding his hand, Shiori noted that they had somehow managed to shake the women off, and asked Masato if he was all right, internally agonizing that the whole situation was the absolute worst. She mentally lamented that she was supposed to save him in a cool way to make him fall for her, but instead just came across as super creepy, desperately wondering how she could possibly cover up her horrible entrance before suddenly hearing him chuckle. Masato burst into a warm, genuine laugh. As Shiori stared at him in blank surprise, Masato wiped away a tear and apologized for laughing genuinely, thanking her for helping him out. Smiling brightly, Masato admitted that he had no idea she could talk like that. Shiori's face paled in sheer horror as she realized her pristine image was completely ruined because he had heard her embarrassing outburst perfectly. Internally cursing that this was the worst possible outcome after keeping up her pure act for so long, she nervously asked him to please forget about it, awkwardly claiming she had just been nervous. Masato gently told her that he actually wanted to see more of that side of her, trailing off to point out that they were still holding hands. Scratching the back of his neck, Masato explained that it had always felt like there was a bit of a wall between them, noting that while she was definitely flustered earlier, she also looked like she was genuinely having fun, leaving Shiori completely stunned. Masato offered a warm smile and stated that this was exactly why he wanted to see more of her different expressions. Feeling their intertwined hands, Shiori mentally panicked that this was incredibly bad for her heart. She reasoned that she had to keep wearing a mask because showing her true self would definitely make him hate her, yet a part of her deeply wanted to face him as her true self, rather than just playing the fake heroine of a story. Acknowledging her selfish wish for him to fall in love with her true ordinary self, she quietly told him she would think about showing him more of her real expressions, which Masato cheerfully accepted. As Masato apologized for them ending up late, Shiori gazed at him affectionately and quietly wondered if he might actually be the one. Looking up at the clouds, she silently wondered if he would truly accept her as she was. Back at school, Shiori covered her mouth and internally decided that it was finally time for her relationship with her prince to move on to the second stage, comparing their recent encounter to a major game event that would definitely bring them closer. Shiori's three friends stared at her in deadpan silence, while one casually sipped from a juice box. Shiori suddenly slammed her hands on the desk to get their attention, but her friends completely ignored her and casually discussed a TV drama mocking her by assuming she was just going to tell another one of her delusion stories about her fake prince. Shiori's friends still did not believe her about Masato, so she figured it could not be helped. Shiori tried to comfort her classmate, advising him that he just needed to accept reality even if it was frustrating. Her classmates demanded physical proof, saying they would not believe her, until she brought back a photo of herself with her prince while also teasing her for wearing a pure white sweater to look innocent. Her friend laughed and teased her for actually being totally impure, while another classmate speculated that there probably was someone she was seeing even if he was not the perfect Superman she claimed. Her friend suggested it would be nice if she brought him to the upcoming cultural festival, which Shiori quietly pondered. Shiori recalled how dull the cultural festival was last year when she was alone, but realized that since she had friends now, this year might actually be fun. She considered how wonderful it would be if she actually invited Masato to the festival. However, she panicked at the thought of her friends teasing him, imagining them telling Masato that she was not pure at all and inviting him to tutor them instead. While she worried that introducing him to her friends would only lead to trouble, she also thought that having Masato visit her school would be amazing. Walking down the school corridor with Masato, Shiori happily told him that getting to pretend they were classmates made her incredibly joyful. When Masato took her hand and gently told her he felt the exact same way, Shiori was overcome by an intense wave of satisfaction and superiority. Snapping back to reality in her classroom, she was cut off by her friends mocking her chicken heart and joking that she could never handle getting a photo with him. Fired up by their teasing, Shiori slammed her fist down and declared that she would absolutely get that photo next week, while her friends playfully warned her that backing out was not allowed. Shiori gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing her friends were deliberately acting like they expected her to fail. She confidently resolved to show them who was better by taking action right away during their tutoring session this weekend. But when the weekend arrived, Shiori immediately lost her confidence, staring wide-eyed in sheer panic. Although she had originally believed she could do it, she frantically waved her hands and denied anything was wrong when a concerned Masato asked if something had been bothering her. With their session almost over, Shiori panicked because she had not taken a single photo and had spent the entire time checking her reflection, even as Masato praised her rising test scores and credited her hard work. Shiori's eyes widened in total shock when Masato kindly offered to give her a reward for her good grades, directly asking her if there was anything she wanted. Shiori hesitantly asked how far she could go with her request, and when Masato assured her that absolutely anything was fine, she stood up abruptly and repeated his words in disbelief. Shiori pressed him to confirm that he had indeed said anything, and Masato nervously agreed, telling her she could do whatever she liked. Shiori stood before Masato, her mind racing with the realization that she could do absolutely whatever she wanted. As Shiori froze in place while imagining various scenarios, Masato offered an example, asking her if she liked sweet things, leaving her completely baffled. While Masato smiled purely, Shiori admitted she liked sweet things, though she internally realized he obviously was not expecting any mature requests from her. Realizing this was her ultimate chance since anything was fine, she held up her phone and nervously began to ask him for a picture. When Masato tilted his head in confusion and repeated her syllable, Shiori completely choked on her words and could only whisper it back. Completely losing her courage, Shiori weakly lied that she wanted to work on social studies, prompting Masato to agree that she had room to improve in history while she silently wept over her cowardice. She clutched her phone in exhaustion, reflecting that acting pure and proper had become painful, even though she already knew the reason why she kept doing it. While a part of her deeply wanted to throw away her mask and talk to him as her true self, she agonized over the risk of being rejected and losing him forever if he never returned. She questioned what she wanted their relationship to be, admitting that, while she passionately wished to date him, she felt her true self was completely unworthy of him. She held her face in despair, wondering how much longer she would have to keep wearing this exhausting mask. As she dreaded spending her whole life hiding her true identity, Masato suddenly announced they should stop their study session there for today, catching her completely by surprise. Although there was still time left on the clock, Masato kindly suggested they save the rest as homework, since forcing herself while tired would not help, leaving Shiori touched that he had noticed her hand stop writing. Knowing she could never admit she was actually daydreaming about dating him, Shiori kept quiet as Masato packed his bag and warmly wished her good luck on her upcoming mock exam. Shiori confidently declared her readiness for the exam, thanking him warmly as they wrapped up their lesson and said goodbye. Just as he was about to leave, Shiori suddenly realized she had forgotten all about taking the picture, freezing in panic as a confused Masato turned back and asked her what was wrong. Desperately scolding herself for being too cowardly to ask for the photo, she was suddenly cut off when Masato held up his own device and called out her name. Masato casually turned to her and directly asked if she wanted to take a photo together. Shiori stared at him in absolute shock, completely unable to believe what she was hearing. Masato explained that his guardian had asked about the student he was tutoring, sheepishly asking if it was all right for them to take a photo together to show them. Shiori celebrated, internally ecstatic that such a miracle had occurred and that she could somehow complete her mission, cheerfully agreeing to the photo as Masato expressed his relief. Masato opened his phone's camera and invited her to step closer, but Shiori let out a startled sound as he suddenly reached out and adjusted their position. Masato leaned in incredibly close to Shiori, holding up his phone to frame the shot while she blushed intensely. As Masato told her to say cheese and prepared to take the picture, Shiori's mind went into a complete spin over how close they were standing. After taking the shot, Masato offered to send the photo to her phone as well, waving goodbye and promising to see her again next week. As the door clicked shut behind him, Shiori collapsed weakly against the wall in overwhelming exhaustion, lamenting that it always ended up like this. After doing exactly what she wanted him to do, he casually departed for the night, acting just like a perfect prince out of a storybook. Shiori collapsed face first onto her bed, frustrated that the initiative in their relationship was always completely on his side. Staring blankly ahead with tearful eyes, she admitted to herself that always being led by him made her feel deeply frustrated. Shiori fiercely swore to herself that she would absolutely push him down one day. While back at school, her friend let out a quiet giggle. Walking home, Masato amusedly recalled her funny behavior and appreciated her effort to help him, though he also sensed that she was hiding something behind a metaphorical wall while Shiori stared at her phone, wondering if she had taken the right approach. Masato suddenly panicked over his own actions, worrying that he had stood far too close and made things incredibly embarrassing for her. He closed his eyes in regret, lecturing himself not to do things he was not used to doing. Despite his worries, he quietly hoped that the distance between them had managed to close even just a little. Masato walked home under the night sky, completely unaware of what was to come. Shiori lay quietly in her bed, staring down at her phone with a thoughtful expression. She walked down the school hallway, reflecting on all the fake words and actions she had repeated up until now. She remained awake in bed, clenching her phone tightly against her chest. Elsewhere, another girl sat on her bed, clutching her phone, lost in her own thoughts. The chapter concluded with a dark warning about how much a certain sinful man was tightening the rope around his own neck. Masato stretched on an outdoor basketball court early in the morning, letting out a tired yawn as he complained that he had not woken up at 6 o'clock since high school. He noted there was a specific reason for a lazy college student like him to be awake so early, right as he heard a voice calling out to him from the nearby fence. Masato turned around in surprise as he heard the sound of heavy panting approaching. Yuka eagerly greeted him with a bright good morning, prompting a smiling Masato to return the greeting while silently marveling at how energetic she was so early in the day. Yuka apologized for making him wake up so early to help her warm up for her tournament, which Masato casually brushed off as she began stretching to prepare for her matches later that day. When Masato asked her if she was feeling nervous about the tournament, Yuka jogged in place and admitted she was actually not feeling it that much. She laughed and confidently stated that there was no way any of her opponents could possibly be stronger than him. Masato silently apologized to her opponents, jokingly wondering if he had accidentally created an outrageous monster before happily agreeing to start their practice. Yuka effortlessly shot the basketball, releasing a clean shot toward the hoop. The ball went cleanly through the net, prompting Masato to praise her shot and tell her that it looked great. Admiring her perfect shooting form, Masato quietly questioned how many other middle schoolers could actually play like her, before suggesting they wrap up practice so she would not overexert herself. Although Yuka thanked him and claimed she was fine, Masato quietly observed her stiff expression, realizing she was actually more tense than she let on. Getting an idea, Masato called her over and handed her a small item, offering it for her to use if she wanted. When Yuka realized it was a black wristband, Masato sheepishly told her she could decline if she did not want it, but she instantly shouted that she would absolutely take it. Recalling how he used to wear that wristband during his own matches back in his original world, Masato assured her it was completely fine for her to keep it since he barely used it anymore. Masato worriedly pointed out that the wristband had his initials on the back in case she minded, but a blushing Yuka quickly dismissed his concern and eagerly slipped it onto her wrist. Yuka raised her hand to show off the wristband, her eyes shining with pure joy and excitement. As Yuka giggled happily and jogged back to the court, Masato watched her with a smile, quietly hoping that his small gift had helped ease her pre-match nerves. She quickly turned back to look at him one more time, blushing deeply, as she promised to truly treasure the wristband. Masato looked back at her with a gentle, affectionate expression. Masato warned her that the wristband might take some getting used to and advised her to test it during practice first, which Yuka cheerfully promised to do as she ran off to join her team. Masato decided he would go watch her tournament since he had already checked the location and spectator rules, thinking that it felt like he was going to watch his own little sister's match, despite not actually having one. Looking up at the bright sky, he quietly wished Yuka the best of luck in her matches. Sometime later, Masato arrived at the bustling gymnasium where the echoing sounds of basketballs and whistles filled the air as he made his way to the spectator area. Looking down at the spacious court where players were lining up, Masato quickly began scanning the crowd for Yuka. Standing in line with her team in her number 11 jersey, Yuka stood focused and ready, wearing the black wristband proudly on her arm. With a determined look on her face, Yuka focused on the court, completely unaware that Masato was watching her from the spectator railing above. Masato smiled warmly from above, proud to see her looking so focused and ready for the game. Worried that his presence might make her nervous if she spotted him, Masato carefully stepped back to hide behind the other spectators just as the whistle blew to start the match. He quietly wondered if she had checked if the wristband felt natural during her warm-ups, hoping she did not feel forced to wear it for his sake. However, his worries vanished as he watched Yuka dominate the court with flawless footwork and intense focus, effortlessly dribbling past her defenders. Even as she faced pressure on the court, Yuka kept her composure and handled the ball with absolute precision. Masato watched in utter amazement as the opposing team began double-teaming Yuka, despite her only being a first year, silently marveling at how incredibly strong his protege had become. Masato proudly reflected that while he always knew she was talented, she was truly playing on a completely different level right as a voice suddenly spoke to him from behind. A polite man with glasses approached Masato and asked if he was there to support their middle school's team. When Masato confirmed that he was indeed there to support them, the man kindly offered to let him watch from the front row, with the rest of the school's supporters catching Masato by surprise. Glancing at the scoreboard, which showed an overwhelming lead of 42-17, Masato reasoned that the massive point difference meant it would be fine even if Yuka noticed him, so he happily agreed to take the man up on his offer and sat in the front. As soon as he sat down, the other female spectators immediately noticed him and eagerly asked if he was someone's older brother commenting on how handsome he was and wondering who had such a good-looking sibling. Masato nervously mentioned Yuka's name, which immediately caused the surrounding spectators to react in shock, assuming he was her older brother. The crowd squealed in excitement and pointed out that it made perfect sense since Yuka was so cute herself, while a flustered Masato desperately tried to explain that he was not actually her brother, as Yuka focused on dribbling the ball. Yuka swiftly released another shot, sending the basketball cleanly through the hoop with a perfect swish. The crowd erupted into loud cheers for her successful play, but the excitement was suddenly cut short by the referee blowing a whistle to signal a timeout, leaving Masato looking on in surprise. As Yuka walked back with her teammate during the break, she turned her head and blinked in surprise as she spotted Masato sitting in the front row, catching his eye. Yuka stood completely frozen on the court, her face flushing bright red with overwhelming shock at seeing him there. Masato quietly realized she had indeed spotted him right, as Yuka shyly raised her wristband-clad hand to hide her embarrassed face. Shaking off her embarrassment, Yuka smiled radiantly and pumped her fist high into the air to show him she was wearing his gift. Masato offered her a warm, knowing smile and nodded back to show her that he had noticed. Yuka smiled happily and clutched the wristband close to her chest, comforted by the silent reassurance that he had been watching her play the entire time. After the tournament ended, Masato wheeled his bicycle home and happily noted that she had won both of her matches, though he could not help but complain that his presence as a guy in the crowd had made him stand out far too much. Yuka suddenly ran up to him outside the gym to thank him for coming to support her, prompting Masato to apologize for showing up unannounced. Yuka frantically shook her head and assured him that she was actually incredibly happy. He came nervously shuffling her feet as they stood together. She looked down, bashfully hesitating for a moment before speaking. With a heavily blushing face, Yuka shyly asked him if they could walk home together. Masato readily agreed to walk her home right as two of Yuka's classmates passed by in the background. When her teammates suddenly spotted her and called out her name, a panicked Yuka grabbed Masato by the arm and desperately dragged him away, urging him to hurry up before they could get caught. As they walked down the street with Masato wheeling his bicycle, he worriedly asked if it was really okay for her to run away from her friends like that, but Yuka quickly reassured him that she was perfectly fine and told him not to worry. Walking alongside Yuka as they headed home, Masato quietly observed her profile and thought that when viewed like this, she really just seemed like a normal girl her age. Masato amusedly recalled how Yuka had played like an absolute demon during her matches, right as she energetically suggested they shoot some hoops together before heading home, despite admitting she was slightly tired. Although Masato pointed out that it was already getting dark outside, Yuka smiled radiantly and urged him to hurry up so they could go play. Yuka suddenly yelled "ready, go," and bolted ahead laughing and telling him he could ride his bicycle to keep up, as a completely exhausted Masato wondered where she managed to get all of that endless stamina. Yuka happily ran ahead, determined not to lose their little race, while Masato followed closely behind and watched her with a warm, gentle gaze. The twilight sky stretched out above them, painting the clouds in shades of gray as the evening set in. Arriving at the park's court, Masato kicked down his bicycle's kickstand and noted that they would only be able to play for about 30 minutes before it got too dark. They walked onto the fenced basketball court together, ready for a quick practice session. Masato called out her name and asked what was wrong, only to freeze in sudden shock as he looked closer at her expression. Yuka stood trembling with tears streaming down her face, pointing toward the fence and weakly calling out to Masato. Following her gaze, Masato looked over her shoulder at a notice taped securely to the chain-link fence. The paper was an official notice of court removal, explaining that the park's basketball court would soon be removed due to safety concerns and aging deterioration. Staring up at the basketball hoop, Masato could only let out a stunned sound, realizing that a place of deep importance to them was about to be gone. The next morning started off well as Yuka's phone rang with an incoming call from Masato. Yuka eagerly clicked on her phone to answer, greeting Masato with a bright good morning, prompting a slightly flustered Masato to call her name on the other end of the line. Yuka's face instantly flushed bright red in sheer shock as she heard strange, pained groans coming from Masato's end of the line. Still in bed, Masato thanked Yuka for waking him up since it was already 6. Yuka nervously returned his morning greeting while internally panicking over how incredibly sexy his morning voice sounded. After agreeing to meet him at the park and ending the call, Yuka clutched her flushed cheek, feeling completely dazed and overwhelmed by her racing thoughts. Later during basketball practice, Yuka enthusiastically agreed to keep pushing hard as her coach called them to line up. She reflected that giving Masato a morning wake-up call and having him join her for early practice had left her body in perfect condition. As she gently touched the black wristband Masato had given her, she felt a surge of strength comforted by the feeling that he was fighting right alongside her. After the coach concluded their meeting and reminded them to rest on their upcoming day off, one of Yuka's teammates suddenly shouted, asking if anyone else had noticed the incredibly hot guy sitting in the spectator stands. In the locker room, the other girls squealed in excitement as they speculated whether the handsome stranger was someone's older brother, leaving a stressed Yuka wondering how the situation had escalated so quickly. Another teammate suddenly burst into the room and announced that she had heard the guy was Yuka's older brother. The excited girls immediately swarmed Yuka, demanding to know his name and begging her to introduce them to him. Completely overwhelmed, Yuka sprinted away from her teammates, mentally agonizing that while she called him her brother, he was not actually related to her, and fiercely resolving that there was no way she would ever introduce him to them. Dashing outside, Yuka wondered if Masato was still around so they could walk home together, only to suddenly spot her mother nearby and call out to her. Yuka let out a sigh of relief, thinking her mother's presence would clear up the misunderstanding about Masato being her brother, just as Masato greeted her. To Yuka's absolute horror, her mother gently cupped Masato's face and playfully wondered if she had given birth to such a handsome son, prompting Yuka to furiously yell at her for making things worse. Yuka's teammates suddenly caught up and grabbed her by the arm, loudly declaring that they were going to hold a contest to decide who gets introduced to her handsome brother. As her teammates eagerly raised their hands and volunteered themselves for a chance to flirt with him, a panicked Yuka desperately tried to refuse, struggling to explain her actual relationship with Masato. The team captain smoothly stepped in and told the girls that she was just kidding around, instantly diffusing the chaotic situation and earning a look of deep gratitude from Yuka. Yuka sighed in relief, admiring her captain for being such a reliable senior, right as the captain leaned in closer and softly brought up Yuka's older brother again. The captain then smiled mischievously and firmly declared that Masato would only be introduced to her, leaving Yuka completely speechless. As the captain cheerfully demanded an introduction, an infuriated Yuka grabbed her and called her trash, loudly pointing out that the captain already had a boyfriend. While the captain continued to tease her, Yuka realized that she absolutely had to tell them the truth and clarify that Masato was not actually her older brother. Glancing over at Masato's bright, gentle smile, Yuka gathered all of her courage and loudly began to declare who he really was to her. With her face burning bright red, Yuka fiercely shouted that she could not introduce him to anyone because he was going to be her boyfriend. Realizing what she had just blurted out, a heavily blushing Yuka panicked and immediately sprinted away, leaving her dazed teammates behind. As Yuka dashed off, her teammates called out her name, prompting her to look back at them with an embarrassed expression. The captain and another teammate cheerfully cheered Yuka on, playfully reminding her to invite them to the wedding. Yuka continued to run away with a blushing face while her teammates fondly commented on her youthful energy. Catching up to Masato, Yuka placed her hands on his back and pushed him forward, urging him to hurry up and get going. Masato looked over his shoulder in surprise as Yuka internally reflected on her constant feelings for him. Yuka urged him to hurry as she mentally admitted that, while her earlier declaration was made in the heat of the moment, the feelings behind it were completely genuine. Without warning, Yuka initiated a race and bolted ahead, leaving a startled Masato behind. As Yuka ran ahead, laughing, Masato chased after her with his bicycle, wondering aloud where she got all her stamina. Yuka silently reaffirmed her feelings for him. Masato smiled warmly, commenting on her endless energy, while Yuka internally declared her love for him. Running down the street, Yuka acknowledged that Masato likely only saw her as a little sister, but she deeply wanted him to become her boyfriend. She desperately wished for him to see her as a woman and agonizingly wondered what she needed to do to make him notice her true feelings, feeling immensely frustrated by the situation. Upon arriving at the park's basketball court, Yuka softly called out Masato's name. A notice hanging on the chain-link fence officially announced that the basketball court would be removed due to aging, deterioration, and safety concerns, listing a final date of use. Yuka stared blankly ahead, completely shocked and devastated by the sudden news. Trembling, she questioned why this was happening and realized the court would be unusable starting next week. With a sad smile, Yuka remarked to Masato that she had been incredibly happy just moments ago, noting that this specific court was the exact place where they had first met. She continued to reflect on their history at the court. Yuka recalled how much fun they had playing basketball together there. Looking back at him with a somber expression, she internally expressed her gratitude for how much he had helped her, while Masato watched her with deep concern. Yuka reminisced about how she had always wanted to be together with him playing basketball on this very court. She internally noted that everything between her and Masato was rooted right here at this specific place. Clutching her shirt with a distressed look, she gasped and realized that the court being removed meant something terrible for their routine. She wondered in sheer panic if this meant she would not be able to see Masato anymore. Masato noticed her trembling and gently asked what was wrong. With tears welling up in her eyes, Yuka turned to Masato and tried to point out the removal notice on the fence. Masato stared at the sign and muttered in disbelief, causing Yuka to flinch nervously as she awaited his reaction. To her complete surprise, Masato simply smiled and casually stated that they would just have to find a new place to play. Masato reasoned that if they looked around there should be other courts available, completely stunning Yuka, who asked if he could really accept it that easily. Masato noticed her blank stare and asked if she was okay, assuming the sudden news had just surprised her. Tears streaming down her face, Yuka desperately explained that this court was where she made all her memories with him, and it was about to disappear forever, asking if it really was not a big deal to him. Masato admitted that it was indeed sad the place was going away. He gently acknowledged that it was the place where they first met, but added that there was still something else to consider. Smiling warmly, Masato pointed out that even today they had spent time together somewhere other than the park, reassuring her that their memories stayed inside them and would not just disappear. As Masato cheerfully suggested they could just find a new place to make new memories together, Yuka stared at him, feeling her emotions being completely thrown into turmoil. She felt overwhelmed by the realization that he still wanted to look for another place to play together, that he also treasured those memories, and that she would still be able to see him again, processing all of those emotions at once. Masato gently patted her head and told her there was no need to cry since she was the hero of the day, urging her to cheer up. Yuka looked up at him with tearful eyes, deeply moved by all of his comforting words, and knowing he was saying everything just for her sake. Overcome with emotion, Yuka suddenly lunged forward and squeezed Masato in a tight embrace, thanking him profusely as he stood completely surprised. Burying her tearful face into his chest, she honestly thanked him for crossing paths with her. Yuka squeezed him even tighter, internally declaring that her feelings were not an exaggeration at all, while Masato just laughed and patted her head, teasing that she was making it sound like way too big of a deal. Feeling his gentle hands patting her head and cherishing her like a little sister, Yuka reaffirmed that she truly loved him and felt incredibly glad to have met him. Yuka suddenly pushed herself away from his chest, leaving Masato slightly startled as she looked down with a focused and determined expression. As a confused Masato called out her name, Yuka stepped back, internally resolving that she had to escape from his gentle brotherly hands. The two of them stood together on the quiet basketball court. Yuka called out his name, prompting Masato to look over in quiet curiosity. Standing confidently on the court, Yuka challenged him to a match. While Masato looked completely taken aback by her sudden challenge, Yuka gazed at him with fierce determination, firmly solidifying her resolve to reach the man she loved. The chapter began with Yuka challenging Masato to a match on the basketball court. Taking a crucial step forward, Yuka stood ready on the court as Masato asked if she meant a one-on-one game. Yuka confirmed his assumption, proposing a single-round match where they would take turns on a fence, and the game would immediately end as soon as someone scored a point. Masato agreed to her rules, internally noting that, while he normally played to 5 points and had never lost to her, reducing it to a single point gave Yuka a fighting chance. Masato casually agreed, suggesting they start whenever she was ready since they were short on time, but Yuka suddenly raised a finger to interrupt him. Yuka boldly proposed a wager, suggesting that the loser of the match would have to grant one request from the winner. Masato internally suspected she was hiding something due to her unusual confidence, but he agreed to take her up on the bet anyway. Confident that he could not possibly lose to a middle schooler, Masato took off his overshirt and began dribbling the ball, casually pondering if he should use his winning request to make her give him morning wake-up calls again. As Yuka took the ball and began to dribble, Masato warned her not to push herself too hard since she had just finished a tournament, teasingly adding that it would be her own fault if she tripped again. Yuka simply kept dribbling and stared back at him with an intense, heavily flushed expression, completely focused on the game ahead. Yuka chuckled to herself, prompting a confused Masato to ask what was funny. He then realized she remembered his earlier warning about her tripping, which she awkwardly confirmed. Blushing deeply, Yuka touched her chin and admitted that his concerns simply made her happy, catching Masato completely off guard. Yuka passed the ball to Masato and suggested he warm up as well. Catching the pass, Masato internally wondered what was going on, questioning if she had always been able to make such a mature expression. Masato held the basketball close to his face in silence. Standing alone on the court with the ball, Masato quietly muttered that he understood her resolve. As he started dribbling, Masato reflected that this might be the very last time they could ever have a match at this specific court. Masato firmly declared that they should begin the match. He passed the ball back to Yuka to start the game. Observing Yuka's intense focus, Masato internally resolved that it would be rude if he did not take the match seriously as well. As Yuka began dribbling, Masato noted their difference in physique, thinking that under normal circumstances, this would be an easy win for him. However, as Yuka gripped the ball tightly, Masato acknowledged that she was entirely different. Concluding that she was far from normal, he watched closely as Yuka announced her move. With explosive speed, Yuka suddenly dashed forward across the court. Masato stepped up to block her path, but she swiftly executed a rolling turn to effortlessly bypass his defense. Masato noted that their different stride lengths meant he could catch up immediately, silently apologizing as he quickly closed the distance to cut her off. Seeing him catch up, Yuka muttered that it figured he would keep pace, suddenly stopping her dribble. Masato realized in shock that she had suddenly pulled back, executing a quick step backwards to create space. Gathering the ball, Yuka prepared to shoot from her new position, prompting Masato to quickly realize her plan. Masato leaped high into the air with his arms raised, confident that he could reach her and block the shot. Unfazed by his block, Yuka smoothly released the basketball from her hands. Masato leaped high with his arms outstretched to block her, but Yuka sent the ball flying in an arc just out of his reach. As the ball arced toward the hoop, stunned, Masato asked if she was kidding while Yuka watched her shot with a confident smile. The ball swished perfectly through the net as it bounced on the ground, prompting Masato to realize she had just executed a flawless floater shot. Wiping the sweat from her face, Yuka proudly declared that she had secured the first point. Masato shivered, acknowledging that since Yuka was already tall for her age, she normally wouldn't need a shot designed to bypass taller opponents, realizing she had prepared that special move just for this match. Yuka cheerfully confessed that she had specifically practiced that shot just to beat him, leaving Masato completely shocked by her dedication. Yuka announced that it was now his turn on offense, prompting Masato to internally reassure himself that this was within expectations, since she had never managed to block him when he played seriously, resolving not to lose easily. As Yuka held the ball, she stared at him, intently catching his attention. Looking him straight in the eye, Yuka bluntly pointed out that he was injured. Masato flinched and asked what made her think that, to which Yuka calmly replied that she could tell because she had watched him play so many times. Masato internally panicked that she had hit the mark, as Yuka accurately guessed it was his right elbow or shoulder. She added that she really didn't know anything about him, while Masato silently rationalized that it was just a minor sports injury from overexertion. Clutching the ball tightly, Yuka earnestly confessed that she wanted to know everything about him from his present to his past. Masato clutched his shirt and let out a strained groan, completely thrown off balance by her sudden heartfelt confession. Flustered and blushing heavily, Masato internally panicked over when his protege had turned into such a terrifying opponent, wondering if she was deliberately using mental attacks on him, as Yuka announced they would talk after the match. Stepping forward, Masato mentally scolded himself for getting so unintentionally flustered by her words. Yuka smiled brightly and asked him to teach her all about himself, later passing him the ball while Masato mentally forced himself to snap out of it, reminding himself that his opponent was just a middle schooler. Refocusing on the game, Masato caught her pass and prepared to start his offensive turn. Masato began dribbling with a serious expression while Yuka dropped into a low, focused defensive stance to block his path. With a sudden burst of speed, Masato planted his foot hard and accelerated, initiating his drive past her defense. Driving aggressively down the court, Masato pushed his speed to the limit, confidently assuming there was no way she could keep up with his pace. Yuka resolved that reaching this far was already enough, but she suddenly launched herself forward to stop him right there. Yuka collided directly into Masato's chest, throwing them both off balance as the basketball slipped loose and soared into the air. Yuka smiled happily up at him from his chest, while a sweating Masato stared down at her in complete shock at their sudden closeness. Masato quickly realized he had to retrieve the loose ball, or he would lose, desperately reaching out with a strained groan. However, Yuka refused to let him recover it, loudly shouting out a protest to stop him. Yuka tumbled directly on top of Masato, sending them both crashing heavily onto the court floor as the basketball flew out of their hands. The basketball bounced and rolled away out of bounds, leaving Yuka sitting astride Masato on the ground. As Masato let out a sharp groan of pain, Yuka pointed out that his right hand was indeed injured. She explained that holding the ball with both hands made him slightly slower when transitioning into his shooting form. Masato stared up in complete shock, suddenly realizing that Yuka was still sitting on top of him and leaning in incredibly close. His heart raced in panic as he realized just how close her face was to his. The twilight clouds drifted quietly across the sky as a heavy silence fell over the court. Without warning, Yuka leaned all the way down and pressed her lips against his in a deep, sudden kiss. Masato's mind went completely blank in utter disbelief as the quiet basketball hoop loomed in the background. She held his face, gently deepening the kiss while he remained frozen on the ground. Yuka slowly pulled away and touched her lips, leaving a completely stunned Masato lying flat on his back. Letting out a soft, shaky sigh, Yuka blushed intensely as she kept her finger pressed against her mouth. A flustered Masato covered his face and frantically asked what she was doing, but Yuka quickly grabbed his hand and firmly refused to let him dismiss her. Clutching her hands tightly, Yuka tearfully admitted that she did not want to be just a little sister to him anymore. She earnestly begged him to see her as a woman, instead of a sibling, pleading for him to pay attention to her, even if he thought it was impossible right now. Leaning close to his face, once more Yuka confidently declared that this was her official request for winning the match. Her confidence faltered slightly as she looked down, quietly asking if her request was unacceptable simply because she was still just a middle schooler. Masato blushed furiously, completely overwhelmed and left speechless by her vulnerability and heartfelt confession. Desperate to hide his embarrassment, Masato quickly tried to cover his eyes with his arm, worrying that his face was far too red. Yuka firmly grabbed his wrist and pulled his arm away, refusing to let him hide his face as a panicked Masato desperately struggled to resist. Masato struggled against Yuka's firm grip, completely bewildered by her overwhelming physical strength. Without hesitation, Yuka leaned in and kissed him once more. Masato silently scolded himself for getting so incredibly flustered over Yuka reminding himself that she was still just a middle schooler. Panting slightly, Yuka stared down at him and asked if she was still not good enough for him even after doing all of that. Gripping his shirt tightly, Yuka desperately confessed her love for him, declaring that she could not hold her feelings back any longer. With a tearful smile, Yuka earnestly begged him to properly look at her as a woman, accepting that it might be impossible for them right now. Masato's heart pounded wildly in his chest as he stared up at Yuka's deeply emotional expression. He internally admitted that her vulnerable expression held more than enough power to throw his heart into absolute chaos. Gently reaching out to touch his neck, Yuka softly called out his name. Gazing deeply into his eyes, Yuka boldly asked if they could do more together. Masato silently reflected that he had finally realized the truth of the situation between them. As Yuka continued to kiss him repeatedly on the court floor, Masato finally understood which one of them was truly the one in control. Masato noted that for the next several tens of minutes, he was made to understand her deep, undeniable affection firsthand. Yuka repeated her passionate declaration of love, insisting she could not hold her feelings back anymore. The bright lights of the city shined in the night as Yuka's desperate plea for him to see her properly as a woman lingered in his thoughts. Elsewhere, inside a boys' bar called Festa, a voice cheerfully called out Masato's name next to a freshly poured drink. A coworker playfully pointed out that Masato's hands had stopped moving, snapping him out of a daze and prompting a quick apology as he returned to his work. Masato sighed heavily, admitting to himself that he had been spacing out constantly ever since that day. He recalled how he had initially tried to convince himself that Yuka was just idealizing him because of his age, assuming her feelings would eventually change once she met other guys. He thought back to the court where Yuka had firmly stated that she did not need him to give her an answer right then. Smiling radiantly down at him, Yuka had confidently promised that from then on she would stay by his side and prove her true feelings to him. Gripping his ice pick tightly, Masato internally agonized that he simply could not get Yuka's determined expression from that day out of his head. As he chipped away at a block of ice, Masato realized he had gotten carried away just because he had made friends with a girl. He reflected that he could not keep living with the same mindset as his previous life, concluding that in this different world, the threshold for women falling in love with men was likely much lower. Masato thought about the people currently around him, admitting that he had completely failed to realize Yuka harbored genuine romantic feelings for him. Thinking of the other girls in his life, he reasoned that even if it was not full-blown romantic love, they all seemed to hold positive feelings toward him. Masato stressed that he was just trying to be nice to all of them, deciding that he needed to stop getting further involved. He realized that if he eventually ended up dating one of them, the others would inevitably end up getting hurt, just as a voice suddenly called out his name. A coworker peeked through the curtain and excitedly informed him that his regular customer had specifically requested him, prompting Masato to quickly grab the drinks and head out. Sarah greeted him with a warm smile, and Masato politely returned the evening greeting, noting that she had come to see him again. Taking a seat next to her on the couch, Masato internally realized that figuring out how to properly handle his relationship with Sarah might actually be his most difficult challenge of all. Glancing at her as she took a sip of her drink, Masato reflected that he had deliberately tried reducing how often he texted her, but he was unsure if distancing himself was actually having any real effect. Catching his stare, Sarah lowered her glass and asked if something was wrong. Masato mentally admitted that Sarah was incredibly beautiful and a joy to talk to. He noted that although she was not completely honest about it, her affection for him was obvious, and he confessed to himself that he genuinely enjoyed spending time with her. Sarah suddenly pulled a small box from her bag and placed it on the table, explaining that she had something she wanted to give him today, while Masato internally warned himself that any guy would easily get carried away by such treatment. Masato stared at the checkered gift box on the table and let out a confused sound. When Masato pointed out that his birthday was still far away, Sarah smiled and explained it was just a small thank you gift for going on a date with her recently, playfully adding that she would never settle for something so modest if it were actually his birthday. Sweating nervously as he picked up the box, Masato asked for permission to open it while internally panicking because he easily recognized the expensive brand. Sarah casually gave him the go-ahead, noting that it belonged to him now. Masato carefully lifted the lid of the box, revealing a high-end, intricately patterned accessory resting inside. Masato admired the gift and commented on how cool it looked while Sarah watched him with a warm smile. Masato suddenly panicked as he realized that the gift was incredibly expensive, but Sarah calmly reassured him not to worry about the price. Sarah let out a soft chuckle and explained that she bought it simply because she thought it would look good on him. Masato stared back at her in silence as his heart began to pound heavily in his chest. Masato earnestly asked her not to spend so much money on him, which only made Sarah chuckle and call him cute. Meanwhile, Masato internally panicked, realizing that ever since his encounter with Yuka, he had been completely overreacting to women. Masato expressed his worry as Sarah quietly muttered to herself that there was no way he was the same as all the other ordinary men. Sarah suddenly leaned forward and buried her face into Masato's chest, murmuring that the other girls were wrong and claiming that he was one of a kind and belonged only to her. Quickly brushing off her previous comment, Sarah changed the subject and asked if he had put on some muscle lately, prompting a surprised Masato to ask if he really had. Masato guessed that he might have gained muscle from playing basketball and gestured to his shoulder, but he instantly panicked as his mind unintentionally wandered back to Yuka once again. Realizing his train of thought, Masato abruptly jerked his arm away from Sarah, leaving her completely startled by his sudden movement. Masato froze in place and let out a soft sound, instantly regretting his harsh reaction. Masato internally cursed his mistake while Sarah stared at him with wide, intense eyes. Sarah immediately asked what was wrong, prompting Masato to nervously brush it off as nothing, while silently admitting that he had pulled away purely on instinct. Observing Sarah's intensely serious expression, Masato internally concluded that keeping a proper distance from her was actually the right thing to do. Before he could retreat, Sarah suddenly reached out and forcefully grabbed his trousers. With a sharp pull, she dragged a completely startled Masato right back down onto the couch beside her. Leaning in close with a fierce look in her eyes, Sarah directly demanded to know why he was avoiding her. Masato desperately stammered out a denial, but Sarah ignored it and confidently deduced that another woman had done something to him. Masato flinched in absolute shock, as Sarah accurately guessed it was the cute girl he had attended to recently, calmly demanding to know what she had done to him, while Masato weakly tried to deny it. Sarah suddenly reaches out and squeezes Masato's neck, staring down at him with an intense gaze as she demands answers. Sarah leans in close to ask if he liked the present she gave him, prompting a nervous confirmation from Masato. While Masato internally panics and tries to figure out how to put some distance between them, Sarah calls his name and firmly grabs his hand. Holding his hand tightly, Sarah whispers in his ear and asks if they should go somewhere together after his shift, leaving a completely cornered Masato to realize that it is already too late to get away. Kumi loudly complains that her screen time is far too little, crying over the fact that she was supposed to be the first heroine. Shiori pats her back and reassures her that there is a story flow to consider, but suggests that if her scenes do not exist, she should just create her own. Shiori suddenly opens a fitting room curtain, declaring that this is the best way to make a memorable scene. Revealing themselves in bunny suits, Shiori confidently explains that sex appeal is what truly commands the screen. Shiori eagerly urges Kumi to head over to Masato right away, only to be stopped by a voice telling them to hold it right there. Yuka blocks their path and declares that she will not let them seduce him with sex appeal, prompting Shiori to laugh and tell her that little kids should stay out of it. While Shiori laughs and boasts that this is how adults fight, Yuka sweat drops and internally admits that she is indeed still a child. Blushing heavily, Yuka fiercely points out that she still has room to grow because she is still in middle school. Shiori and Kumi stare back at her in complete wide-eyed shock. The two girls remain completely frozen in stunned silence. Shiori nervously questions if high school girls still have room to grow, leaving her classmates sweating in despair, while a nearby notice points out that everyone has their own target audience. Sarah sits on Masato's lap on the couch, asking if they should go somewhere together afterward, while Masato reflects on his current situation. Staring quietly, Sarah deeply reflects on whether she has truly become the ideal version of herself that she admired back then. Ever since she was little, Sarah believed she would one day meet her destined partner and longed for a fairy tale like pure love, dreaming of a wonderful future where she would be loved by her ideal partner. Knowing her dream would not come true just by waiting, Sarah never neglected self-improvement and made sure to excel in academic, sports, and socializing to ensure she was always part of the popular crowd at school. Sarah reflects that putting so much effort into her life was simply a natural thing for her to do rather than a desire for praise or vanity. She wanted to be fully prepared whenever she met someone she liked, aiming to be a partner her beloved would be proud of. Sarah tells herself to do 3 more sets of her workout. Due to her high personal standards, her expectations for any potential partner also grew significantly higher. Since no one around her could live up to her high ideals, she found herself unable to fall for anyone, but she still maintained hope that her destined partner would appear. While listening to her friends chat about their boyfriends, Sarah spots a classmate walking happily with a partner. Realizing that she was being left behind by everyone else, she panicked over her excessively high standards, leading her to consider a confession from a boy. The boy stands by her table at a cafe waiting for her response, as she blushes slightly. Although he was not her type and had some negative rumors surrounding him, she convinced herself that all of her hard work had finally paid off, and that she could eventually grow to like him. Admitting that her mindset was foolish, she remembers walking with her classmate when her friend pointed out her boyfriend walking ahead. Sarah waves goodbye to her friend and happily walks up to him to wish him a good morning. The boy turns around and acknowledges her with a cold, indifferent look. He quickly turns his back on her, leaving a stunned Sarah standing alone. To Sarah's utter shock, the boy walks right past her to enthusiastically hug another girl and walk off with her. Distressed by his cold attitude, lack of dates, and constant flirting with other girls, Sarah finally confronts him to ask if they are actually dating. The boy mockingly asks how long she was going to believe that, casually adding that he already has 2 other girlfriends. Sarah is left with the harsh realization that she is not wanted by someone like him. Inside a dimly lit lounge, Masato introduces himself to her for the first time. Staring up at his warm, genuine smile, Sarah realizes that she has finally found her destined partner. Sarah determines that she wants to make him hers, realizing that a man so wonderful will never be left alone by other women, and that she has no time to waste. She decides to settle things with him once and for all today as she grabs his hand. Knowing that Masato is weak to pressure, Sarah leans in closer and prepares for one final push, only for Masato to apologize. Masato sweatily explains that he cannot go with her, pointing out that he cannot drink alcohol, leaving Sarah completely stunned. Relieved that it is only a matter of drinking, Sarah assures him that he does not have to drink and that simply being together is enough, but Masato suddenly speaks up. Masato gently pulls his hand away from her grip and distances himself on the couch. Sarah can only react in complete disbelief at his sudden rejection. Masato apologizes to her as he fully withdraws his hand. Masato stands up from the couch and steps away, leaving her sitting alone. With a tense and worried expression, Masato admits that she is scaring him today. Devastated, Sarah apologizes and excuses herself to the restroom, claiming that she is just a little drunk. Once inside the restroom, Sarah leans over the toilet bowl and violently throws up. Coughing in pain, she realizes that she has just experienced a clear, undeniable rejection. Sarah feels as though her very existence has been rejected by him. She cannot stop feeling nauseous at the painful reality of being rejected by the person she truly loves. She despises her pathetic self for briefly harboring feelings of hatred toward the man she loves. Slumping onto the restroom floor next to the toilet, Sarah lets out a self-deprecating laugh and mutters that she is lower than dirt. She acknowledges that others were absolutely right, realizing that Masato was only kind to her because of his job as an employee. She admits that she arrogantly believed he could love her after getting carried away by his professional kindness, concluding that she is a woman beyond saving. Resolving to stop this, she reflects that a pathetic woman like her has no right to be involved with him, knowing that his kindness means he would still treat her politely if she kept visiting the bar. Sarah realizes that if she continues to see him, she will only get carried away again, concluding that she must say goodbye. She decides that giving up and forgetting him is for the best, both for her own sake and for Masato's sake. She thinks back to Masato's bright, gentle smile. Tears fall onto her hand as she resolves to never have anything to do with Masato again. Sarah breaks down, crying uncontrollably as the painful reality of letting him go sets in. Scratching her hand against the wall, she repeatedly mutters to herself how much she hates this situation. Later that night, Sarah sits alone on a playground swing, quietly whispering an apology to Masato. She recalls telling him she was heading home and walking away while he tried to call out to her. Sarah dejectedly reflects that in the end, nothing really changed between them. Feeling like a fool for believing she could be loved, she thinks about her dull life resuming just as it was before. Staring at her phone screen, she prepares to block Masato, convincing herself that this is the correct choice. She looks at her phone and decides that as long as Masato ends up happy, that is enough for her. With her finger trembling over the button, she mockingly whispers about how pathetic she is. Sitting on the swing, she buries her face in her hands and laments how hopelessly foolish and pitiful she has become. The quiet night sky stretches out above her. Sometime later, the sound of rain beats against the balcony window as someone groans in bed. Sarah wakes up in her bed with a painful, throbbing headache, wondering if she has overslept. Realizing she has slept through the entire weekend, she feels relieved that tomorrow is a holiday, knowing she is not in any condition to return to work yet. She looks down at her phone, staring at the past text messages she exchanged with Masato. Holding her phone close with tears in her eyes, she admits to herself that there is absolutely no way she can ever forget the person she would gladly give everything for. Sarah recalls how she would easily get carried away by his kindness again. Finding herself sinking right back into depression whenever she is awake, she decides to watch some videos on her phone to clear her head. She suddenly sits up as her heart begins to pound wildly in shock at something on her screen. The screen displays Masato's full name along with his home address. Sarah stares at the address on her screen, processing the sudden information. Staring at her reflection, she thinks that she looks awful and decides that she cannot let Masato see her in this state. As music plays softly in her room, dark and obsessive emotions begin to stir inside her. Although she had resolved to give up on him, seeing his address makes her realize that there is still a way to make Masato hers. Smiling darkly, she resolves that all she has to do is create a done deal that cannot be changed. Applying her makeup, she convinces herself that being with Masato will finally cure the emptiness in her heart, ensuring he will never be able to leave her again. She blames Masato for rejecting her and driving her to this point, noting that while her eyes are still a little swollen from crying, they will have to do. Sarah stands fully prepared, staring blankly ahead. She thinks to herself that if she looks pretty, he will find her cute, reflecting that seeing him was her sole reason for living. She recalls sitting with him at the lounge, thinking about how seeing him should have made her happier than anything, yet she feels hopeless. Touching her face, she wonders why she cannot smile properly, knowing she will not look cute if she isn't smiling. Recalling how Masato once complimented her smile, she uses her hand to forcefully pull up the corners of her mouth. Forcing a wide, unsettling grin in the dark, she declares that she is coming to see Masato right now.